have seen something
Okay.
similar to this in
Good to
tournaments
go. We're
across the
good
globe, but we are
to
going to
go.
be starting to bring out these players. Let's start with our dueling attackers, Kyrios and Oblivion.
Wow, that is so awkward.
And coming up next, oh, the crowd, you hear that? That's a lot of cheering. Coming up next, the immovable object versus the immovable object, Slash and Picadiff.
I thought they were gonna do like a cartwheel or something. And all they did was take forever to come out.
And we go to our kings of the central area, Trainer and Celeste.
That's their pose.
And the masters of the EXP share, Otter and Dispenza.
Go, go, Power Rangers. Is he throwing up a gang sign? Oh my god, get him out of there.
And last but
Jesus.
certainly not least, our hyperflexes, Overlord and Lunier.
Oh my god, Jesus, he's the Power Ranger. I can't believe it.
All right, now
You
that
see
we
the way
got
he's
our
trying to
teams
kick those
on
children?
stage, we are going to invite two players up here to have a few words before our match. Let's get Celeste. Let's get Otter.
Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to the stage. Well earned that you're here. I believe we're going to be starting off with questions over here to Celeste.
Okay.
Yeah, all right,
Well,
we've done these a few times, but of course, this is a very fun matchup. Former teammates battling here on stage. Of course, this is going to be an exciting matchup. Your team's done a whole lot of prep. You've had an amazing run so far to make it to the grand finals. A lot of MVP performances from a lot of different players. But who on your team is going to need to clutch up if you're going to be able to take down LG?
I think a lot of it rests on Pika and his engages. So as long as Pika does what he's been doing, I believe we'll win.
All right.
I liked it a lot. Look alive, Picadiff.
Been looking great all weekend. All right. Last time that we talked in Japan, you said that North America was not helping LG improve because they weren't on the level to help improve. Now we're here, we're in the grand finals of a tournament with tons of, well, a good amount of international competition, and you are up against another North American team. Do you think that has changed at all with Revelation and how good they are currently, or is it the same as it was over at ACL?
Well, I'm happy to face Celestial because he's the only player who's won NAIC and never lost NAIC. So they're the only team, he's the only player standing in our way from embarrassing all the Western teams and winning all 3 ICs this season.
Okay.
That might be the nicest thing you've ever said about another team, so that is pretty great praise.
All right, I like this a lot. You were the final roadblock for LG, but I think you and the team thinks you might be a whole lot more than that. What's it going to take down this LG squad?
Honestly, I think we have what it takes already. Like, we've had such an amazing tournament. Everyone's
What's
been
it gonna
playing
take?
amazing.
A whole lot of
I
confidence
complete faith we'll win.
and copium.
Right, a whole lot of confidence coming out of Revelation.
All right, and your team has swept every single match that you've played this tournament, no losses. I was gonna ask this already. I feel like your intro maybe was a little bit of an answer, but what do you feel the score will be in this set against Revelation?
I think it'll be 3-1. I think he's really good at getting Rayquaza, so it's gonna happen.
I love that. I love that. All right, gentlemen, if we could have just a quick stare down between the two of you set up on stage. We'll start with Celeste.
That's right, look
Final
into each
word
other's
for your
eyes.
opponent in LG.
Take it all in.
All right, now it's your turn. Your word for Revelation.
I'll say it to him after, but stand proud. You were strong.
Oh, okay. Well, farewell. All right, you two, go get
Fringe.
the game. Let's have a great matchup.
All right, I'm
Sorry.
so excited for this match.
The hairs on my arm
So let's
just
send it back
stood up
over
in
to
the
casters so we can get ready for this grand
in
final.
response to that.
That's right. Those are some fighting words between two former teammates that are squaring off here at NAIC. We are about to head into our draft where our two teams are going to pick the Pokemon that they are taking into our first battle. Luminosity, I can't believe they said it was going to be a 3-1. I mean, that's shocking. They're giving a lot of respect to this team.
Yeah, maybe just hedging their bets, right? So if they 3-0 like they have the rest of the season, they outperformed their own prediction, but also just in case, we'll give them a buffer.
So
The
Americanized.
point that Otter made still rings true. Celestial is good at securing Rayquaza, and sometimes that's just what it boils down to. We saw it all weekend long, and I can't imagine that the grand finals will become any different.
Yeah, and the real question is, can this team play as well as they were playing yesterday? We've seen it before with a team like Tuzi Esports in Brazil at LAIC to start our year.
Yeah, time to
The team
square up.
keep that
Yeehaw!
momentum as they head into Championship Sunday. They're playing so well all of Saturday, and then boom, overnight, things change. They wake up and they run into LG. Let's take a look at what our weekend has been like here in a format explainer.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from the Ernest and Morial Convention Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pokemon Unite trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, with the winning team guaranteeing themselves the final slot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day tug of war that got started with the group stage, where up to 64 teams entered into groups and fought until only the top team survived. Yesterday was the bracket stage, where our trainers were placed in a single elimination bracket until we were left with our two best teams. Today is the finale, Championship Sunday, and our two finalists will go head-to-head to see who claims the NAIC trophy. The match will be a best-of-5. Winner takes all. Today's match winner will gain a direct invitation to Worlds 2025. So let's delay this no longer and get right into the action.
Watch the action live. Pokemon.com/play.
That's right. This is the final
Wow.
stop before Worlds in Anaheim, California, home to the world's largest marble and the world's largest Pokemon tournament. One last chance for these teams to prove why they are here. For Revelation, this is really their first shot to show everyone on the world stage how good they are. If they could beat LG here, like you said before, shockwaves through the Pokemon Unite community, no question.
Yeah, obviously they have to play at their best, and LG has to have a rare LG fumble here, I think, to really open the door. But we're going
they're
to see
starting.
if that's actually going to materialize.
They're getting right into it finally, guys.
Game number 1.
That's right.
After
You're seeing our
52
two
minutes, they're
inside
finally
Pokemon
starting.
banned out.
52
The
minutes
other
of
team
yapping.
cannot play. And as they pick back and forth here, Doob Snacks, if Overlord in this top position here selects Venusaur, they did select Leafeon, that means you will not see it on the other side of the map here. Psyduck, Inteleon, Blaziken, and Suicune banned out by our two squads. First pick Trainer on the Leafeon, a speedster Pokemon he is known for. Quick burst damage, and if it gets started early, which it often does, it can really take over a game.
Grabbing Snorlax, Garchomp early, really setting the tone here. Snorlax, a phenomenal defender, has been all weekend, and Garchomp, I think, is right where it should be. Finally getting the love it deserves, because that is an incredibly strong top path Pokemon.
I want to talk a little bit about Kyrios' selection here. Armarouge, a Pokemon that I think everyone was sleeping on throughout a majority of this season. All of a sudden, when the speedsters weren't as powerful as they were a few patches ago, we noticed that this thing is incredibly tanky for an attacker. And that pop-off that you heard from Doomsex is because on the other side, Revelation is grabbing the Zoroark Comfey combo. Talk to me about it.
Is that the toxic Zora Comfy? Oh my god.
So, okay, a lot of stuff to dissect here.
Yeah.
So Zoroark Comfey, of course, is essentially like jumping out of a plane with a parachute, just all the
Damn, the
energy,
Mr.
adrenaline,
Mime?
action. On
It's
the other
crime
side, though,
time.
an isolating Pokemon in Charizard, which isn't played too often, but its Unite move literally scoops up a player from the other team, suplexes them back to Earth, and you take to the skies to burninate the countryside like Trogdor. What I'm looking at here, they chose Charizard in response to that because as soon as Celestial's going to commit to an engage, Overlord's going to step up, hit that Unite move, isolate the Zoroark, and they're going to collapse and try to get that KO. Because when you're carrying the Comfey, that's a BOGO deal. That's a 2-for-1.
That's right. You take a look at Charizard right here. It is running that Curse Bangle. So the idea behind it not only would be to isolate a Pokemon like Zoroark that has the Comfey on it, again, 2-for-1 in that moment, but also reduce the healing that Comfey is able to put out on Zoroark, looking to counter it in a big way.
What if Comfey doesn't go heal and instead they just had to go Sweet Kiss?
In Pokemon Unite right now,
And you don't need
Overlord
Curse
is one of
Bangle.
the best
Just
to
kidding.
ever play the game, so you gotta trust them.
Yeah, absolutely. The pick rate is 2%, and I'm pretty sure that 2% is generated strictly by Overlord specifically because of these situations. But it shows that Luminosity Gaming is thinking of unique strategies, way to combat popular things. Zoroark Comfey is something we've seen before, despite the fact that Charizard is not.
Here we go. We are getting ready for our brawl here on Thea Sky Ruins as our players are loading in our first game here of our grand finals at NAIC as you are taking a look at the battlefield right now. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Revelation, your orange team. These are your best of 5 grand finals.
Going straight into the bottom path is Curios, the bot path attacker here with Slash Can. Mr. Mime, again, another Pokemon that isn't played too much, especially this event with a pick rate at 8%. We'll see how it can battle against Snorlax, something that's been picked almost every single game we've watched.
Nice secure there by the side of Luminosity. Whoever gets the last hit on these wild Pokemon get all of the Eos energy and all of the experience for their side. So you want to try to take that away from your opponents. Overlord being chased out by the Gibble right there as they are looking to get Otter away from some of these wild Pokemon as well.
Otter going to peel back towards Overlord, and Lunier doing a great job bullying in the 1-2 because Gibble can do that. Despite it being a Stage 2 Pokemon evolution, it actually holds down the fort very well early game.
Now we saw Zoroark actually appear in the top path for a moment here, but it looks like they're running through the center, possibly looking to catch Leafeon if they move through this central area here. Now we have a fight that's about to break out in the top and bottom path over these Altaria and Swablu that spawn here in just a few moments. Leafeon moving up for Luminosity, and we have Zoroark for Revelation.
Oh, and they sussed out exactly where they are, going straight for the engage. Slow Smoke is down. They're trying to pin some of the players of LG so they can get a knockout. Overlord pivoting up top, and they're easy KO there for the Zoroark, and honestly, Revelation getting the better of that exchange.
Beautiful K opener for Revelation, really taking it to Luminosity right there, but something you have to recognize is when Zoroark has that Comfey collar, it's like you're fighting 2 Pokemon, and when players play Zoroark at this level, it's like they're fighting 3 I mean, this Pokemon is unbelievable in the hands of a skilled player.
E for everyone.
You can see the commitment that Revelation
From you.
has to getting Celestial online on that Zoroark, going back into that central area, picking up more and more farm. Now, everybody's squaring up here because at 8 minutes, we're going to get another crop of Swablu and Altaria. And that
Oh, there's
Revelation's
Zoroark going top lane again.
But take a look at
Now they're going
Revelation
mid lane.
Possibly cut off members of Luminosity heading from the top path right here. Heading down towards this fight. Pika Diff jumps in looking for a KO. Curios goes down.
Now we're going straight. Another Slow Smoke used. Celestial's trying to get a target. Heavy slam by Pika Diff on the
Oh, wait.
Trainer is able to pick up the
Ooh,
KO.
I thought,
scores are happening up top. So it's 35-30. Slowly
I thought Charmeleon was gonna 1v1 Zoroark for a second.
Extremely close.
Their feint was on cooldown, so I was like, oh, they might actually get the kill.
They're able to peel away from this. 77-30 right there. We had Revelation take the opportunity to score in the top half. Beautiful confusion right into that barrier there. And Luminosity Gaming deciding to score in the bottom path, continuing to keep the pressure on now. 115-30. Luminosity now has Charizard online.
It's too bad it's only Mr. Mime there. The Swablus are being homies right there.
On the upside, though, Luminosity did just get their Charizard online, which is a critical moment for them.
Leafeon actually went for an invade and Gabite while they went for
path as Slash Can's incredibly low on HP.
Second jungle clear was
Celestial,
actually pretty
chaser,
nice.
goes straight forward, and how is Slash still standing?
And like, look at Overlord. He's level 9 top lane Charizard. He's chilling now.
Revelation ready to secure it. Slash gonna try to stop them right there. Beautiful.
Like for a top lane Charmander or now a Charizard. Is this for World's qualification? Well, yes, but at the same time, the last team is already determined. Like the team that you see there, Revelation, they already qualified for Worlds. They took the last spot for the West.
Forces out the flowery fields forever. Now the chase continues. Celestial uses their Unite move. They're looking for Overlord.
So for international teams that are not Japan,
and here comes Trainer hiding in the
the final spot's been taken, so there's no more chances.
Opportunity to move in on Celestial, and they are moving in, looking for the KO right here. Leafeon with the Razor Leaf trying to get to them. They do big time Unite move, and they pick up 2.
That is a huge sequence of knockouts there for Luminosity Gaming. Zora, Comfy, and Mewtwo all go down immediately. Number 2, Pikachu is there.
Revelation. I know it's early, but you guys better wake up.
There we go, 223, 92. If you take a look,
Otherwise, it's going to be a very short series.
Already level 11. We talked about this speedster getting online early and staying powerful. This is exactly where you want it to be. A speedster with a level advantage is extremely difficult to deal with. On the other side of the map here, the highest level
Zoroark is already 2 levels down the Comfy, which is obviously not a good sign. You know, you start off strong, but you got to keep that momentum throughout the game. Otherwise,
Celestial there knows exactly where Kyrios is, forces out the fire spin. They're going to have to retreat. Big Mewtwo Y Unite, and that forces out Mr. Mime Showtime. Bliss Assistant's going to help save Kyrios.
ooh, nice sidestepping, nice juking. Lumiere actually goes down in the 1v2. Unfortunate.
Right back upstairs. Oblivion does take care of 1, but now they're going to pay for it. KO Shrika 2 for Trainer.
Wow, and the only one left standing is the Snorlax being chased down by multiple members of Luminosity Gaming right here. Charizard seeing if they can keep up with them with that flamethrower there that gives Charizard that nice speed boost so it can continue burning the Snorlax. Pikachu actually, never mind, might make it out.
Nope, not at all. But you saw how clever the use of the Mr. Mime wall was, because once the block goes up...
You know it's a bad sign when pretty much everyone that matters on the enemy team is starting to outlevel your jungler.
Easy Regirock here for the side of Luminosity Gaming. Gonna give them that nice defense and...
Like Armor is a higher level, the enemy jungler is a higher level. They were tied with the Charizard.
Fine, I guess you are my little pod champ.
I was going Slide Storm.
Oh,
they lost it too to the Mr. Mime. Oh no, guys, this is going badly. They're losing not top but bottom side at the same time. 362 to 92. We're about 2 minutes away from Rayquaza. Jesus.
Bottom for Luminosity Gaming, 362 to 92, and we
not looking good, man. Not looking good. I'll say that.
Revelation will desperately need to secure and win a fight at it this point.
I feel like I'm getting deja vu here, Spray.
Let me turn off the subtitles. Does anyone here like?
Seems like it's almost written in stone. Immediately forcing out more Unites. Flowery Fields forever. Pinned against the wall with the Mr. Mime Confusion Barrier combo. They go down. Dispenza bites the dust. Now Mewtwo trying to get into the mix, but it's going to be a fruitless endeavor because all of Revelation has to retreat.
Well, I mean, Revelation right now really has one shot, one opportunity to seize everything they ever wanted, which is Rayquaza. And the question is, will they capture it or let it slip? What they need to do right now is stay on their side of the map, get as much experience as possible, and make a miracle play at Ray, taking down one of the big Pokemon on the side of Luminosity. I see Leafeon at level 15. If they can catch it somehow, that KO timer will be massive. They might have the ability to win this thing.
Right now, more experience going to the hands of LG. Revelation just trying to take...
That's a level 15 Leafeon for Rayquaza. That thing is huge.
Maybe trying to get one critical catch to get more experience. Overlord split from the rest of the squad. Forced out the power now.
That's an early Unite.
We're going for it.
Garchomp Mystery Unite, but like the Dragon Rush combo. Oh, nice
Overlord is going to make it out after expending their own Unite move to save themselves.
There's the Bliss
Oh,
assistant
no.
Flash coming in right now with the Showtime looking to end this fight.
Zork, Mr. Combo as well.
Garchomp goes down.
They're stuck.
They're chased by a Trainer. Trainer's going to be there and going for more action. Trainer goes right.
Oh my god, it's over. It's cooked. It's just, look at this. Unless Pikachu or Mewtwo can go with the steal.
Oblivion steps in. They're looking up a side shock. Bang! Mr. Mime again.
Flash with the secure.
Gaming with the easy secure, and they're marching their way to a big game.
That was just brutal to watch. I'm sorry, man. That was brutal.
Can anyone beat this team?
Like, Revelation may be a good team, but like looking, like seeing them play against LG, like there's an obvious gap. Ooh. It is only gaming number 1, guys. You know, maybe it's like they're easing into it. They need a warm-up game. Now they're awake and they're ready to clap back in game number 2.
And Luminosity feels like they're in a perfect position here. They get to run high.
Oh my god. Oh Jesus, they're dead again.
They don't even need to score here, dude.
Pack it up, boys. It's time for game number 2. Just forget about game number 1. It's cooked. It's over. It's over.
That beautiful Emerald 2-step sorts out 2 players instantly for Revelation, and that effectively puts the final nail in the coffin of Revelation for game 1.
That's right. If Trainer knows the gambit, I mean, he is making a name for himself out here as well.
All right, guys. It's a little early, but
we talked about this a bit yesterday.
I'll play the ad now, assuming they
Who would play that Zoroark without a Comfey lead?
start the next game immediately. We'll see. But, you know, 20 seconds left, 6:42, 92. You won't miss out on much, I assure you. The game is, even if all members of LG AFK'd right now, they still would win.
Revelation, LG certainly did. Holy smokes. That is a heck of a way to make a statement for LG and putting Revelation back in their place.
I mean, you might have said it woke him up, but they might have put him to sleep here in game number 1. Such an impressive victory from a team that, again, is considered possibly the best in the world. They won LAIC, they won EUIC, and now they are looking for that 3rd international title of the season. Also, these are back-to-back world champions in year 1 and 2 of the game.
Yeah, they're good. They are
ended
good
up being
at this
pretty
game.
good. Yeah,
I mean, 80k damage, 13 knockouts. Trainer, unsurprisingly, you know, buffing those numbers at the end of the game where we saw that amazing KO streak of 2, which honestly just felt like child's play. I mean, they just immediately just jumped in. We've got our stats on the side on our other monitor here. Anything that stands out for us?
Well, I mean, 85,000 damage from Kyrios here. So we talked about Armarouge being a breakout star Pokemon. One of the things that I think is best about it is it feels like anything that wants to dive it, whether it's a Zoroark, whether it's this Garchomp, whether they have a Talonflame that wants to crash in with Brave Bird, it feels like it can weather the storm as this attacker with Fire Spin, able to give itself these shields, have incredible recovery, and because of that, it's just a constant presence in these matches that is very difficult to deal with.
Now we're kind of seeing the trajectory of this game, and it's the purple line going straight up to the roof here, as it really was a one-note tune that LG was playing, and that was to win.
That's right. They looked incredible here in game number 1. It's about what we would expect out of Luminosity Gaming, and I'm hoping that Revelation can kind of kick into that gear that we saw them on yesterday. I mean, the kind of team that in day 1 took down Nouns Esports 2.
How's it going, Sheepy?
In day 2, they were
How
able
is
to
it going?
the Orange Juicers 3-0. Without question, this is the team that deserves to be here in the grand finals right now after the run that they were on yesterday.
The screen was like vibrating. I wasn't sure if that was me, like moving my desk, or that was the cameraman.
They're running into the monsters that are Luminosity Gaming.
We need these teams to figure out how to translate a great day 2 run into a championship Sunday performance. I know Revelation, you know, they left a lot to be desired there for themselves. I'm sure they're trying to work through it. But for some reason, Luminosity Gaming, every time they step into these situations, already feel like they've been playing all day, and they're walking in to just play another.
They're ready to go.
Continue that run.
They're running it back. Game number 2, ready to go.
Feels like, again, just completely disjointed, like they're being woken up, like they're having issues getting going, and Revelation needs to figure it out quick because they're running out of time.
Look, I don't think there's a scarier squad to
Are they going to speedrun Championship Sunday? Let's find out.
So incredibly well. They make very
There they are, game number 2.
in game number 1. They can deliver an dominant performance. Ban right away on the side of Revelation. They're making sure that Leafeon is not coming back into this match on the side of Luminosity. Inteleon banned away.
I understand completely. Blissey also going to earn a ban here. Huge ban rate on that support Pokemon. It's incredibly strong.
And we have Suicune for the final ban. This is a Pokemon that I really don't think should be making it through any draft, if I'm being honest.
Agreed.
I think Suicune is unbelievably busted right now in Unite. Just the slows, the stuns, the freezes from this Pokemon is incredible. First pick onto the side of...
Yeah, they're locking in, man. No more Santa hats. This is serious.
Blaziken, looked at as maybe the best all-rounder in the game that isn't Suicune right now. The combos are incredible, and if this Pokemon can get online, it can take over games.
Great picks. Duck, Hoopa back the other way, which means every other pick LG is going to have is going to be high octane. However, you are giving Pikadiff Snorlax, very predictable to great tank Pokemon. Pikadiff specifically incredibly strong on it. Oblivion yanking the Armarouge out of the hands of Curios, something that Curios has been playing a lot over the last 2 days, and obviously last game was no exception.
You know, this is what you start to see happen in a high-level match of Unite. As you're going back and forth through these drafts, you're starting to take things away from the enemy team that you know they desperately want, right? You're very aware of how that Curios has been crushing it on the Armarouge here. So you're going to steal that away from them in draft. On this other side here, Curios on the Talonflame. I don't know if that's going to be switched for Trainer. I feel like I've not seen Curios play much Talon.
Doesn't matter. It can flex between the two, and now they're just giving Trainer the opportunity. If he sees something he likes on the other side, he can make the call and they can swap, or he can pick up the Talonflame and nab something for Curios. And to me,
Okay, so they banned the Leafeon. They said enough is enough. We don't want to deal with that naked mole rat of a Pokemon. They banned the Leafeon. They banned the Blissey. Revelation also picked up the Armarouge. They denied the Blaziken from... Oh, is that a Decaduki? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Spear Shackle Decaduki in the building.
We're actually seeing it, you know, out here in NA. Feels like a strong picker. One thing that you have to recognize,
honestly, I fuck with it. The thing is that
and Revelation doesn't have the best dive on their side either.
Because of how much range it has,
brawling, but they're not that
it's so hard for someone on the enemy team to actually
you have some options there, but it really
get on top of them.
Like they're going to be able to get to Decidueye.
No swap. Trainer is taking Decidueye.
Yeah.
So rare do we see Trainer fighting from range. Razor Leaf Decidueye?
I do not.
There's no way.
I don't think we're seeing Razor Leaf Decidueye here as we head back to Thea Sky Ruins for this battle. Obviously, as you take a look at the
bro, they're bringing back the Kentucky Fried Chicken. They want... These guys aren't ready for the chicken smoke.
Ready for game number 2. Revelation, your purple team, Luminosity Gaming, your orange team, best of 5 grand finals, LG up 1 game.
Now, Revelation has to rally quickly here. Obviously, in terms of range, Luminosity has it covered.
You're scared for LG? Don't be.
On Decidueye, if they level up early and put the screws to Trainer.
Yeah, and here we are in the top path, seeing what we can do. Overlord actually possibly walking right by. They're trying to get a secure here. Moving in on Dispenza and Lunier, trying to get a KO right away as we head down to the bottom path immediately to see Curios having to peel back on Talon.
Yeah, good pressure put on by LG and good counter pressure in the bottom path by Oblivion and Pikadiff.
Yeah, and now we see them looking for some of this experience here. It's so vital early on if you can steal away some of that. Nice secure there from Luminosity, able to get Overlord level 4. Steenie now, but they really get online when they become Zarina at level 6.
We have that Dark Trick showing up.
The only thing about having a Decidueye jungle is that its early ganks are not that great. You can see the rotation from Lunier from the top to the bottom lane.
Away from path, and I think they've lost sight of it here.
They're afraid of the 4-man potential dive top lane. Oh! Well, actually, no, sorry. I thought they secured the big one, but...
Just a great tournament to begin with. Nice split scores here. Of course, on the bottom side, it's a big overload. You can't just take everything, so Slash is just playing safe, trying to A-press.
That is a triple Axel Serena, by the way.
But Overlord has
and now Serena's trying to be able... Because they're 1v1ing the Eldegoss, they're finally going to get their stacks. They have, what, 3 stacks right now?
in the top path. Now that they are Serena, they can brawl. They're playing the triple axle build, which will just let them continue to spin that kick through the opposing team, giving themselves some amazing recovery as well.
Oh, wow.
Time KO in the top path, and they're going to continue putting the pressure on here.
I mean, great job by Otter there again with the surf, pinning them against the wall, creating space, using the head.
That's a 5-stack Serena, by the way.
Comes Celestial trying to poach Overlord. Looks like they cleansed through it, and now they're into the back line, and they're going to keep the pressure on. Pikadiff is making Trainer scramble. Trainer's in a lot of trouble. No way.
You guys don't want to be so clumped up for Serena this early into the game. Okay, they got the kill on Overlord.
Here we go. Talon having to run away.
Eldegoss secured the kill, but oh man, that is not pretty, man. The thing about Serena is like No, Serena's running triple axle, not stomp. Triple axle.
Players for Revelation taking to the skies as Curios crash landing after that fly on top of the other team. Otter's low on
Oh my, double kill for Overlord. What I was going to say is the thing about Serena is like the thing that makes it somewhat of a liability is the early game, but if you overcome the early game, oh man, this is just not looking good for Luminosity. And they got a Hoopa for those fast rotations too, so now they already won bottom lane.
Leaving with nothing. And of course, in response, Revelation able to take Regieleki, and we see the knock-knock arrow in tandem with Overlord, gets another knockout, and they're going to be able to rip Regieleki right where it spawned here. Dispenza going to step up, he's hiding in the bushes, big overheat, does hit Overlord, he walks into that one, Portal is down, is Overlord going to make it? No. Now they're below half HP, but nobody can follow up.
Yeah, they cannot chase in on that fight because they know they are just going to be peppered with those arrows from Trainer. Decidueye able to play at some pretty incredible range, and I really do think if you look at Revelation's comp, it's going to be very difficult to get back there and stop them, so they are going to be putting out a ton of damage. Otter in a little bit of trouble right here, being blocked into the wall. Curios just watching from the tall grass, deciding whether or not they want to fight here, flying up into the air and peeling back.
Now we're sitting on pad. We've got 3 players just hanging out. Spirit Shackles is going to be able to help close that distance, especially with the range they're putting on. Able to, of course, get some of that action too. Luminosity is playing incredibly well.
Yeah, Luminosity is doing very well here, but Revelation way more in this game than game number 1. 57-114 right now. A little bit of a fight possibly breaking air. Look at, once again, that Psychic onto the Blaze again. They're moving in for the fight. Talonflame up into the air going for Celestial, and Celestial goes down.
Great surf to pin them against the wall. Pikadiff block is going to try and space Otter out from the rest of the team, allowing Armarouge to get on top of Trainer. 3 players down. They need to get a quality KO. They do. Trainer does go down. That's at least something. Get some of that experience back. Pikadiff is going to have to defend this goal zone. They're going to do their best in the face of 3. Nice block, and Overlord just immediately Grassy glides back in. Here comes Dispenza for the support, filling in their role well. Celestial picks up, puts down, slash can, poached, and KO'd.
And here we have 7 seconds until this bottom Reggie hits the map here with multiple members of Revelation. They are ready to fight. We don't have the Hoopa down here to bring the team down with their Unite move. The knock-knock arrow is out, and Registeel is being ripped apart by Revelation.
Yeah, we'll see if LG even wants to make a play for it. Maybe just looking for knockouts. Go for that prayer Spirit Shackle, but in the face of 5, it's difficult.
I think Decidueye could have gone for the kill there. I know they want to try for the objective, but I think they could have killed secured the Snorlax when they got stunned by the Psyduck before they got their Unite move off.
Want to do. Let's send in Celestial, buy some time, and everybody else leave.
And you can see Curios here actually spending some time in the central area of Revelation, trying to take away this Excelgor buff right here. Getting blocked into the wall, but able to get it still. Talonflame, incredibly mobile, really difficult to deal with. Otter, once again, just pestering them with that Psyduck Psychic. Maybe the most annoying Pokemon to play against in the entire game. Psyduck is...
No, we have a 142 point difference right now.
Frustrating for the opposing team.
Despite how things are going, although it looks like Luminosity are dominating like every fight, the points at the very least are closer than it was last game.
Fly in, Celestial's low. Overlord uses their Unite move on them. Single isolation target down. Right into the back line. Overlord continues. They finally
okay, so they trade 1 for 1, 1 for 2 in favor of Luminosity.
Not good enough. Portal's going to reset Curios so they can come back through. Yes. Knock arrow is out. They're going to get that back in time.
Ooh. Oh, the Regieleki crashed though. Keep that in mind. That's 50. There's the portal.
Luminosity Gaming is hitting every single vibe they can.
Wow, beautiful
Okay,
play there.
just when I said the point lead is not that big, well, it just got bigger because that Regieleki walked in for free. 295 to 57, that is easy.
Beautiful stuff there. 57-295 with a minute until Rayquaza. Now, Dubsnax, obviously Rayquaza can change a lot in a match, but when you're already down by hundreds of points, even if you get it, the opposing team has a lot of opportunities to stay in the
What is that, 238 points?
I'm flabbergasted. Revelation
Not a
is
good
fine
deficit.
and figure something out right now. This Regirock's the next target here, and we're going straight for the body, son. The fly into
Oh,
the
Serena goes down.
Dealt with quickly, but the Rings Unbound Hoopa is laying some good stuns. The exchange is a 2-for-1. Now we're trying to stun down Oblivion. They're going to retreat, and now this Regirock becomes easy money for LG.
Beautiful stuff from LG, and the Spirit Shackles from Trainer have been on point, catching 2 in that fight in a massive way. The longer range Decidueye is at, the more damage it will actually do with that Spirit Shackle. So it being able to stay out of these engagements is perfect for it right here. Just trying to see who they can find with their Shadow Sneak. And we have Kyrios hopping in, landing on him with Fly, getting a lot of information for LG. They get to decide how they want this to go.
Nice little move there by Oblivion. We're taking to this guy's...
Oh! Flash engage from Oblivion. Pops his Ignite move onto the side duck. Armrouge is actually going down early to Serena. Ooh!
3 players down, and Revelation is obviously looking to flip the script. Overlord is standing tall by themselves, but they're in the face of 4. On the timer is Armrouge. Overlord is there going straight in. They want the bodies. Flame sweep into the middle here, as they're going to keep the pressure on. Fly is too early, and now it's off cooldown.
Oh!
Secured by Revelation. They are down by 240 points. They need a lot of scores here, but they've got a lot of shields.
That's right. We are in double time right now, so these 50 points are hundo burgers, everyone. 357, 295. They are up as members of LG are now scrambling, trying to figure out what they can do.
Still not over, technically. Still not over.
What a beautiful fight. With 3 down,
But the fact that they all got caught in the choke.
Talon with the fly too early, and Revelation able to secure, but with a minute left, LG is looking to fight.
Yeah, they're down by, 60 points, and they've got an opportunity here. They need to take some knockouts first. Bang, there goes Celestial. Now they're putting the pressure on, but we've got a hundo going back on the backside. Now it makes the mission a lot tougher for LG. They're backing here. We still have shields. We got to put the pressure on. Pinned against the wall by Picadip is Kyrios. Heavy slam there. Portal is down. Power nap right on top of it, and perfectly timed fly by Kyrios to reset.
Yeah, here we go. 457, 295 at this point. They have to make 2 huge scores here. We have the Eldegoss in the air. Talon trying to make a play, landing into an overheat and getting absolutely destroyed.
Overlord in the back line. There's not enough players still standing. This defense is going to stand tall. KO Streaka 2 for the Blaziken as they keep on pushing. And Revelation steps back into this one and takes a win.
Well, we were wondering when Revelation was going to wake up.
And we got ourselves a series.
Well, the prediction was 3-1, and we are one step closer for that to materialize. However, we know that Revelation would like to turn that on its head and 3-1 back the other way.
What a fight by Revelation. We talked about it earlier in the match, Dubsnax, keeping it so much closer than game number 1, and they needed that. That Rayquaza fight was very close, but once a couple Pokemon start going down, the dominoes start falling. Luminosity can't stop them. Kyrios moves in too early with Talonflame. You love to see the Flame Sweep, you love to see the Fly, but look at the patience on Revelation in that moment to say, all right, just stop hitting the Rayquaza, let them use all their moves, and then we will secure.
Yeah, I mean, well timed, baited that out perfectly. Overlord having themselves a heck of a game, but that just wasn't quite enough because the team fight was too strong. And keep in mind, they didn't even knock Overlord out in that final fight. They knocked everybody else out.
Hoopa didn't have their Unite move for that Rayquaza team fight. Not to mention, because they were so clumped up together in that little pixel brush, as well as like the choke point, like the little corridor area leading towards their jungle. When they got flash engaged on, like, it just forced the fight. And the people that were basically fragile little daffodils, the Hoopa with that Unite move, the Decidueye, they're the ones that get taken
not
out.
only secure the damage, you have to secure the objectives, and you have to get the KOs when it matters. Those 3 KOs.
Thing is, I don't know if LG had vision of the Buzzwole though.
Absolutely. It gave them just the
Until it was too late. Because the Buzzwole walked all the way around the Rayquaza pit from the top side, and then they ejected and, like, SmackDown Superpower United all at once.
Everybody get on the same page, back on Rayquaza, secure.
Luminosity Gaming with our first ban here. Once again, Inteleon not making it out into Thea Sky Ruins. The Leafeon, the targeted ban there from Revelation. We have the Psyduck, and then we finally have the Blissey, which does mean first pick Suicune is available if they want it, and they take it right away.
It's so incredibly strong. I am unsurprised as well. It asks a lot of questions out of Revelation here. How are you going to react to it? And immediately into the
And I said this before, but like when I saw the nerfs for Suicune, I told you guys like it wouldn't make a difference. The nerfs weren't enough. Like half-second cooldowns or like 0.5-second cooldown reductions to Suicune was not going to be enough to nerf that Pokemon.
Everything they want. They've kind of conceded to Picadiff that Picadiff will be playing the Snorlax.
Sure.
They would love to take it if
Without
they left it open, but that's fine. You can have the Snorlax. This Suicune could be a huge difference maker. And you'll notice if Otter is going to be the player playing this Pokemon, it has the EXP share on. So some players will play this as more of a carry, but a lot of teams are flexing Suicune into a more supportive role. You're still doing crazy damage, but more importantly, you're powering up your allies with your EXP share. You're staying in the fight with something like the Buddy Barrier and Focus Band, and at the same time, stunning, slowing, and freezing them. Final 2 picks over here to Luminosity. They want to hang out with that Serena and Trainer once again. The only Zoroark player I feel like who doesn't need a Comfey is Trainer.
Duraludon on camera here. Now, you mentioned it. Luminosity Gaming, you look at their composition, there's not a secure...
Oh my god, is that the secret pick Duraludon? Is this the secret tech to beat LG? Oh my goodness. It's time. Unleash the fridge.
Pokemon, I mean, we take a look at that 2% pick rate. We saw the same thing on the Charizard, right? Another 2%. We're going to have to find out if this Duraludon...
I respect the spiciness, but I don't know. I'm not much of a Duraludon believer. I will say that.
Oftentimes in a solo queue environment. In a coordinated setting, you almost never see it, but this is the team that brings it out.
Well, okay, let's do it. I mean, game 3 in the grand finals.
Let's go.
What do you have to lose?
I mean, the thing is like,
on the wall as you can and see what sticks. And maybe Duraludon is the
I don't know what moveset they're planning to go,
to take the lead in this grand final set.
but
One thing is for sure,
the one thing I don't like about Duraludon specifically against this team composition is the fact that you're picking into a Serena Zoroark, and they have so much dive potential.
the question is, can you actually trip...
Like, regardless of whether you go Flash Cannon or Dragon Pulse, like, if Serena or Zoroark want to dive you, they will. But realistically, they're just going to dive whoever's the biggest threat in the enemy team. Or whoever's, like, a free pick to begin with. But maybe Revelation knows something that we don't. Because they were last pick. So they could have picked anything, but they actually locked in the Duraludon last pick.
It is so strong. And don't forget, it just got nerfed, and it's still taking over the game.
Yeah, it's unbelievably powerful. It got some small nerfs, and it is still doing great. A lot of teams will not let this through, and we'll see if Revelation is going to pay for that mistake. Early rotation here by the Mew, putting a lot of pressure on the top path immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Mew getting a good buff, and in that area, able to put a lot of pressure on. Quick rotation, too, because it doesn't need much.
Oh.
Can they get Dispenser or Lunier? They're on the chase.
Lunier doesn't have a eject, but he dies.
With the Astonish, and that's 3 players down in a heartbeat, and I'll tell you what, that looked real good.
I mean,
That was really bad.
Right there, the slows,
they had the early rotation top lane to try to,
they're putting the pressure on.
I guess, prevent Overlord from scaling too quickly, but
really just setting up, you know, they're so powerful compared to what Revelation has here. They're looking for bodies. Here comes Oblivion, and we're going...
Okay, it is Flash Cannon Duraludon.
Suicune gets a knockout on Torchic. Look at the damage, though, that Oblivion was able to put onto Luminosity Gaming, leading to a KO of Overlord, and now the pressure continues.
Take a look at this here. I mean, this Flash Cannon Duraludon actually doing some serious work in the top path, pushing back LG. They were able to pick up a KO right there, so it might be a difference maker in this match.
It certainly was in that moment, because if Oblivion did not show up, Revelation did not have enough in the tank there. It would have been an absolute crime scene with Trainer just ripping through all those bodies.
Now we have Luminosity getting ready for this fight here in the middle at 8 minutes as we're trying to give as much experience as we can over to our Blaziken on the side of Revelation. Really doesn't get online until it hits level 7, kind of level 8.
Oh, nice little poach there back. We're going to see if we can get some knockouts. The portal are down.
Oh, they didn't kill the Armor Rouge.
Back through the portal is Curios. The pressure continues. But really, Overlord just
the Armor Rouge was blaze kicked into the entire team. Not only did they not get the kill, but like, you don't necessarily want a Fire Spin Armor Rouge in the middle of your entire team. So them not getting the kill on that as well is just like extremely unfortunate.
Right back through the portal is Overlord, not willing to give up on these knockouts, and they get one. The Flash Cannon Dura, though, putting in a little bit of work, but is it enough work? No.
The Flash Cannon Duraludon doesn't seem to be paying off so far, but I mean, like, I'm willing to have an open mind until the game is over. But like right now, it's not looking good. They're so far down in experience. You have 2 level 9s on the side of LG, almost 3. And the highest level on your team is level 7. There's a 3 level difference, 3 to 4 level difference on the enemy jungler by themselves. Oh boy. A large part of that is more so due to the fact that they tried to play aggressive in the top lane, and then they got wiped.
Celestial, great work there, of course, coming through as now Trainers just looking for bodies. They want fights. Overlord used their Unite move to isolate Picadiff. The portal is there, but the Grassy Glide says from Overlord, I'm going towards targets. I'm not going towards resets. There's another KO. Picadiff goes down. 4 players down. Dispenza nowhere in sight. They don't want to step up and want that action because it's a KO streak.
246 to 11. You have exponential level differences on the other side. Oh my god, this is actually painful to watch, kind of. Still keeping an open mind, but it doesn't change the fact that it's ugly to watch so far. I don't know. Like, I don't know if Revelation were practicing Duraludon in secret, or if they thought it was just like a good against their team comp, which is questionable at best, but they're just fodder, man.
Here we are, 246 to 11. I mean, if Revelation was heating up, Luminosity is shutting them down right now, putting them back in the freezer here. Lunier trying to get a KO here on Overlord, not able to slap them though.
Yeah, now they're trying to collapse 4v3 on the 3 players of LG that have left themselves exposed. Oh, great Suicune Unite.
Oh, the Armor Rouge Unite move onto the Eldegoss.
To run out themselves. They pop their Unite move just to be able to get out of dodge. So in exchange there, let's give up Otter, our experienced share support player, in lieu of getting everybody else out safely.
3:24 now, 2:11 at the 5-minute mark. Luminosity absolutely taking over this game, and they still have 2 tier 2 goal zones up. Regirock being ripped apart right here. Revelation coming in, trying to make something happen. Eldegoss up into the air.
Oh.
There's the revolving ruin, but it's not enough.
Isolated again. Lunier is by Overlord. The chase is on, and that Duraludon is trying to do what it can, but when it puts that big ring, that is a ring that Luminosity wants to fight in. Celestial now goes down. Overlord on this Zarina. Last game, objectively.
Yeah, this might be the actual...
Now they got to put the pressure on. Overheat is there, Otter half HP, but Overlord easily gets out. The mobility that Zarina has is just too strong.
Yeah, Zarina just able to combo.
They're down 320 points on the dot. 320.
Zarina from Luminosity is relentless here as Trainer is setting up this Regieleki. Overlord now moving up here, and it looks like Revelation is just going to have to defend their tier 2 goal zone.
Something that we want to mention with Hoopa, because it is the Portal Hoopa and that those tier 1s are still available, they can open what we like to call the hyperspace highway and go up and down between paths very quickly. Because of that, it makes it difficult for Revelation to find value. Or
There's the Hoopa portal to the bottom lane. Keep that in mind. Hoopa Unite move in the bomb lane. Duraludon goes down. Elgot's trying to defend. It's a 3 versus 1. I think maybe even 4 versus 1 because I can't see. Yep, 4 versus 1. 6, 21, 50. That's an overcap of 38 in the bomb lane. They're down 400. Oh, Duraludon Unite move actually gets canceled too. Which is actually kind of good in this situation because like it wasn't going to get anything done. But they're down 412 points. That is one of the biggest point discrepancies going into Rayquaza in this entire tournament. 412.
They would need 5 members to score after that fight. It could happen, but they're behind on levels, way behind on score, and it feels like they're just being dominated here in Game 3.
Look how easily they're baiting out that flash cannon from Duraludon. As soon as the Duraludon plants its feet and starts firing, they're able to get out of dodge quickly. And Otter is really the only one that is in harm's way there. Nice Whirlpool, Ice Beam, Freeze, and now all of a sudden this Regirock's back on the table for both.
Look at Zoroark, guys. Right behind Oblivion.
With the Unite move at 230, the Suicune with the
230 Unite. Oh.
Look at LG, just moving through the entire squad.
Yeah. I think it's over now.
The good news is for Revelation, they'll all be back in time for Ray. The bad news is you're looking at absolute monsters on the other. This is like
I don't think, like, I respect the spicy pick. Trust me, like, I would love to see Duraludon work in the ECS as much as the next person, but like, this pick was not it.
Here we go. We got ourselves a Ray fight here. Pikachu with a decent engage. Great follow-up surf combination.
Look at how much damage the Armored Unite move did on Duraludon. It took off 75% of their HP. Just the Unite move alone. Mew's dead. Eldegoss is dead. Snorlax is trying to frontline against 5 people. Or sorry, 4 people. Like, that's 588 point difference before Rayquaza is even taken. You might get a 1,000 point... Yeah, you might get the biggest point difference in the entire tournament. At least for the live matches. We'll see.
199 points to 11. One of the most brutal matches I have seen in a grand finals. I really do think
it was brutal. It was brutal. 851, 909. The points are still coming in. The tallies are still going in. 1,021 to 11. That is 1,010 point difference.
We don't want you to be embarrassed on this big stage, so we'll give up a game and then we'll just rally back from there.
This is the LG saying, don't ever pick Duraludon against us ever again. You put too much disrespect on the LG brand. 1,081, that's a 1,074 point difference. And the points are still climbing. Are they going to go over 9,000? 1,231, that's a 1,220 point difference. Wait, they need more points. They need more points.
Absolutely unbelievable performance in Game 3.
That was tough. That was tough to watch.
Honestly, I had some fun watching.
I mean, it was fun to watch, but like it was tough to watch. You know what I mean? It's just like, ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's right. Ooh. Bro, they're just moving the bodies back to the base, man. Oh, like that's it, man. Like they were absolutely giga cooked.
I think it might be a little worse for us.
With Zoinks and Teleon on the map, curtains. We're down 2K minimum.
Yeah, that was tough. Luminosity Gaming up 2-1. I always do feel like a match like that, the silver lining for Revelation is it can't get any worse than that.
Right.
It can't be any worse than that. Whatever happened in that, change it all. Don't give them Suicune. Don't play Duraludon. Let's go back to something that worked for us.
I don't even think Duraludon was necessarily like the issue.
Yeah, but I think it'll be a great scapegoat. You just can't pick it up after that.
That's also true. That's also true. But like you said, we've seen teams bounce back very well from these situations because you just go, well, that's, again, as bad as it can possibly go. It's easy to throw that to the side and be like, that's clearly not the team we are. But that is the man that is. And Zarina, flashbacks to year one when he was stomping mud holes and walking them dry with this Zarina, this time not using stomp, but the grassy glide triple axel.
Yeah, beautiful plays once again from Overlord. We talked about it when that Reggie Alecki push was happening in the top path. Just Overlord up there fighting against 3 members of Revelation. Of course, had a little backing from that Reggie Alecki, but with this Pokemon, with the combos, with the passive Queenly Majesty, able to reset your moves and give you either a large shield or some incredible healing, depending on how you decide to play. It's just really difficult to take this Pokemon down, especially in the hands of such a skilled player.
I'm not gonna lie. I want to see Overlord lock in Zarina again.
Yeah,
yes. It looked terrific in game 2. Like I said, despite them losing, he looked very good on that Pokemon.
I mean,
it's a lot of fun to watch because we don't
look, as much as I want to blame the Duraludon because I think it was a terrible pick, and it didn't have a lot of value that game. Like, if you look at how many times, or if you look at what Duraludon did for the game versus how many times they died, it's pretty much like apparent that you didn't get a lot of value out of that Pokemon. But at the same time, the big thing was the very start of the game when 3 people tried to play extremely aggressive and then they all died. They all got wiped. Let me see if I can show you guys something.
There's a lot you can do against a Pokemon like that with Buzz.
Okay, so let's take a deep breath here. Let's try and help Revelation solve this mystery.
Yeah.
Like you said, Duraludon becomes an easy scapegoat. I don't necessarily think it was like the deal breaker here, like the reason they lost by any means. But you have to understand you've got changes to make. Again, and that's objectively the easiest one to start with, right?
Without question, I also think handing over the central area of
That's wild work. That was
you
banana lands. You cannot do that.
Little stat here on the screen, Luminosity Gaming, 1 win away from being the NAIC
As the Torchic is running away from Path, and I think they've lost sight of it here.
Yeah, it looks like they're in LAIC, in the top EUIC, they're going to give a
I'm just gonna pause the stream temporarily just to like show you guys this.
there by Dispenza.
Well done.
Impressive.
Slash is just playing safe, trying to A press and prevent as many scores as possible.
Oh, this is the wrong game. I'm too far back. Whoops.
Beautiful stuff. Damage. Top path, pushing back LG. They were able to.
Oh, they're putting the pressure. Yeah, I mean, Mew getting a good buff.
So like this right here is where it goes wrong because this also screws over Lumiere as well. So they tried to play very aggressive. Like obviously you can see it's a 3 versus 2. So they went for the early rotation top lane to try to shut down this top lane from getting like ahead early. So they tried to like delay their power spiking. But the problem is like if you look right here, this is just unfortunate because you can see Lumiere eject button from here to try to get the berry to deny Overlord from getting the HP sustain. But not only did they eject button, they didn't stop Overlord from getting the berry. So what's even worse is that you use your resource to escape to try to play aggressive, and then you don't execute it properly, which is like the whole purpose of you like sending 3 people top very early to make this aggressive play. They also gave the red buff over to Dispenza to try to help with the, early game lane pressuring with the lane bullying through your auto attacks. But yeah, they didn't get the berry. And then not only that, now Zoroark is going to be level 5. Hoopa's rotating up. It's bad.
In that area, able to put a lot of pressure on.
Then you can see Hoopa right here. Like, they got the AoE stun. Torchic doesn't have eject button. The stuns from Suicune, like, early game is just, it's brutal, man.
One of the most most disruptive Pokemon, a completely unique playstyle, able to disappear from the map, find opportunities to score and disrupt the enemy team. I'm so excited to see Revelation bring it out here. And we were just talking about this Aegislash, you're right. The secure, unbelievable on that Unite move coup de grace. If you are able to land it, it's a narrow path. You know, you've really got to thread that needle, but if you do, incredible secure. And Trainer picking up the Mimikyu, probably the only player that I think is legally allowed to play Mimikyu. Everyone else needs to go to prison for 3 months if they play Mimikyu, but not Trainer.
Yeah.
We call that
If you play Mimikyu and you're not Trainer, prison. If you're Zoinks and you play Inteleon, prison.
I can't wait to see what he does with this. He is
hopefully win, right?
You have a good night, Sheepy. Maybe during coaching combo, I don't know what they were trying to cook. I don't know either, truthfully. Whatever their intentions were, or whatever their game plan was, it was not the one to try against LG.
Now finally getting to play with that Snorlax, the Pokemon he's known for. I mean, you can see him holding it in the picture right there. And then Curios on the Mewtwo-Y. Curios is one of those players that is solid on.
And the thing is, like, funnily enough, at level 5, Duraludon's Flash Cannon is not bad at all. Like Duraludon at level 5 is actually pretty good if you're going Flash Cannon, because the raw damage is just relatively strong. The problem is, it's contradicting to kind of the rest of the team, because like you got a Gossifleur, you got a Torchic, and then you also had a, what was the third pick? Or sorry, what was the other pick? A Mew. Like, they don't necessarily complement or synergize well with each other in the early game.
Number 4, Luminosity Gaming up 1 game. Revelation needs this to stay in this tournament and tie it.
But this time around, Revelation have a strong early game team. Like, they have Leafeon, they got, you know, Mamoswine, aka Swinub. Sableye early game is also pretty annoying to deal with.
Some good opportunities for the sword, and we'll be trying to do that for the whole team all game long.
Yeah, nice secure there from Luminosity, but you did see the Thief there on Dispenza. So they were able to take all of the Eos energy from Luminosity, which means they can't make a.
But on the other side, although their early game is not that great, their late game is pretty disgusting. Mewtwo, Mimikyu, Blaziken, and giving up early kills. Like, early game kills may not seem like a big deal, because obviously if you play appropriately, you can recover from early game deficits. The problem is like, giving experience to people that need it, considering their early game is terrible, like, that's 2 kills to Overlord on a Torchic. That's what you should be trying to avoid, not like. It's just kind of painful to watch, man. But now they evolve.
Revelation, Sableye is back, but it could be going down just as fast. Nice big knockoff combo, trying to get a KO, and they don't.
Man, this is this is actually just so brutal.
Working in tandem, the psychic types read into the future and said, "Not Overlord going down today."
Ooh, Overlord in some trouble right here. Leafeon moving up, he could look for a KO, but not able to dive deep enough to take Overlord down.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of see dragging the Bunnelby onto the pad where they're a little bit more safe. Good fear on that boosted auto there by Dispenza, but now they're in the deep waters here.
Yeah.
Quite literally with that.
Dispenza has already died 3, I think 3, maybe even 4 times in less than 2 minutes. That's just awful. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I would say that if I was playing a solo queue game and I saw my teammate dying that many times, like, legitimately, I would like already have started molding. Like, the fact that they're dying this much this early on is just like, it's just bad, and that's me being polite about it. Like,
quick fun fact, last game was the most.
The thing is like,
lopsided victory
in a solo queue match, like dying 3 times like very early on makes a difference. But like when you die 3 times that early on against LG, arguably the best team in the region, maybe even the world, it's like you're not doing yourself any favors. Those small little instances of you may think like those small instances instances of you thinking it may not necessarily matter, it does matter.
While the Regice is going on,
Because the guy that is literally playing the one of the, like an arguably weak early game Pokemon is now level 9, the highest level in the game, tied with Mimikyu and Leafeon.
Sure that this sword is kept down to a low enough level that they can contend with it. And now Lunier in a lot of trouble because, like I said, the priority from LG is there. We've got a Trick Room Mimikyu here, slashing up Pikadiv, pinned against the wall.
And like, let's not forget that this is a game point. If LG win this, it's over. It's done. Like grand finals over. It's gonna be a short stream.
18 for the first time in forever. Luminosity Gaming actually behind in a match.
That's kind of why I was like a little surprised that they're doing the grand finals by themselves on a separate day, just because like it's so. It was gonna be short. There's no bracket reset. There's no.
That's gonna be able to step up. Leafeon particularly good at that.
Like other games to play, I think it's just these guys. I'm pretty sure.
As Revelation is going to need to try to defend against 5 members of LG.
The block isolation attempt was fruitless, but the Mimikyu Unite rings true. As now, all of a sudden, Trainer's in a lot of trouble. Oblivion gets the knockout. Regieleki's on the doorstep, and they're putting the pressure on. Mew's on the chase. They want the Otter knockout, and they're coming through here.
Oh!
Them back, and now the Mega Mewtwo puts the pressure on and creates the space they need. Right back into the action is Lunier. Curios tries to get out, but they can't. Oblivion getting another one.
Big time boosted attack there from the Mew, right? I mean, it does so much damage, even more damage the further away you are on Mew, and you charge it up just by using your moves and hitting your opponents. Really difficult to deal with, and you saw how much coordination Revelation had in that push in the top path. They are in this game. It is
100%.
very close. 142, 118. We have a Reggie spawning here in the bottom path in 5 seconds, and it actually looks like Luminosity is going to leave it and instead score in the tier 2 goal zone.
Yeah, they're going through the scoring route. Look at that. They're leaving everything up to Slashcan downstairs. And how is Revelation going to adjust? Oblivion does land on pad, puts pressure on with the Solar Beam. The Surf is there to create space. Trainer going straight into the back line. The cover there by Celestial using the Emerald 2-step is enough to get a knockout and bully all of LG out of there.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Revelation now securing the Reggie Rocket. It is unbelievable.
I mean, Revelation are defending, like they're defending.
Just a game ago where they were getting
They were ready for the cheeky back cap attempt.
Winning it here in game 4.
Yeah, I mean, and now that experience lead that LG had is gone, and a Revelation is turning the tides back in their favor with another KO streak of 2. I mean, Celestial and this Leafeon is something to be feared because right now they're taking over the game. Ice Fang reposition, easy knockout on Curios. Slashcan sitting on pad, but the push is coming. Revelation looking for that action. They're trying to make this a difference maker.
Oh, but 2 of them just kind of walked into the
pendulum back
overheat.
Yeah, LG pushing them back from this goal zone. Obviously, Revelation.
Like it looked like Revelation were in the driver's seat there, but they just lost all their momentum off that.
Take this, Regieleki. This is going to open some really good
like
scoring opportunities for
diving a Blaziken after they reset is always going to be like a rough time. Because the thing is, like, especially if you're in that overheat range, you just lose like half your HP off that one skill.
Oh, Pikadiv out of the bushes, Earthquakes onto the pad, looks for an Ice Fang reposition, can't quite get Otter, but there goes Trainer immediately. Back to back there for Oblivion with this Mew here, and all of LG again sent scrambling by great counter pressure by Rev.
Wow, I mean, Revelation able to stop that. They had the Aegislash having to babysit the Regieleki in the top path.
I mean, even if it goes to game 5, it's still going to be a short stream. Like, if I look at the timestamp, it's probably like been, what, an hour?
Right now, up above LG for the first time in this series. Nice play here from Dispenza, but you can see the teleport there from Mewtwo able to stop that from going in. Incredibly close match. You have to wonder how LG wants to play this. Knowing that there is a bottom Reggie that will give Revelation a huge buff, they also have to recognize that being behind on the scoreboard is a terrible position for them for Ray, and this could turn into the Rayquaza fight.
Slashcan immediately goes down. You can't make this Rayquaza fight now if you're LG. You got
okay, they trade 1 for 1. That is the jungler for the defender, by the way. Like, Leafeon is a core component of that team's damage, so they 1 for 1, but they get the objective, which is the Regirock. So they got those enhanced defensive stats for the next minute and 30 seconds.
2 minutes on the clock. Could be the
So there's a
last
Regirock buff on 4 of them.
LG behind
That's going to be up for another 75 seconds.
commanding position right here. They don't need to be the ones to make the big play. Just trying to get some information, find out exactly where members of LG are, hitting the confuse ray on Trainer, and we now get to see however LG wants to play this fight.
Okay, look at that. Slash sussing out where Pikatif is, goes for the heavy slam, creates separation. Pikatif going for an engagement.
Oh! Celestial tried to go aggressive on the Blaziken and pop the X-Attack and Unite move and didn't get squat.
The pressure continues. Coup de grace is not going to knock out, but Trainer does go down. Let's see how these exchanges continue. Dispenza in the
There's no one focusing the Mewtwo. Mewtwo's literally just left alone.
Luminosity Gaming's on the chase, and Lunier goes down as well. It's just Pikatif with almost every.
That was an overzealous play from Leafeon. Like, even if Leafeon lands the entire thing, they're coming back. Do they make it in time? They got a Blaziken, and it's Overlord, too. That's it.
Luminosity Gaming is going to go scramble to score. They've got a ton of shields. You talk about your book of revelations. Well, the book of Luminosity Gaming says we just whooped your.
I think they cut you off, Doomstacks. 142, 398 with 35 seconds left. It doesn't look like there is anything Revelation can do. The prophecy from Luminosity, a 3-1 victory as LG wins LAIC. LG wins.
I mean, I think it was Otter that did predict it. He predicted a 3-1. Oh yeah, 100%. Even if Leafeon's full combo land, I don't think the X-Attack, Unite move, and Razor Leaf still one-shots a Blaziken at level 15. Oh, I think they were level 14 to be fair, but like...
Luminosity Gaming, you said maybe the best to ever do it. One of the best to ever.
And it's kind of sad though, because like Revelation were holding their own for a good majority of that match. Like, I think they could have played it out much slower rather than force that engage. And when you pop your Unite, like your Leafeon Unite move for one person, you don't even get the kill on that. That's just unfortunate. Because then, like Leafeon without Leafeon Unite move, Leafeon without Unite move is similar to Absol. Like you have very little.
Some of the greatest to ever do it. An amazing run there by Revelation. Yeah, I think they took LG to one of the most difficult grand finals we've actually ever seen them have. I mean,
Impact is all.
3-0. So that was.
Well, that's it, guys. That's the stream. We were live for an hour and 20 minutes.
Amazing game 2 for Revelation, and what a Cinderella story for them. Walking into this event, the final stretch, without the invite to Worlds, and I do think they're a team that is very much deserving of that after we've seen them play here.
I think their stream is dying, by the way.
It can't be overstated. Luminosity Gaming is a unique force in Pokemon Unite. They are the best team to ever play the game.
Yo, what's up, Chan?
Revelation,
Yo, what up, gamer? How's it going on that side of the Pokemon world?
I want everybody to not lean on that.
Chan be like, yo, it's over. Let's pitch it to this channel.
Yes, that was a lopsided victory for LG in that moment.
Bro, like...
Chan be like, oh wow, this is so boring. Obviously, it's one-sided. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Bounce back
What
from
a
that
great game, huh?
big loss in Game 3 to being
Nobody
in
saw this
charge
coming.
going into Rayquaza in
Also,
Game 4.
Leafeon did.
Unfortunately, across from them was LG.
Yeah.
Those opportunities too often. They gave him one, they took it, and took the victory along with it.
Hold on one second.
What a team of super.
I don't know what's going on, but it seems like the Pokemon Unite streams are dying.
To pick on the Blaziken, but they were cautious.
Yeah. They
Almost got the Blaziken.
They also got stunned at the end with the heavy sand.
Hello and Curios
Yeah.
up on the main stage, about to give an interview for this squad. I mean, what an amazing.
Is Pokemon Go already done?
run.
Or have they not started yet?
Ever be matched.
You know what? You're right. I don't think it'll ever be repeated again. This is a very special team here. let's go down to our interview on stage. Kello and Kyrgios, take it away.
Here we are, folks, your winners of the North America International Championship, Luminosity Gaming. Let's hear it once again. Now we have Kyrgios here for an interview. I mean, coming off that set, it ended up being a 3-1 victory. Otto ended up making a prediction that, well, hey, they're the prophet. It came true. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels super good. I think we're really ready for them, but they actually put a pretty good, strong performance. I was
game 3
pleasantly
might have been the
surprised
best
by,
game.
you know,
Might
a
have
little
been
bit
the closest
closer of a
game of the
grand final. Even the last game was a little close in the fight as well. So yeah, I was just super excited to be able to play them.
Super excited. It was a super exciting set to watch. But this season, Luminosity Gaming, EUIC, LAIC, NAIC, how does it feel to have made Pokemon history by winning all 3 ICs this season?
Yeah, it feels amazing to kind of leave a legacy that I think no other team will be able to replicate. And yeah, there's only one thing left. We all know what it is.
Well, I wonder if you can guess what that one thing is. Anaheim, California, Worlds 2025. Are you excited? I mean, obviously you'd be excited, right? But how are you feeling heading into Worlds after today's performance?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to Worlds. Obviously, Worlds will have a lot more teams. Win here, you know, morale booster for sure. And yeah, I think coming off this win, we'll definitely.
Wait, so is Pokemon Go done?
Preparing for Worlds, and definitely look forward to getting our revenge against the East as well from ACL.
That you are preparing for.
Oh wait, I just realized that I was muted the entire time and I was talking like an idiot. Bro, like yeah, I was talking ever since I joined the call. I was talking and like no one was responding. So like, what's happening here? Everyone left.
That you're muted. I was like, okay, I guess he just joined just to like see what.
No. I was talking and I just realized I was muted on Discord. I don't know why. Yeah, so it was kind of anticlimactic. Like, let's be honest. Like, I was expecting LG to win, but I was kind of. I didn't make. I'll be honest. Considering how short it was, like, I've been live for an hour, and that's including some of the intermission, like, you know, the intro stuff. I'm surprised they didn't just do this yesterday. I don't know why they separated it for like one day. I know they wanted to make it like.
I mean, it happens every IC, right? So
No, last year.
This is
they did it.
Wait, really?
Last year, I think they had a championship on Saturday.
Oh. Maybe there are more participants.
Where's that camera?
This time?
It's over there somewhere. Absolutely.
I don't know.
Oh.
What I was trying to ask for like numerous times is Pokemon Go done?
No, Pokemon Go is right after.
After this.
It's on the same channel.
Oh, so they just rotate out.
Yeah, they do Ignite, Go, TCG, and PGC.
It feels amazing.
Oh.
Like in that order.
So is it the same thing? Is it just like one best of 5 and that's it?
So the legacy that
No.
Pokemon Go?
Pokemon
No.
Go,
So
there's
there's
top 3.
the titles now and giving every
So,
competitor
There's the winners finals, which is the best of 5. And then there's losers finals, which is the best of 5, and then the grand finals, which is the best of 5, and a reset will.
Yeah, if there's a reset, then there's another best of 5.
Alright, well I guess I can watch that because like I'll be honest with you, like I knew it was gonna be short. I just didn't think it was gonna be that short. But something I noticed for Pokemon Unite is it's good because like I like it this way, but it makes it shorter. When they finish a match, they're talking a lot less in between, and like they're just going straight into the next match rather than like, you know, playing a match, taking like a 5-minute intermission break, and then doing the yapping and then playing. So it just feels like it goes a lot quicker than it did before.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I don't think that's a bad thing, but
no, I don't think I prefer it that way. But because they started doing it recently, it just takes a little bit of getting used to. Because like I'm used to like that Duraludon pick. Yeah, the Duraludon pick was not it. I'm sorry, man. That shit was like.
That shit was horrible.
I respect the spice, but that shit was not it, man. Put that back in the kitchen.
Dude, I
was like, yeah, this is gonna be a stomp.
I was telling X and Howie, I was like, wow, they should just top left that one game before that, and then they go ahead and pick Dura the next. I was like, yeah, they should have just top lefted in
Bro, I'm actually gonna rewind the VOD just to see how many times they died in that one game. Cause it's like I'm actually. I need to see the post game scoreboard.
Don't do it.
Which is probably their most impressive thing they've done in this tournament. Also,
you don't want to know how many times they died.
Nouns regional champions.
Only 10 that were caught on camera. I don't know often.
What a run for this squad.
I should put like a counter on it.
NA uniquely competes against itself very, very strongly. So the 5th qualified team out of NA is
once I saw them pick Dura, I'm like, yeah, they're giving
to take a game off of LG in the final here. And I don't think
wait, did they not show the scoreboard? I'm at the. Hold on.
Understand strong region right now.
You gotta love when a team.
That's a team that always plays Dura.
That they can make it.
Not always, but
team, get on it.
only team that plays
Throw their
Dura.
recall animation. See those poses
I
out
wonder
there.
why.
And I really do think. I mean, Luminosity has left a legacy on Pokemon. I don't know if anyone will be able to do it. Pokemon's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger every event, every year, every time you look at it, more and more.
They didn't show the post game like scoreboard. Like they showed the MVP, which was Overlord for that game, but they didn't.
Oh, they didn't.
No, they didn't. They didn't show it.
Well done. Luminosity Gaming, obviously,
Oh, that's fortunate.
Yeah, I want to see how many times they fed.
The good thing for all the other teams out there that qualified.
I guess you gotta count.
I would actually have to go back and count every single time.
Homework to do, and I recommend showing up, having done that homework.
Yeah, they did not show.
15 times.
Yeah, I think anyone that runs into Luminosity.
Why do they show the other matches then? Yeah.
Because that was a freaking.
Because the production is inconsistent as fuck.
They didn't want to show how bad they got clapped.
Yeah. They don't want the night viewers to see that there was 40 Ks or 40 kills on one side.
And even with Dura, why on earth do you pick Flash Can? I think the concept is like they just don't want to be near them. But like it doesn't really matter considering how fed they got so quickly. Like you don't want to be near them, but at the same time, like it doesn't matter. They're fed and they're gonna go to you.
They're just gonna burst you.
Armarouge, Azumarill. Like, if you didn't have that on your radar, you better pick it up and start figuring it out because there's clearly something there. You know, OC specifically.
And you know what you could do? You could play some GBL battles.
No, bro. I'm still haven't even touched the game yet. I think I did like 5 matches and I stopped.
Did I do it then?
International performances all year long.
Do it, Howie.
Looking to make a splash at Worlds, and I'm looking forward to it too. They're
I
showing
can.
that they're willing to adapt
Like,
and grow and
I
adjust,
took some
just
days
like
of break.
Luminosity does.
Kind
Your
of.
phone's
You were
gonna be
sitting there with
overheating.
your hands in your pockets and your feet not moving.
Not if it's on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, if it's on Wi-Fi, it doesn't overheat.
Oh my god, Ultra League and Fossil. Yo, can you guys give me a Fossil Cup team? I don't play this.
And also,
Shadow Scissor
You mean
and League with
Ultra
We
League
have
team?
players from OC, India will be there. Players from
Wait,
mainland
okay,
China
so
will
say that
be
again.
competing. Pokemon Unite is without question an
I'm
international
using
game.
Shadow Scissor in a
Competition at
league
Worlds is going to
with
be fierce.
Shadow
I don't know
Fortress in the
anything
back
can
and
compete with
Gastro.
LG right now, but you're right. Everyone
Okay, I don't have Gastro, I don't have Shadow Scizor. You're talking to a guy that's been using like the same team for like 20 seasons.
Oh,
Yeah, I forgot.
yeah, you do need a Shadow one though.
I forgot. Ken doesn't play the game.
Against one of the best teams in the world and use that as motivation
I don't know.
to keep evolving.
I mean, I guess
themselves,
you can use
keep
Max
pushing the
team.
limits, and maybe it is Duraludon, maybe it's not, but at least they're willing to go there.
Oh, you
and try
probably
to
don't have a
figure
Shadow.
it
I do
out.
not
And
have
something
a
that every
Scizor.
single
Oh, you don't have a
team
Shadow
you've
Scissor.
mentioned
His
is
team
gonna have
consists
to
of a
do.
Shadow Scissor.
Because
Well, actually, no,
Luminosity
I can make one. I
proved
can make
that
one.
they are not letting up on the gas pedal, and they don't want any team to catch up to them.
Honestly, the IP
Well,
don't
I
really
feel like
matter
your team
on
has
that
to have
one.
an identity, right?
Yeah, okay, so I'll make a Shadow Scizor right now.
They are the kind of team
And it's shiny too.
kind of team that will go up in the
Hey,
grand
let's
finals
go.
and play a Duraludon because they
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
strategy.
Shadow. But you said IVs don't matter, right?
You have to have an
What's our
identity
dust
in the
up?
squad, and all of our regions do feel like they have very unique teams with very unique
Okay,
identities.
so it's Shadow, Shiny, Scizor. What's the rest? Or like, what can I make with that?
mentioned all the different
I have Shadow
strategies
Fortress
that
and
develop
Gastro.
interregionally, right? You know, how India plays is different than how
What are you
Russia
leading
plays,
with?
NA, obviously Latin. You know, there's
Scizor.
all these adjustments that need to be made. But again, you cannot just take your identity and not be willing to.
Okay, so it's Bullet Punch. What are the two moves?
But let's stop.
I have Fury Cutter on mine with
please go to the stage, give these
Night
kids
Slash
these trophies.
and Trailblaze.
Trailblaze.
All right, thank you everyone. What an incredible championship Sunday. So
Trailblaze isn't Legacy, right? Or is it? Oh no, it's not.
No.
We're only through one of our 4 games grand finals.
And then for
There's a whole
Fortress, I
lot more
have
to come. But before all
Volt
that,
Switch,
we got some
Rock Tomb,
trophies to give
Earthquake.
out.
That's right. It's time to crown our champion and
Bro, it powers up to 1469.
at the final stretch. So let's start with our runners
Line goes
up.
to like
That's gonna be
1466. My
Revelation,
Shadow Scizor.
starting with their first player, Oblivion.
Had 2 5-0s. And then 2 2-3s and over 4. Getting participation trophies for second place.
Coming up next,
Wait,
Pikachu.
IX Gaming? Is that still a thing?
You said Fortress, Scizor, and what was the last one? Gastro?
Gastro, yeah.
Okay, what can I play instead of Gastro? Because I don't have that.
Crag?
Quagsire, I guess?
And of course, Celeste.
Shadow, or I mean, Heatran?
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, yeah, I have a Quagsire. Do I go Shadow or non-Shadow?
I would say non-Shadow because you kind of want to be a little bit bulkier, right?
Yeah, you become
And coming up next,
really fast if you have Shadow. I would say normal, regular.
Do you run Aqua Tail on it or Mud Bomb in this cup?
Mm.
I guess
Mm.
good.
Last
You
but
need
not
I think
least,
so.
Lunier.
If you're against the wall,
You could do Mud Bomb Stone Edge, question mark?
Yeah, that's what I have right now. Okay, you know, I'll let you know how this goes. Obviously, very competitive matches, but
Let's give a hand for your finalists. Revelation.
sure they
Whatever you do,
won't be
just don't face the Poliwrath, whatever you do.
Yeah.
And now, a
Because I don't know
big
how to play
round
out
of
of it,
applause
so.
for your North America International Champions, Luminosity Gaming. Starting with Kyrios.
then my neighbor's kid.
And
Apparently.
I run in my first match of the day. I run into a Matt Cargo Lee with my Shadow Scizor, and it's a fucking legend guy. And then I safe swap to Quagsire. They have fucking Razor Leaf Ludicolo.
Wait,
And
did you pick one?
Trainer.
Oh no, wait, never mind. 10 is not a random one.
Well, I
Like one
normally
battle.
do in that situation. I just normally just like throw a move and then just die.
Throw a
With
move?
Scizor.
How the fuck?
You get to
You
a.
can- You can
Yeah.
just you can survive 2 instead of a thing.
Yeah.
Like, can he just let that go?
Yeah, he lets it go, but then you get farmed. But he farms you down, but you get farmed with Quagsire. Because your hard answer is Quagsire. Your only answer is Quagsire. On the team.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
he wouldn't stay in, though, right?
Overlord.
Huh?
Why would he stay in? You would
Well,
just
then
swap
he
out after
switches
melting
it,
your system.
and then
He wouldn't
I
want to give you farm.
Yeah. Well, then I would swap then.
Well, these are smart people, okay?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're smart. They would
Your
swap. They wouldn't stay
champion,
Some
there.
people are, some people aren't. You know? I mean, why would people let Trailblaze go through when you're up 2 shields, you know? I don't know why.
They didn't let it through. They shielded.
Electric round of applause for your top 2 teams here at the
Damn it.
Pokemon North America International Championship 2025. Trainers, raise those trophies.
Why is there a
We
big
can't
Pikachu
thank all
bouncing
of
on the
you
screen?
enough for the overwhelming and love support that you have
happy.
showed
What
Pokemon
do you
Unite
mean?
this weekend. The moments like these are special because of all of you in the community.
And of course, share your favorite moments with hashtag PokemonNAIC. If you want to catch any of the broadcasts, go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. And of course, if you want to relive any of these history-making moments, you can always see the VODs on Twitch and YouTube.
With our Pokemon Unite International Champions crowned, the excitement doesn't stop here. Next up, we got Pokemon Go with the winners
Oh,
finals,
I lost my
losers
first match.
finals,
This team's shit.
and the grand finals.
So a huge thank you from all of us here with Pokemon
I'll give it another try. I'll give it a full set try.
Martin as they take it away for Championship Sunday.
It's not my fault that you
for
lead
Pokemon
into
Go.
Matt Cargo.
I mean, at least he listened to me. He didn't lead into the Poliwrath.
Thank you, Evan and Zoyce. Congratulations to LG.
Well, don't lead into a Poliwrath or
dominant
Mark Cargo
performance.
and you'll be
Jim,
fine.
before we go into the Go action, your final thoughts on what just happened there at Pokemon Unite?
I don't know if we've ever seen domination like this before. Sweeping the IC circuit, LAIC, NAIC, as well as EUIC all in the same season. They have to be the favorite for Worlds, and one of the most lopsided games that I've ever seen as well in the Grand Finals. Complete domination. Congratulations to Luminosity Gaming.
If you are here from Unite, make
Oh my god. Okay, so it's a Scizor into a Blastoise and they let the Trailblaze through. Holy shit.
Nice, there you
Oh,
go.
geez.
Easy.
That we may see someone rise here at the NAIC to win 2 international
Did they top left yet,
championships,
or?
we'll see someone for the first time win
No. Now they brought in their
Great
Mercargo.
storylines here, Martine, no matter who the winner is.
Okay.
But let's get a reminder for our tournament for today. We have 3 different
get some good
games
chip
that will have
damage,
the winners
probably.
finals, losers finals, and grand finals. Make sure you stay tuned.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pokemon Go trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This epic tournament is a 3-day battle, with trainers dueling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format until only 3 remained at the end of Day 2. Today, on Championship Sunday, the intensity hits a fever pitch as our remaining trainers face off in the final matches, where only one will emerge victorious as the North America International Champion. The high-stakes winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals will
Okay, so I have a
each be
confession to
best of
make.
5
I kind of tweaked your team a bit.
match follows the Bring
Um,
6 Pick 3 format,
I'm using
which
Bastardon
uses
instead,
focusing
because I was
on
lazy.
Pokemon, but can only bring 3
Oh
to
my
each game,
god.
making every choice a game changer. All trainers playing today have
Okay,
Look,
mine
about
is
that.
a fucking Bastardon.
Hey, it's working. I mean, it's Bastardon into a Magcargo, and they double overheated, and they still haven't killed this thing.
The North America International Champion.
Oh, okay.
Let's cheer on our competitors.
I guess
and
it
get
worked.
right into the action.
Yeah, so using Scizor, XL Bastardon, rank 3, and fucking Mudboy. The Quack.
Now I know why he doesn't stream his battles anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Storylines for each of these individual trainers. Let's take a look at the bracket though and see how we got to this
He
point.
doesn't want people to know that he's using toxic Bastiodon.
Don't worry, I'm gonna use Grass Hole again.
The reigning 2025 EU
No.
winner has
Triple
made it
flying.
again to the winners final, and Elam has won the
Triple flying doesn't
2025
exist.
Toronto and
Oh,
Atlanta
you know what? Since I watched this, I'll switch to the Pokemon Go category. It's been so long.
Those regional champions
Wow.
made it also to the winners finals here.
Yeah, he's absolutely on a roll, and Pontamon trying a couple things, trying to become the first out-of-region IC winner, and also trying to win 2 international championships in 1 season. But don't forget, also on the losers side of the bracket, we have the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion. It's Axon. He has looked nearly unstoppable. One of the closest winner semis that we saw earlier. He has been playing nearly flawlessly, and he's
So did you expect what happened in Unite to happen in Unite, or what?
I'll be honest with you, I wasn't expecting Revelation to win a game, if I'm being honest. I thought it'd be quicker.
Yeah.
A rematch between those trainers. In fact, those
That
trainers
was,
have very identical.
They won game 1, right?
standout Pokemon from
Game
No,
2,
two.
3 or 2?
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Game 2.
Resurgence since
Okay.
Bug Bite.
That was on
Fast
their
attack
the
in
Leafeon
Pokemon has
just.
been buffed.
freaking destroyed his Zorak, right? His Zorak company.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what's at stake here. It's not just the title of champion. You can see some cash prizes here for winning an international championship. First prize is actually $5,000. Second place, $3,000, and third place, $2,000 more time.
Meaning that these three trainers have at least secured
Shadowkern Ninja made it to winners finals, Chan.
And booster packs, and of course, the trophy that you can win at an international championship.
Yeah, and taking a look at Championship Sunday, just to set the stage, again, we will have Patamon there on the left with one of the more iconic teams that we've seen. Some incredible Pokemon like the Shadow Scizor, the Shadow...
Okay, if you're...
He's going to be facing off versus Elam.
You have Shadow Scizor,
That match will drop down to losers final
or Bastiodon. Like, they aggressively swap into a Ferrothorn. Would you bring in your Shadow Scizor or your Bastiodon?
The winner of that losers finals will yet again face against the winner of the winners final. If Patamon...
Oh, if it makes a difference, each of us only have one shield.
...has been on the winning team on every international championship this
I don't think it matters much.
best Pokemon here. We'll see how these two are going to utilize them because again,
That's true. Scissor can get shield, and then you can just change over it. Bastiodon.
This an extremely exciting tournament for many competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. What
I
I
don't think
love
either way would
specifically
make a
about
difference,
Patamon's team is that he has kind of a mixture of the old meta and the new meta. He has the Shadow
That would not matter
Marowak and the Azumarill.
Because they'll be in
Mandibuzz,
form down range
mixed
for
with
either or.
Pokemon like Greninja, Pokemon like Shadow Scizor that are a bit newer and we're seeing make big splashes here in New Orleans.
And if you are from Pokemon Unite, there's a little bit of a comparison with the fast and the charge stacks that we have here in Pokemon Go. You'll see that in this...
I lost again. Okay, I'll just make my own team.
Not a lot of fast stack pressure, actually. Does have that. So, in Unite, you have those special decks. Here we have charge stacks. Use the fast stacks to keep charging up, and that is something that Patamon has. He has those fast stacks that deal a lot of damage by themselves. He doesn't need those special /charge attacks, really.
Yeah, he's trying to play the game that he wants to play. He's trying to take control early with that fast attack.
Oh my god, Pokemon Go. Can't wait.
I'm going to force my way through these matchups. I'm going to get the alignment that I want, and I'm going to make sure that I'm the one in control, not my opponent.
And of course, his Axon is waiting in that losers finals, the 2023 World Champion. Before he reached that World Championship title, he actually won Portland that season as well. He did that this season
Jim's suit is looking on point.
Foreshadowing here, and it's Axel, of course. After winning the World Championship, something I really respect about him. He became a
I mean, I like Martins, but I like Jim's because it's like clearly Team Rocket, you know?
Rooting for him. He's also known by his fan base.
Martins is clean though, but like I just like Jim's a little more because it's, you know,
well, there's a lot of great reasons.
Just say because it has red in it. That's why you like it.
Not only
I mean, that doesn't hurt his case.
Our 2025 Pokemon Go North American International Champion, but we have drops going for all of our games as well. Martine, walk us through the Go drops.
This is Mandibuzz, and Mandibuzz is
and then they have the Incineroar right beside him, which is also red.
The Europe International Championship to win there.
Wow.
Using this same
Oh wait, you get an elite TM from that research?
that is still meta,
Yes.
and then you also get that elite.
Okay, you guys didn't say that yesterday. You guys told me it was just a Mandibuzz.
Items within the game, so make sure that you guys have your accounts.
Yeah, well, because you need the Pokemon, you need the special Pokemon Club account
and exclusive items.
in order to claim that you can't have a Google account.
For the trading card game live, receive
That is
special
true.
illustration rares in game. Team Rocket's Giovanni and Ethan's advantage. Make sure that you get all.
For some unknown reason, I don't know why they wouldn't just let you do whatever Pokemon account you have logged in, but
25, well, it was just on your screen there. Make sure you guys keep watching, though. There's actually special Ogerpon items as well that you guys can get. A lot of opportunities for trading card game fans, whether you're playing in person, whether you're playing in live. Make sure that you're watching these streams.
But it wasn't enough.
Video game. Name a more iconic duo than Wolf's Incineroar and Wolf himself, of course, winning the largest tournament to date back then, the 2025 Europe International Championship. And if you saw his speech, it's still so memorable. So many trainers had come, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, great speech, great Pokemon, great hair, of course, as well. Everyone loves watching Wolf, and I cannot wait to see BG a little bit later in the day.
that will be to close out Championship Sunday. Of course, we have Go now, and make sure that you catch all the action.
Oh man, look at this crowd in Pokemon Go.
Right here, Twitch.
About 20 people there.
Pokemon, and you can catch all the action of the games on Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
All right, well, we're super excited for the battles to get started here. But before the battles start, let's go ahead and kick it to Butters. He's got a special interview.
A special interview? Oh my goodness.
It's about time to get this Championship Sunday started. But first, let's see who is going to be in the winners finals. Come on out, trainers. These two trainers have been some of the most dominant in the 2025 season. Of course, we have Patamon. We have Elam. Elam able to win 2 regionals in a row in his last 2 performances to get to this point. Patamon is our reigning international
What's
champion.
happening? Like the last match I played, this guy didn't shield. The next match, this guy just surrendered like after the match just started.
There you go, Chad.
Oh,
You don't need my help.
this team is so overpowered that like it just makes people surrender before they even start the battle.
First off, I know you've won so much, both of you, this year, but this is actually your first Championship Sunday in an IC. How are you feeling, Elam?
I'm feeling very nervous, but excited.
Patamon, this is your second straight Championship Sunday. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really confident. I really hyped for this final, and yeah, I'll do my best.
All right, and Elam, almost 2 years ago, you got second place in Baltimore. You then top cut 10 times, but were not able to get over the hump. Now you've won 2 regionals in a row. It seems like you can't lose. What has changed for you?
I'm just more confident in myself, and I trust my gameplay, and I'm here nowadays, so yeah.
Right. And last question for you, Patamon. You could be the first ever trainer to win 2 international championships. You could also be the first trainer to win back-to-back, which I don't think will be beaten anytime soon. But another key one is you could be the first trainer to come as an outside region and win an international championship. Which one is most important to you?
I mean, I came here to try my best and try to take the title, so that's all. And then
This guy is running triple steal.
Congrats to Elam because getting her.
And I have my cargo in the back with 2 shields. I'm literally just letting everything die, and then I'm bringing my cargo up.
Let's see which one of these trainers is going to make it to those grand finals. Let's head on over to the game station.
Oh,
Let's
CCO.
go back to the casters to get this
CCO.
underway.
All right, thank you, Butters, and congratulations again to Elam as well as Patamon for making it to Championship Sunday. We are super excited to see their battles.
30
Again,
CCO?
2 very different teams. When we
He's
look
joking.
at Elam's team,
I'll say
realistically,
that.
this is the new meta that we're seeing
Oh.
evolve right before our eyes. Whereas
Oh, there he
Patamon
is. I
has
just
a little
saw
bit
it.
of a different flavor.
I was
Maybe
battling, so I
something
wasn't looking
iconic
out.
of the European region, Martin.
No, you're good.
It used to be trainers like Out of Pocket, our previous NAIC winner, to set the stage for the new meta. And now it's looking like it's going to be these trainers showing us how it's done. The Dena, Dusclops, Shadow Drapion, Pokemon
Great
that have
Ninja doesn't
become
look too
meta
bad
now
against
in the Delightful
Elam.
Days meta. And these trainers are going to show us how it's done in this winners finals best of 5.
That's totally right. And what's so
Yeah,
exciting
I think
here is that
he's
so
a-
many of these Pokemon have been recently buffed, or
Credilli
recently
Greninja
altered,
Core,
getting
maybe?
access to new fast attacks, new charge attacks,
Pac-Man?
maybe even having some of their attacks buffed in some cases. So it's going to create a lot of unpredictable matches.
Are all
We
the
can't wait
people
to see
that
it
judge,
unfold
like,
here before our eyes.
I think for Patamon,
people that actually PvP or no?
you can get from the Twitch drops has been
Most of
so
them are.
important for
Most,
him to
yeah.
tackle many of
Okay,
those
'cause, like,
ground-type
There are some that
Pokemon.
don't,
Bulk,
but
the
only a
defensive
few.
stats combined with HP is so
Okay,
important.
because I was gonna say like
Many of these
it
trainers
seems
are
like it.
backed for a Pokemon
Obviously, it's
that
not like a
attack
prerequisite or like a
with
mandatory
HP
thing, but like
allows them to take more charge
it always seems a
attacks
little
from
weird to me.
Pokemon,
Like if they're not able to understand the game like at a high level to be like a judge, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I feel like you would need some more experience. That's just me, though.
When it comes to deciding like certain moments in regards to calculating damage and stuff, they usually can call the head judge to come on stream and then try to watch it as well. These stream judges on stream are usually not the head judge, but sometimes they are.
Now, one of the Pokemon we need to keep an
The
eye on,
person on the
Mark,
right
is going to be the Shadow Scissor. I think it's
is
been
from
maybe
EU,
one of the
a French
biggest storylines so far for NAIC. When we look
he's
at
usually
Elam's
pretty
team,
good
there's only one
in the game.
Pokemon that resists those bullet punches, so he's going to have to figure out a
The
strategy.
city is also
That
good.
was pretty good too.
That Pokemon is going
He's-
to
Yeah, City is also good.
The problem is Gliscor has the fast attack Fury Cutter, and which
But they have
typing is that,
two
Jim?
capable
That's
judges on
Bug.
That's
stream
bug
anyway.
typing. Yeah, bug typing is going to be resisted, by the way, for Shadow Scissor.
Day one,
so
I feel
that's
like
going to
they're,
be
like,
that's going to be
easy,
a very
like,
interesting
whoever,
matchup to
right?
see play out. They
Like,
faced
day
the charge
two and
attacks the exact
Day
same
two,
way
I feel
as
like
well.
there's more
However,
like
like I talked about that
players
Charged
that-
Fury
or reps that
earlier,
actually play
Caesar
in
has one of
day
the
2 and
highest
3.
attacks in the
Yeah.
current meta game. So it is such a threat and a Pokemon that we're likely going to see a lot of shields being used on from Pataman should he decide to bring out that Scissor. I do expect it to come out combined with the Mandibuzz, because Mandibuzz doesn't need to use the Protect Shields.
We've talked a lot about ground-type Pokemon, and I think Diggersby may be one of the best Pokemon that we've seen throughout this entire tournament. But keep in mind, Patamon not running the Diggersby, running a different ground-type Inadequates.
That is the Shadow Kanto Marowak with the fast attack Mud Slap. Diggersby doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure. Marowak, on the other hand, has a lot of that, so you'll need to be very secure and precise in where to put your Protect Shields, because if you use them too late, Marowak might just fast attack you down, and you cannot use Protect Shields on fast attacks.
Well, keep in mind, only one ground resist on Elam's team as well. It's the same Pokemon that's resisting those bullet punches. It's that Golisopod. We've seen so many games from Patamon where he's running that combination of Shadow Scissor plus the Shadow Kanto Marowak. That's going to be a lot to put on the shoulders of that Golisopod. Can that Golisopod be the carry for Elam, or is he going to have to figure out a more flexible strategy?
It really comes down to what Pataman is going to predict here. Of course, you don't want your Mandibuzz under the Den, but you also don't want the Den on the Shadow Marowak, so it might really come down to...
Of course there's one turn fucking lag, bro. Like, literally, I have a charge move and I freaking just get roasted on the shit. Love this game, bro.
Dusclops has been one of the safest Pokemon in the meta. There are two Dark types on the side of Patamon, though. However, Mandibuzz not
do you know
quite
the
as strong
trick to not
into
get one
Dusclops
turn?
as we've seen in the
You mean like
past.
minimize the app?
We see
Yeah.
and Shadow Dusclops all over the field.
So
Not
much.
in this particular match, but we've seen it yesterday, and I believe that Axon also has a Dusclops. Because Mandibuzz mostly outputs flying type damage, Dusclops can actually hang in quite well. But why? Because it's a ghost type Pokemon. That is because it also has Ice Punch.
Oh, I
as
still
the
win. Okay.
secondary
Ooh.
charge
I was
attack.
gonna get like start molding.
That deals super
Who was worried?
I was worried.
into Mandibuzz.
I was.
That's why
worried.
Dusclops can hang in quite well in that
Pokemon
match.
Go is
Yeah, it's going to be
esport
exciting
ready.
if we end up seeing that matchup play out. Another Pokemon I'm super excited for, though, is the Cradily, able to hit super
We
effective.
need
into
more
the
people
lab
to
for
play
super effective
GBL at
into the
once, so
Diggersby,
we make the
super
servers
effective
live
fast
for these
attack damage
guys.
into the Den. It's a Pokemon that's going to have some struggles in certain matchups, but if you get the right alignment,
They don't
it
need
could
help
be
with
a
that. It
sweeper
lagged
for
all day,
Patamon.
like
I
on
think
day 1
actually
and 2.
one of
It
the most
lagged a lot.
important Pokemon
Wait, was
for
it?
Pataman combined with that Mandibuzz to tackle the compositions that Elam can bring in from
Yeah,
Elam.
there's a
We see
decent
a
amount
lot
of
There we
of
go.
and Shadow
Beats.
Drapion, an iconic core really from last season.
Is there a change in meta, in Go meta, or is it always the same mons every time? No, there's a change in meta.
Of these strains,
Pretty
what's
much
clear, Jim?
You know what,
almost
one of the
every
things
season,
that
I wanna
I'm
say.
so excited about is the possibility of back-to-back IC
Yeah, I agree.
championships for Patamon. He most recently won the 2025 EU
Sometimes
IC.
meta stays
Okay,
the same
we're moving right
depending
into the
on
battles,
what
guys.
changes.
Championship Sunday, winners finals, Patamon
Yeah.
versus Elam Inadequates. Take it away.
That was a
This year,
great
though,
lead
they
for Pataman there. The water type is
changed
going to the ground type.
quite a
Diggersby
lot.
answered, or sorry, pivoted into the Dusclops here, and looks like Pataman
Last
doesn't
year
really
was
have a
way
strong
less.
answer. Elam knows that the Mandibuzz is mostly outputting fly type damage, so it's pretty safe to
But you
bring the
both are
Dusclops at
streaming.
whatever
Lol.
moment. Asuno can hang into the damage quite well. It is very bulky.
With Dusclops.
Yeah, I didn't turn on my stream. I'm just like, might as well. I'll probably watch this and I'll head out.
Dip strategy here,
He's
but you have to
watching
take
now,
some of this
interesting.
energy from Elam.
I think that Elim is predicting that Shadow Scissor.
But he has
Diggersby is one of the
what,
counters
ice cream
for that, as it has
flavor
Fire
for it?
Punch,
No,
double super
not yet.
effect on Scissor as
He has the ice
coverage. However,
cream.
Batman didn't bring it.
He
He
did?
brought the Shadow
Okay.
Marowak
He left
and
with the
the
ice cream.
Grey Dilly in the back, so he's not even remotely weak to this Diggersby. As long as this Azumarill is not on the Lapras, but looks like we see a switch here from Patoman, bringing in the Greatly. It has the poison type fast attack acid, which is resisted. However, this does allow Patoman to build up
that's a
energy
good
for a
TP
future
tie.
matchup.
Yeah, Martine, Cradley hangs on versus two of these ice punches, no problem, but all of its acids are going to be resisted. You're not in a great spot to farm down without being threatened by a third ice punch, which would threaten to knock out.
Is Patoman going to put up his first protect shoot here on the Super Effective Ice Punch? No, not yet. He's putting it all on the American.
Yeah,
I think the
Elim
reason
is
why Patoman switch out here is
making the
because he
call.
wants to attempt and draw out a goal ice punch. Look at this counting. Elim is switching between Ice Punch and Shadow Punch, making it extremely difficult to keep track of energy with Patoman. He's the EUIC champion for a reason. In comes the Diggersby, but Krasnod's going to be super effective here. It's going to deal a lot of damage.
Precision plays from Patoman, and like we
Patoman
said, this
needs to
Cradley
be
has
cautious here.
sweeping potential. You can see the super effective Grass Knot getting launched here into the Diggersby. No shielded by Elim.
However, Patoman's Pokemon is running out of health here, and Elim is forced to go for a Fire Punch here. Patoman was about to reach a Grass Knot. The Cradley would win Charge Attack Priority tie, so that's why we see Elim throw a little bit before the Grass Knot from Patoman. Looks like Elim is reaching for that switch into the Lapras, probably expecting the Marowak in the back. Remember, there are two shields on both sides. Lapras don't have a bad matchup. Patoman predicts the switch, and there comes Elim with the Lapras. Now Patoman is ahead in energy.
There are still 4 protect shields on the field. I think we're going to be shielding everything at this point.
Patoman needs
Patoman
to
has
take
the
a shield from
has the
Lapras,
option to go
but
for the Bone
Lapras
Club
will
or
still
the
be
super
too
effective Rock Slide.
healthy
Elim using the
to
first
be
protect shield,
KO'd by
and
a
it's the
play
bait,
off.
the Bone Club.
If
This
Azumarill
costs
play off.
less energy than a Rock Slide. That's why this is a good bait for Patoman, because Rock Slide
That's
takes
CMP?
longer to get to. In comes the first protect shield from
Wait,
Patoman.
what?
Use on this sparkling area. This would secure a knockout.
Patoman has his switch clock up. He
It
could
should have been
go for
CP
a
time.
catch on his Azumarill. Meanwhile, though, Elim is
The
able
hell?
to launch off the sparkling Aria.
Yo, Howie, what do you think is better for, so like, when people run Lapras in GBL, for example, like, they usually run Skull Bash because Lapras is actually pretty common. You think Ice Beam is better for comp?
This is a charge stack priority tie. The Marowak was a little bit
think
slower with his Mud Slap there.
Skull Bash
This
is
is going to knock out the Marowak, and then there's only the
And the reason why I say
Azumarill
that is 'cause,
remaining.
like,
That's right. Visible
for,
could
like,
be used
Baz
from Patoman,
matchups,
thinking wanted to get
I know
that
the
Bone
Lapras
Club off.
matchup,
Unable
but
to
I think
do
there's
so,
a lot of
however,
Lapras
Elim now in the driver's
too,
seat.
right?
Just needs
Never
to get
really
the
figured
Azumarill
out how to
on the
play
field.
Pokemon
Still
Go. Seems
has
hard
the
to me. I
protect
could
shield
play
up and
VGC.
ready
Is
to
it
go.
the same?
He is building up a
It's
ton
not
of
the
energy.
same, but I can tell you, if you're able to play
Final charge
VGC,
attack off, and there it is.
There's still the Diggersby in the back as well.
like,
for Elim.
learning
Sparkling
Pokemon Go,
area
if you put in the
going to
effort,
take
is
out
significantly
the
easier.
Azumarill. That would be the
I'll be
first
honest
win
with you.
for Elim, but I think that Patoman is going to
I think,
talk a little bit to the
and like,
team,
this
see
is
what
not to
happens there.
disrespect like anyone that plays Go, like, competitively, but like, out of Unite,
As it stands currently,
VGC, and
one goes to
Pokemon
Elim
Go, I
Pokemon.
think
This is a best
Pokemon
of
Go
5
has, like,
winners finals.
is like the
Needs to
easiest to
win
pick
2
up.
battles, needs to win 3. These are going to be longer, more
That's
extended
my personal
matchups.
opinion,
A
though.
lot more thought goes into
The only thing that makes it
battle.
harder than like the rest is like there's a higher barrier to entry because you just need a lot of resources that
Jim, Shadow Pokemon in Pokemon. What do they actually
you don't have
rise
like
above
access to as like a new player.
Yeah, so the Shadow Pokemon are actually going to be taking 20% additional damage, but by having a little bit less bulk and taking more damage, they also get a benefit as well. They deal 20% additional damage to their opposing Pokemon as well, making them very, very powerful, especially when it comes to fast attacks.
Rewind
Scissor
again.
does have one of those fast attacks that deals a lot of damage. Bullet Punch has been buffed this
Trying
season.
to see if
That's why it's
the
one of the most
Mud
standout
Bomb
Pokemon
went-
that we
like, he
have
clicked
here
on the move,
with that
but the
Steel and
Mud Bomb
Bug
was still
typing.
going through.
Scissor has only one weakness. That is a double weakness actually, fire. And we hardly have seen any fire at
Can
I don't
you
think it would matter,
re-
though.
Championship.
Can
I
you
think the
rewind
closest
back
that we have is
to
Diggersby. That is
after
actually
the
a
charge
normal and
move?
ground typing, but
And
has
then the
access
back?
to Fire Punch.
That's right. There's not
Yeah,
a lot of
right there.
fire pressure in general. There's not
I wanna
a ton
count the
of ice
Lapras,
pressure in general. But where
oh.
we do see ice is from the Dusclops, and then Elim opting to run Ice Beam on his Lapras as well.
I don't think
Ice
it
Beam
would've
gives you
mattered,
much
though.
better play into Pokemon like the Mandibuzz, as well as that Cradily.
And we also saw actually Skull Bash on Lapras, also a potential fast attack, charge attack to run on Lapras. We actually know that it's Axenas, and here we see that Marowak just being a little bit slower. I believe that it should also win this charge attack.
No, something weird happened there. Edom did 9, while Pataman wanted to throw after 3 as well, but somehow Edom got to the move earlier than Pataman.
As a reminder for the folks at home,
Pataman missed 2 turns or something.
priority. When you are launching your charge attacks on the same turn, the Pokemon with the higher attack stat will get priority to launch their charge attacks. In a situation like this, Pokemon had no Protect Shield, so it was a to get that Bone Club off, potentially to strip away that final Protect Shield.
Yeah, I think in this case, he would have probably shielded and overfarmed. So I think it probably would not have mattered. But yeah, still strange.
But no Mandibuzz, kind of a little bit weak to that Goliath.
Let's see what happens.
The strategy that Pataman
but also, I think I've noticed something weird at the beginning as well when Pataman came into his K-Wag. It looked like his Mustang with 4 turns almost, instead of 3 turns. But I think Pataman didn't notice that. Yo, since when does CCO?
There was a lot of Pokemon that we didn't see in that game number 1 that we may have expected to see earlier.
Beard and a mustache. What?
I think he's always had that, no? No Mandibuzz.
Ever since he retired.
I think a lot of these Pokemon that have been
Yeah, but he always like shaved it, and now he just let it go.
But this match is still
So he looks more mature now.
judges to make a determination here whether we're going to be having a rematch or if we're going to be keeping the original result of Elam ahead 1 game to none.
Pokemon Go, it really comes down to those calls in alignment.
I wish you could hear what the refs are saying.
Some of these matchups are really polarizing. You do not want your
situations like
Dedenne, an
match
electric
reviews,
type
I feel like
Pokemon
we
on a
should be
ground
able to
type
hear
that
what the
is
refs
the
are saying.
Diggersby, for example, or a Shadow Marowak. You do not
So we
want
know, like,
your
what's going on.
Mandibuzz, a dark and flying type Pokemon, entirely
They're reading a
walled by
script.
Dedenne on that Pokemon. So both of these trainers are kind of trying to work around that with more flexible picks that can deal damage all across the board.
Well, speaking of flexible, we have some inflexible picks as well. I think one of the most inflexible picks is probably that Greninja, and when you look on paper, it has some great matchups into the Dusclops, into the Drapion, into the Diggersby. It even double resists the Psywaves coming from that Lapras, but we've seen that Lapras matchup play out. It's not that great for Greninja.
It is not that bad for the Lapras, not that great for Greninja. The thing is, you have resisted Water Shuriken as the fast attack, and then Night Slash is your neutral charge attack. But you need 3 of those, while Lapras
Is Max still in the review?
Sparkling area, and that makes Lapras
So,
such incredible
people
Pokemon
from
to
my
use. Even in some
team
of his
chat,
worst matchups,
they're
he
also
can still
saying
fight
that
back
he
Well, that brings up one of the
he got lagged,
one of the uncertain dynamics that exists in Pokemon.
which should not be the
The
case.
idea of the
I don't know.
Night
I don't
Slash
know.
boots.
No
We've
matter
seen
if
that
you get
actually
lag or
carry
not, if
several
it doesn't
trainers
change the
to
matchup at
championships
all.
in the past. Not only do we have the Night Slash potential from Greninja, but also
I don't know how
Scizor,
disputing
and
in
don't forget
Pokemon Go
some of
works,
the
if I'm being
more
honest.
bug
Like,
potentials as well from the Shadow Drapion with Crunch, as well as Dedenne with his Parabolic Charge.
That is actually a 100% chance, but Diggersby has Scourging Sands. And it's
Someone in my team
considered as
said,
one of
"Tough
the
first game,
more
I lag.
obnoxious
Turn it
charge
off."
attacks across the game, simply because it can output so many of those Scourging Sands, and then there's a 30% chance to drop the attack. of
Game's
the
still
opponent.
buggy,
So if
Pog
you only
you.
like 4 all of those, your opponent's every time
Confused of
crossing their
Pokemon
fingers,
Go,
hoping
it's just-
that there won't be an attack
If
drop.
they didn't know there's
me, it
problems, it's
looked
just
like that
really
we
bad
saw
view on the game,
Pokemon with
and
his
it's so
Marowak
annoying to see.
queuing up the Bone Club in the middle of his fast attack. So at the end of your fast attack, that Bone Club should be launching. Meanwhile, that one-turn fast attack for Elam.
Insane though. Like dates 2, there were not a lot of problems.
We need to determine,
Not
did
too
that
much.
happen
Day
in the
1, there
same
were a
moment?
lot.
Which Pokemon is
And
supposed
now
to have the
day
higher
3,
attack?
there are
Was
problems
there any
again.
sort of delay
Right on
it's
the
kind of
championship.
funny, but this one match of Pokemon Go is taking longer than an actual Unite match.
Shadow Marowak should be
Yeah.
able to get at least all of its
Oh, don't worry.
Pokemons off as it paces
I was
equally
watching
fast to
day
a Bone
1
Club as
of
Lapras
Pokemon
to a
Go.
Sparkling area.
It
Things
literally took
on
them an
the
hour
first
to
and
play
the
one
third
match
Bone Club and faces
after lag. Remember
Bone
that?
Club. So if you get
We
that
didn't know
bait
that. We
on
forgot
Bone
the
Club,
match was
perhaps
even
you'll
going
be able
on
to get
for
to a Rock
the
Slide
game 3
in that
match.
scenario.
I was
Absolutely
still around.
right. 12 turns for each
The
of
game
the
bugs
first
that
to
cause
say it, though.
disputes.
and the Bone
No,
Club, then 9
like yes and no. know. Like, if you feel like you were wronged in a battle because of a game technical issue, then like you can dispute it, and then the judge will review it. And then depending on whether it
would matter or not,
yeah, you'll get a potential remake.
Yeah, we don't have these
Yeah.
speed stat as they have
That's
in
a
the
rematch,
video
okay.
game, but we do have some pacing
That's
in
fair.
charge attacks here. That has nothing to do with that speed stat. I think that is a little bit combined with the attack stat here in Pokemon Go for some
Because
of
I
these
think there
Pokemon.
was still
However,
play
pacing
for
can be so crucial
the
because if it takes too long to get to your charge
In the
stats and
end.
it gets shielded, your damage is basically
Although
nullified.
the
It looks
Dingsby was
like
not an
we
ice
are
remake yet.
getting a rematch. The score is back to 0-0.
A clean
There's a
sweep
rematch.
for both of these trainers. Maybe able to get some takeaways from that game number one. Scout maybe for
Though
once
the
in a
judges
while,
have
as we
deemed
saw,
that
Patamon did
it is
fight
time
that Shadow
to
Kenton
remake
quite
that
a bit.
game.
I don't think we really saw it anywhere else in the tournament, but he's had
So-
great success with it throughout the entire
And the thing
weekend.
about
I'm
rematch
actually
is,
surprised that he brought out
you
the
don't
Shadow Marowak,
need to have
considering
the same
Goliath
line of
can be
3
such
against
a
each
threat
other
for
again. So
especially
you
that
can,
Great League,
so
which
it's basically a
Patamon
clean
is very
state
likely
again.
to bring as has play into so many Pokemon of the team of Ilum. It can defeat about everything. The worst you can
When you
probably
remake
face
in
is Shadow
Pokemon Go, you don't have to run the
and
same
it
team,
does
right?
go.
You
And
just
even
play
those,
like
our matchups were created
whatever you
as
want.
Yeah,
because of
you
light.
can play whatever
The
you
one thing
want.
I'm worried about specifically for the
Yep.
Shadow Kanto Marowak as well is when it gets aligned versus some of those very
Which is
bulky
which
Pokemon
is
like
stupid
Diggersby
because
and Dusclops. Not
if
only does
there's a
Dusclops have
rematch
access to super
because
effective
something
damage,
like
but in a lot of
clearly is
situations,
on
since
someone's
it is a Shadow
side
Pokemon,
to
it's just
win,
going to get outbulked. All right,
you can
a little
entirely you
reset
can
here,
actually
guys.
just
Winners
win that,
finals
you
game
know.
number one.
Looks
Yeah.
like it is the same team from Patamon. Ilum
Which sucks
did switch it up. This
sometimes.
time, no Diggersby from him. There is double water in the back. Dusclops in the lead can hang quite
So
well.
like let's
With the
say
Azumarill,
hypothetically
should be
like
able
you
to
could
win some of the
make the
scenarios where
rules.
you
Would
go
you
about
just
to
remake
are
with the
big
same
because
lineups?
Shadow Punch not gonna deal
Or
with
like
that much damage,
would you
though.
just keep it
Look
the
at
way it
these
is right now,
back
which
lines
is
for these two trainers. Patamon has the Cradily and the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
I would
Meanwhile,
keep it that
Elam
way
has that
for
Goliath
that
spot, able
part,
to hit super
but
effective versus both of those
if
backline
there's like a
Pokemon from
definitive
Patamon.
win, like you could clearly see that the opponent will win,
Is to land the rock
I would
slide,
give
you
that
need to
win.
strip away some shields here from Elam, and Dusclops
If
is
you know
probably
what I
the
mean.
last Pokemon to
Like,
use protections. We see
if
a
there's
switch
someone in
here
this
from
position
Patamon
that they
probably
would have
an attempt
clearly
to
won
again
the
bait
game,
out
and
this
it's still a
Goliath
rematch,
support, and let's see if Elam makes the
Hello.
read
Just
here,
like,
because if he thinks the same
bruh.
team may not even bring that in. It does bring in the Goliath
So we're all in
support here.
agreement that that wasn't a rematch? Cool.
Glycopod hits the field. You can see these Fury Cutters
Don't
why do
think so.
why do some Pokemon have
No.
purple aura around them? Like Scizor, they're called Shadow Pokemon in Pokemon Go, and essentially, in a nutshell, without getting too specific, those shadowy Pokemon do more damage, but they take more damage.
If no
Oh, there was
protection was
Psych right
used there,
there.
that Cradily would have done pretty much nothing. Rock
And
Tomb
it's
is
an
one of the
aesthetic thing,
best
but it
moves
actually
that's
makes a
currently
difference.
outputting decent damage
These
across
visuals are
the
so
attack,
bad.
and as you can see, the Fury Cutters will do less damage. Now, Elam will be forced to throw energy right before the next Rock Tomb. Otherwise, he may have to expend another shield here.
If Patamon uses the second Protect Shield here,
It doesn't
he
help
will
that
get
you can
another
barely
keep up,
see
but
where
he
when
says
acids
no,
like land.
Glycopod, you can have this matchup. Bringing back in the Azumarill now. Azumarill will be
Glycopod
resisting
outpace
all
here,
of
or is
these
at the same time?
attacks,
Oh, they
and
do.
actually has a player uploaded ready to go as well.
This play rough will barely not
He
be able
can't
to
shield
knock
this.
out the Goliath spot, but it doesn't matter. Elam uses second
I mean, he
protection.
lives
Very
it.
nice. There might be that
Definitely
Marowak
doesn't
in the
live
back.
it.
Definitely.
Marowak doesn't really have a lot of good matchups to go with. Patamon
It's
has
gonna
to
hurt.
swap
No,
out
he
anyway.
left
Needs
it
to preserve the
easily.
Azumarill for the Goliath support.
While Marowak has a Protect Shield, it is in a tough
This,
position. It takes super effective damage from the Sparkling Arias, super effective damage from the Ice Punch, super
Yeah,
effective
Pokemon
damage
Comedy
from the
anymore.
Aqua Jets as well. And
Pokemon
another shield on the
Coliseum
Sparkling
reference.
Aria.
Yeah, I think
Does
Illium
so much
has
damage.
it.
Marowak barely hangs on.
Am I like behind you guys? What the fuck?
Well, I'm watching it live, so I don't know
Oh,
how ahead or behind I am, but
All right,
you may as
Lapras
well
takes
have
super
it so you can
effective
get.
damage, but it's going to be able to get the full
Why don't you just
Psy
all
Wave
watch
down.
on Twitch?
Sparkling Aria is loaded.
Damn.
Still a
Yeah,
Protect Shield for
obviously that won't
Patamon,
last
but
a
I don't
while.
know that there's a way for him to come back here.
Patamon knows the writing is on the wall. He concedes this game as the resistance Sparkling Area goes through. He knows that there's energy on both the Dusclops and the Goliath support. The Lapras still Psy-waving through. Azumarill goes down. Elam takes game number 1.
Like we talked about, there is so much core break potential from that Golisopod. Able to hit super effective with its Fury Cutter, and X
Dude,
is into
Lapras
that
put in
Cradle Leaf.
nice
Able
work.
to hit super effective with its Aqua Jet.
Do you guys recognize the judge beside CCO?
You mentioned that Potomon needed to get Protect Shields down to free up some
How
of
he said
the
he's
super
a
effective
French
damage
player.
like Rock Slide into those back Pokemon. It's so hard to get
CCO, yeah, he's from Canada. I don't even know if he plays GBL anymore. He just judges.
No one wants to
He
use
just
their
judges, yeah.
Elam just played
He's
that really
good
well
at judging.
yes,
No.
He plays
used the
GBL.
protections,
I played
but
him on
he
my
kept
little
Nikolai
brother's account last
in
season.
play,
Like,
Yeah,
when
people
he
still
was
play
GBL.
GBL?
had to
Cringe.
gather more energy
Dang.
to do something, and because Elam kept the charge
Oh,
attack loaded
the
on
right
the
guy is the French guy, yeah.
Goliath
But he's
has
a
a
good judge.
higher attack than the Marowak. Whenever Goliath would enter the stage again, it would just knock out the Marowak immediately, and
There's
that
a
is
few,
why we
very
saw no
sus judges,
protect
but-
shield being used on that Shadow Marowak from Patoman.
Excuse me, sorry,
As you
what?
can see here, gets the first protect shield from Patoman, actually uses the protect shield as well, but then knocks out the Cradily. Let's remember, there was a one-stage attack debuff at this point. Elam has that presence of mind to swap out and save that Golisopod for later, but it was the Lapras
Wait,
show
Chan,
here,
are you streaming?
pacing so quickly,
You're
having so
streaming your
much bulk,
own
easily
Twitch.
tanking the super effective
Right?
move, and with the strength
Yeah,
of
I
Saturn,
literally
able
just
to
switched
farm
category.
down the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Fuck you and your stupid Razor hole fucking GBL lineup. My god,
It's
bro.
a VI earlier this season. You know that he has a tendency to use those same teams, but I think that at this point you might see the pattern in Ilum's compositions. Ilum recognizes Dusclops is so safe to bring. It has played into one of its worst matchups, Mandibus. It doesn't have a lot of play into Greninja, but Greninja is almost unplayable
still
for
best out of
Patoman,
3,
considering
right?
the Dena and Golisopod pressure it so hard.
And with how strong Golisopod is for
Yeah.
Elam, you know that it's a
Winners
high likelihood
finals,
that he brings it,
losers
making
finals, and
Greninja
grand
that
finals
much
are
more
all best
inevitable to
out
get
of
that matchup in a very
Okay.
very negative matchup for Patamon. Are you surprised, Martine, that we've had 2 games from Patamon and we still have not seen the Shadow Scizor?
Not seen the Shadow Scissor, but also not the Mandibus. 2 Pokemon that actually may have done quite well into that composition of Ilum, but I think the reason why Ilum keeps reading that Dusclops as well is because
The
it
heck is
bases
Patoman's
faster
last Pokemon?
than Scissor.
Oh, Greninja.
Scissor
Greninja.
needs 5 seconds
Okay,
to get
so
to
then
its
yeah,
lowest
There's like a
at least
few
he's gonna
people-
bring back
stack,
Pod.
that is the
Few
Night
people
Slash and
coping
Dark
with
type
Scissor
charge attack. It is
Greninja
super
this
effective on
tournament.
the Dusclops, but
Why?
Dusclops needs 4.5
What?
seconds, 9 turns.
I
to
mean,
get
Shadow
to the
Scissor is
Shadow
fine, but
Punch.
Greninja,
Oh yeah, Shadow
Always be
Scissor's
able to
fine.
deal
Greninja,
damage
not
before
really.
It's debatable.
Scissor will be able to do so with his charge
Scissor's
attack.
fine.
And in those situations,
reason,
where you're
it
trying to
doesn't
play on
work
that
out for
two-shield
Patoman.
matchup versus that Dusclops, you
It
have to
worked
give
out
a
for
little bit
somebody
of
else,
advantage
too.
to
Somebody
Dusclops,
else was
knowing that it
running
can get to that third
Yeah.
charge
Yeah.
attack a little bit
What's
faster.
Violet? Yeah.
Now, one thing I
He
wanted to
got
mention
caught by
about
Violet
Mandibus, I
is
know that you said it has a lot
Violet
of play
can
versus Elam's
do
team.
deal with,
What
you know,
Patamon might be
spicy
thinking is,
moves like that.
alright, well if I get
Yeah.
with a lot of my Pokemon, they have some flexibility. Mandibuzz doesn't really. It has a lot of very positive matchups and a lot of very negative matchups.
Where's-
Okay, if I get it aligned
where's
versus the
Patoman from? Like
Golisopod,
Europe,
I'm
right?
feeling great. I have super
Spain.
effective air slashes and aerial aces. If I get it aligned versus that Dedenne, though,
He won
there's no way I can outskill my
UIC.
opponent. There's no way out in that matchup.
Yeah,
That is a helpless
Ooh.
situation, and that might be why Patoman brings the Shadow Marowak
alignment's
instead of the
very important
Mandibus.
here.
Even hasn't brought the Dedenne
Yep.
in 2 games
Very
so
much.
far yet, so avoiding that matchup looks like Elam might be
Let's that
signing to his
go?
opponent. I'm ready. Let's see
This
if
is just a
Patoman
one
is
shot.
also ready for
Farm
his
down?
2nd game
No,
here.
he's gonna get
This
too
is a
much
best of 5. Keep in mind that we did have
Yeah.
a
You don't
review
need
after
to
our
double
initial
shield if you
game
wanna
1. However,
keep
Elam
it.
was able to come back and win
Just gonna let
the
this go.
replay of game number 1.
Oh,
Currently 1-0.
this
Elam
one.
have the sighting of the Shadow Scizor.
And
Oh.
there it is. This is what I was talking about. The Dusclops outpaces
That was
the
a
Sissy
catch,
here, and it gives it
but it
a
wasn't.
slight edge here. Letting it go immediately, no protection being
an
used.
interesting
As you can see,
catch.
Scissor is super
That might
fragile.
have-
That is an attack that normally doesn't hit as hard. Let's see, Scissor
well,
does
this
have
is
super
bad for,
effective Night Slash. It will
Patoman.
almost start to knock out him.
Yeah,
Might actually
really
almost.
bad
I
for
think
him.
this barely has started to knock out. Elam doesn't use the protect shield.
Hangs on versus the
Oh, and
Night
he's
Slash.
shielding.
Do you just throw the Ice Punch right away? The presence
Yo,
of
it
mind
really
for
has
Elam,
like,
knowing there's going
so
to be
much
a
here
catch, and now the
Oh, he
super
has an ice
effective
bank,
Ice
right, on
Punch
the
into the
scissor 'cause he
Cradily.
farmed
Yeah.
too.
This is actually
You
what
need
Elam
to,
wants, because brought the
you just
Dedenne
want to
in
get
the
shields down
back. I think
on
as
both
Elam,
sides.
your only fear is that there might be the Shadow Marowak in the back,
You
but we see
can.
from Patoman.
I was gonna
the
say, I don't know if he could
Azumarill
farm down
and the
here.
Dedenne is
No,
waiting to line up with that.
This is so
close.
fortunate for Elam. He did
Yeah,
not want to
Papa
have the
needs to
Dedenne
shield
lined
this.
up versus the Cradily, one of its hardest counters. But now, like you said, he's going to be
He
able to
does
get
no
the
shield.
alignment that
Oh,
he
he
wants
shields.
into that Azumarill. Let's not forget the energy still
I
remaining
don't like
over
the shield.
Patoman. I believe he
Yeah,
has
Elim
4
shields 'cause
bullet
he loses
punches,
the Night
one
Slash,
bullet
gets
punch
knocked
away
off
from the next
with
Night
that.
Slash.
Correct. And
But then
after this
just
matchup, it's
sleeps.
likely that Patoman is going to try and soak damage on that Azumarill. Not going
once
to
you
take
get
any
your
chance
moves
on
there,
another Rock
yeah.
Tomb here. Elam goes
Oh.
for the super
Slow
effective
it
axis,
down.
but we see Patoman an attempt to take shields
Oh.
down. There's no switch up
I'm
yet
not sure what
for
Elam's doing.
Elam, so this attack cannot be caught, and he does preserve this
It doesn't
Goliath
fail
ult.
yet,
Elam
but
does not know what's in the back. He needs to keep this Goliath
I mean,
squad healthy,
this
just
is
in case
gonna
that
be
Shadow
good.
Cancel
This
Marowak
is
is
perfect.
kicking around in the back. He has 3 Pokemon that he would love to see, the Mandibuzz, the Azumarill, or the Greninja, and now he sees it.
Yeah,
It's
you're
the
right.
Azumarill.
Right.
You can
Yeah.
see Elam feeling
He's
strong.
gonna
Can you
outpace
get to the Trailblaze?
TP.
They have a charge attack priority.
No
Huge.
here. It looks like Elam knows that he would lose that, but this is going to do a lot of damage.
Trailblaze
Elam
comes
probably
through from the
doesn't kill,
Shadow
though.
Scissor. Is this enough to knock
Yeah,
out?
which is
Not
fine, 'cause he
quite.
just gets
We have a
a
full
tiny bit
farm
of
down,
energy
and
out
yes,
of his
Elam
Because even if he
does
doesn't,
have
it
the
has
Parabolic
impact
Charge
though,
locked and
so.
ready to go.
He gets
This is going to be
farmed
super effective, but
Mm.
Azumarill is a bulky Pokemon. It can hang on.
And speaking of bulk, this Parabolic Charge going to enhance the defense
both
of this
are healthy.
the Dennis, so the balls will even do less. It means that you're forced to throw energy, but it's the charge of Curdy tie. Azumarill loses that. The Dennis on a roll here.
This is going to force all of the energy out from Patomon. This is not enough to knock out here, but it takes the Azumarill dangerously low. We still have the Dusclops for Elam. We still have the Golisopod. I think that this is going to be game number 2 going to Elam.
Yes, another Pokemon's coming in. That is the Golisopod. Has a charge tag loaded. Doesn't need it though. King Elam takes game number 2.
That Golisopod has been so strong.
Having
in
a
the
drink
back
with
for
mushrooms
Elam.
in it,
Multiple
that just
games
sounds
now,
very
he's been able
unappealing
to
to me.
find that alignment versus the Cradily, and while Cradily has the ability to hit back with its Rock Tomb, the pacing for the Golisopod makes it so strong. Not to mention
A
super
mushroom
effective
drink?
fast attack.
What?
Look how
think that
far
ice
Elam
punch
has
is
come.
kind of,
Undefeated since
I eat mushrooms, I don't drink
before
it.
that, he already
Really,
was so good at
should've just let him
consistent
throw the ice
performances
punch.
in the championship series in Pokemon Go. Top 4, top 5, all over the place. A king without a
Might have been
crown.
better
Then
for
he
Pop
picked
Man
up the
if
crown,
the
put it on his
Silver
head in
died.
Toronto, and now he's still undefeated since then. He is 2-0 up in this
Well,
winners
if he
finals.
just
One
didn't,
win
if he
away
just didn't catch, he
from
probably
grand
wins that
finals
game
here.
because
Elam
he
was
just
butting
let
his
the
head up
Dusclops
against
go.
the wall, trying to break
Or she
through,
wins
trying to get
alignment.
that champion
Yeah, like,
title
he
at the
just gave up
regional level.
alignment
When
after
he finally
easily
did, it seems like
having it.
everything has
He was in
unlocked.
control of it.
150 IQ now for Elam. He has been
Agreed.
absolutely unstoppable. And let's not forget, he's had every angle of the journey. In Toronto, he went through the loser side of the bracket
He's just gonna
to win
keep
the
bringing
grand
that
finals.
Golisopod. It's
In
literally so
Atlanta, he
good.
went through the winner side.
to his
He
whole
just
team.
seems to
Well,
continue
besides
getting
the
better
Mandy,
when
I
he's
guess.
already winning championships.
Yeah,
The
but
he can't really
versatility
bring
on some of
Mandy.
these trainers is
Exactly.
beyond insanity. Elam is a fearsome opponent. Patman, he told me he was prepared, but looks like he needs
I think
to make
Ilium
the
is now trying to
strongest
draw the man with that
comeback
last
ever.
line
He needs to
because he's
reverse
led
sweep to win
freaking
3 battles in a row
Dusclops and then
here.
had
But
Pod in
can
the
you
back
do that
row.
He's gonna
against
run
someone like
Golisopod to
Elam?
Dencor
We are in the
again.
winners finals, so
Yeah,
there is
but
no
he's gonna
bracket
add another
reset
E,
here.
like,
Again, the
I
loser
don't know, he
will
might go
drop
double
down
water.
to the losers finals
He
where
might
they
go
will face
Drapion
off
or Lapras
versus
instead
its
of-
Accent. What's interesting though for Patomon, if he does lose this next game, he's going to have almost an
He can
identical
beat
team that
Lapras
he
and
has to
just
face
have-
off versus Elam. But we've seen
Well, I
Patomon
mean,
come back
yeah,
down
he can beat
before.
Lapras,
Don't forget, I
honestly.
believe in some of
Lapras
his
is, like,
other
pretty
tournaments
safe
as well in the grand
for the
finals,
most part.
he's been
Safe,
up
but
against
like
the wall
if
and he's
there's a
found a way to
Scizor
victory.
lead,
Well,
like
he does
he
Yeah, he
dictates
played
that and
in the
leaves
winners
boosted.
finals against HK Assassin.
Has who's
At
bad
the
for
time,
Lapras
he
too. He
lost
doesn't have Skull Bash, right? He has Ice
found
Beam.
a wall in
Yeah.
some of the core
Yeah.
breakers that HK Assassin had, but he kept his head up. And he got back into
Yeah, I don't
the
know. I
grand
think
finals.
Also just
Batman
run the
1-3-0
same line.
at the time
I think
to
Batman
reset
should
the
be
bracket against
banking
HK
on
Assassin,
Mandy.
so he knows how to come
Good
back
against
from
his
some of
Pod,
these
against the
deficits
Bunny,
or
against
team
Klopp.
disadvantages.
Even
Whether
Lapras
it is
isn't
the
clean,
Golisopod or
and
the
if
Rock
it's
Tomb,
Air Slash, it
this is
beats
the time to
Drapion.
step up here.
And you just have to take it
Yeah,
one
it is
battle at
actually.
a time.
Yeah.
You can't immediately win the
It's a call
series, but
game.
you can win one
Right at
game.
the
You can
Denny.
regain
Double
that
water.
momentum. You can figure out some strategies.
Yeah, but I mean,
don't
you
think
take those
Patomon
odds
is
to the-
out here. I think
the
that he
Denny
still has
beats you.
plenty
Oh,
left in the tank. He
Same
needs to
thing.
find a way
Alignment,
though to
basically,
avoid that
sort of.
Cradily versus
Don't know, man.
Golisopod matchup.
He's using the Cradily every time to try and bait out the Golisopod, which is kind of a successful strategy because Elam
Yep,
does have the
PG string.
Golisopod every time in the back. However, the Cradily prefers to be into better matchups such as the Diggersby. I believe both trainers are ready here. We're getting
We just
into
land-
game
we just
number
land
3.
two of
There's
these
the
and let this
Cradily. It
guy
is
and
lined
farm
up
down
into the
Golisopod, right?
Dusclops.
Inadequates. Of course, Dusclops has access to super effective Ice Punch here, but meanwhile, Patomon
That
is able
is
to get
not a
debuff
pleasant
attacks as
back
well.
line
How
for
does this
that,
matchup play out?
Look
for
at this.
I
Patomon.
mean, but he has Fury
Elam
Cut
threw
here,
the Ice
right?
Punch immediately before the Rock
That shit
Tomb, and
fucking
this allows
melts.
the Ice Punch to do
Oh,
full damage.
just
Otherwise,
switch.
it would have done less damage after this Rock Tomb that has a
Once again.
100% chance, a guaranteed chance
Why are you
to
giving
drop
him
the
switch?
attack of the Dusclops, and you need 2 charge stacks here.
He
This
lets
is
it
actually
Actually, not that bad of a matchup for the Greatly, even though Acid as a poison type fast tech is resisted by Ghost.
Absolutely. Here comes the next Ice Punch, though. We have seen the Rock Tomb debuff already land, so this is going to do less. I don't know if you're able to knock out with a Shadow Punch. Well, we're not going to find out because Patamon makes a quick swap. He brings in the Shadow Scizor. Again, this is debuff Shadow Punch damage here. He lets it go.
We've seen some aggressive play from Patamon all over the place. In comes that
that.
He missed pretty good, right? Bullet points.
Yeah, and now he has all this energy, but there's just an acid that's going to come in and absorb it.
He is putting on a protection, and do we see the attack boost here? There's a 12% chance we see no attack boost there.
All right, well, Patoman actually
just gonna get a lot of farm. He needs to like,
his head here. Maybe a
needs to
miscounter,
choke to
maybe
stop
he
the
wants
time
to just
to
let
swap.
this one go. There is no
He had
boost.
it.
Uses both protect shields. Can he farm
Yeah,
down
and
in
also
10 turns?
shield
Or will
down.
the Scissor get to the next Night Slash? Elam doesn't want to find out. He throws the Aqua Jet.
No, yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked.
Yeah, this is over.
Patoman
knows it's a damage.
In comes the Azumo, which is going to resist everything. Elam
Yeah,
shaking his
that's
head
what
because
he
he
says.
knows because his timer is not up. This Azumo
Okay,
is
well,
only
his
going to
throwing
build up
there
more
is a
energy.
little
Is the timer up
better.
after this charge? Like, yes, it is.
Nah.
Do we see the switch?
Nah,
No, not just yet.
How much more value can you get out of
Let's
this
get to the
Cradily?
next,
it does
player.
not have a lot of HP.
mean,
Dustclop
Elam literally has
comes
a
back
full
onto
dead.
the field though, and
He's
is going
not
to be
gonna
throwing
die
the
from
Shadow
player
Punch.
off,
When will
but he does have
Patoman
two
be
shields,
using
so
his
we'll see what
Protect
happens.
Shields?
Like at this point, Patoman knows that
You're
there's
right.
going to be the Den in the back, but you have to expend energy here.
Oh,
The
smart.
Azumo, however,
Yeah,
is
that's smart.
that these are
got
expensive
the
charge
energy.
attacks in cost of energy, so that means that you cannot stack 2 charge attacks.
Okay, this might
Any
be tough.
Pokemon that comes
And then
in
it
now
comes
won't
far
be hit
down.
by a charge attack directly, but Patoman
This
is
doesn't
very
really
close to
matter
another one.
much.
And if you go into the Dedenne here, the clock is up for Patoman to switch out into that Cradily, which can deal super effective damage with
If
the acid.
he
In
throws-
comes the Dedenne. We see the switch from Patoman.
no.
He has the Grass Knot loaded, or do we see the
This
Rock
would be
Tomb?
like
We see
a
the
miracle.
Rock
He
Tomb.
needs to
Grass
save
Knot does more
one
in
for the
Adequates.
Dene.
Does
He
do
can
more
shoot
damage,
one
but now
from
you debuff
this.
the
Yeah.
attack from this Dedenne, meaning
Bomb
that
it
it's
over.
going to be more difficult
You can
to
do what,
get
3?
Thunderstorm down. But the timer's up for Elam. In comes the Goliath support.
He's going to be able to
He
farm
needs to
all the
be
way
close
down.
to
He has an
2.
Aqua Jet loaded. You're now in a situation as the
Yeah.
Azumarill already have to
Ooh.
start shielding
Oh, he
any
could've done one
charge
more, yeah,
attack.
three. He
This
could've
is
done 3.
resisted though. Patoman says no, not
he-
yet.
I think
I
he
need to save my Protect
coping
Shields
win?
for that Dedenne.
He
Keep
should
in
have gone
mind though,
for
like I
ice
said, you
in
can store charge attacks and you're not able to bubble
Yeah,
down its
yeah,
it
resistant
doesn't
damage.
matter.
You have to put a protect shield here because Patoman is
Uh,
on health.
Wait, what
Elam
didn't-
is looking in a
Well,
tough
I guess
spot,
he
but
could
there
have
is
the
play
player-
here.
yeah,
He wasn't
Relies
gonna let
on
the
how
player off
Patoman
even with
manages
boosted
his
defense.
energy.
Yeah.
Patoman needs to get to 2 charge attacks here. Go
Wow,
for the player
close.
on Ice Beam.
Still pretty
Maybe
close.
to knocking out, even though
Way
resistant,
closer
but
than it
this
should've
definitely
been.
secures the knockout. And now Patoman needs to
Yep,
get to
if
another
he
charge
threw
out
the
of the Den already
move
has
from
a
pot
powerful
earlier
charge that would
before
buff
having
the
to shoot
defense here.
twice.
Going for the
Maybe he had
player.
that shield, I think that would have been
This is going to
different.
secure the knockout.
Because then he just has a shield for the
Patoman's
Dedenne
going to
there
take
and
one game
something.
back here against Elam.
Elam unable to farm down, unable to reach 2 charge attack. Shields are down. Patoman is able to make the recovery, and he is going to take game number 3. Currently, 1 game for Patoman, 2 games for Elam.
What a close match that was. Only a sliver.
These are best out of 5, right?
On the Azumarill there. Only a few
think.
more Fury Cutters and the Azumarill.
Oh, yeah, it is, 'cause, he already has 2
Perfect
wins.
health and energy
Sure.
management from Patoman on the left. You would need 2 more wins to make that reverse sweep, but Elam, of course, in a better position as he only needs 1 win to move on to the grand finals.
That was the starting point for Patoman. It only takes 1 game to make that recovery. Inadequates, in your vision, what was the difference there for Patoman? What was key to him making that recovery?
Well, what I find about Patoman is he keeps playing
Yeah,
very
even if he threw that, if he did
aggressive.
one and threw the
swaps in
parabolic
earlier
charge, like,
than
there's no
Elam
way
does.
he's
Elam
losing a
seems to
player
play a
off
little bit more
anyways.
defensive, going for that switch advantage. Lets Patoman do the dance and show his Pokemon. And what was different there is that Shadow Scissor. This time he benched the Shadow Marowak and Scissor just paces much quicker. The Fear Cutter didn't do as much damage to that Scissor, so it had time to get to those Night Slashes, put the shields away, and then a little bit of the Cradily left on the Patoman's side was really helpful against the Dedenne.
What's been interesting to me in Adequance is that early on, Patoman was bringing that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the original Game 1 plus the Game 1 replay. The last 2 games, though, he's put it on the bench. Guess what Elam has brought? The Dedenne.
And unfortunately for Patoman, he hasn't brought the Shadow Marowak, so that the Dedenne has been in a pretty good spot over and over. It deals super effective damage into that Azumarill, and the more shields there are in play, the more Parabolic Charge can go for, and Parabolic Charge, 100% chance to raise your
Should've just
defense
been a
by
fucking
1
3-0
stage.
that first
That's
game.
right.
Should've
Well,
just been a
Elam
win.
is now the one a bit on the back
Yeah.
foot. While he's still only
know why
1
that was
game
a
away
rematch.
from making it to the grand finals, he now just had a pretty decisive victory there by Patamon. Patamon getting early control and able to maintain that throughout the majority of the game. He needs to figure out now, is it still the Dedenne? Do I bring the Golisopod back in a different capacity? Or do I maybe bring some of the Pokemon that we haven't seen just yet? The Lapras, keep in mind, was very strong for him in those first couple games.
I also want to give some recognition to the counting and the memory of these trainers. In Pokemon Go, one of the best ways to keep track of your opponent's energy is basically counting their energy by either their fast attacks or by the numbers, and they just seem to know exactly where their opponent was in energy that allowed them to maximize their own efficiency in the health and
he
energy
got it.
generation.
He actually got it.
This is some
Damn.
of the best you can find in Pokemon Go PvP.
There's no room for mistakes in Adequance. You cannot make any mistakes at this level, and I don't think any of these trainers have made any mistakes. We're just seeing some trainers that are out-planning or out-maneuvering the other trainer in these situations. I cannot wait to see this game number 4 here. Again, Elam one battle away from making it to Grand Finals.
Oh, really?
Finally gets a lead. It's the Mandibuzz with answer.
Okay.
Here comes the Lapras, but it has double resisted Psywave. However, Elam has Ice Beam on his Lapras.
Does Lapras live a Rock Tomb still from here, right? It should.
Yeah,
they
it
should
should.
give another
Switching out, even though Ice Beam is super effective, these are two bulky Pokemon, so Mandibuzz can hang on with it quite well.
We've seen Patamon want to preserve Protect Shields for the Shadow Scizor and hangs on
No
very
idea.
easily versus the same type attack bonus Ice Beam, but that does a chunk in Adequance.
And he goes into the Cradley instead. I thought that perhaps he would go into the Shadow Scissor because Bullet Punch just outputs damage so quickly. However,
If Patamon knows he left it.
no, that's the bait, the sparkling area bait. That could have been a hard-hitting, super effective Ice Beam. What a great call for Patamon there.
A huge no shield for Patamon. Could have been super effective damage, just the sparkling aria instead. And now, with this Raw Tomb debuff, I do not think that this Cradley is in sparkling aria range. You need to throw the Ice Beam.
No, he keeps manning for the goalie.
You go for it twice.
That's
Again, the
smarter.
sparkling area does Patamon put up a protection. I believe Elam is one side away from another. And
Yeah,
yes, we see
Lapras
protection
still alive.
come up here. I believe the
Pretty
timer is
healthy
up.
still.
We see the switch from Elam. And there's the catch on the Rock Tomb on the Dusclops.
Elam pulling out all the
B.
stops here. What a huge catch here. This will lock in an attack debuff for the next 50 seconds at least on this Dusclops. Here we go, though.
The
We
last
see
one, I
the
think
Shadow
Elam would've wanted
Scizor
to
take
kept
the
that
field.
shield, and,
It's
like,
going to be a
now
little bit bulkier knowing that these attacks have been
brings the
debuffed by the
91,
Dusclops.
We've
so
seen this
Yeah.
matchup earlier, but as you said, the Shadow Punch will do less damage. That's why we see Patamon bringing this Scissor, because now it can hang on a little bit better.
Lapras still healthy, has some energy, right?
Perfect counting from
sparkling
Patamon
link.
here. Elam kind of in
Yeah.
a tough spot.
But he
You
also has
use
a
your final
shield
protection
and
here.
3
This
Pokemon.
Scissor is kind of tough to take out at this point.
What are you going to do? You're going to do resisted Fury Cutters. You're going to do
That doesn't really
resisted
help
Psy Waves. One-turn attacks still do add up versus this Scissor, but you have an energy advantage as well, and you can get a guaranteed attack buff if you want to throw the Trailblaze. Patamon,
Honestly,
we've seen him
better for
prioritizing
Elam,
this
'cause
Night
now he
Slash.
The Mandibuzz has 2 moves back-to-back,
chance to
right?
get the double attack boost. Elam lets it
Yeah,
go.
almost.
Patamon is hoping that he can
Huge
get to 2
catch.
chargings
What a
here. Remember that
catch.
Elam has Ice Beam on the Lapras, so I think that's what he's banking
Mm.
on. And there we see the
That
catch
helps, yeah.
on the Aqua Jet. Muy bien. What a play from Patamon.
You're going to catch against
'Cause he
me.
can
You know what? I'm going to
does he
flip
know
the
this
script
is
and catch
sparkling? Let's
against
see.
you. Now Mandibuzz looks like it's in a great spot. It is a great answer to this Goliath
Does
spot,
Elam
and
have
it double
pace?
resists the sideways from
The
the
2
Lapras.
moves?
Plus, it has some energy.
I think that the most.
He has to
Oh, we
shield.
see
Oh,
another catch.
Patamon could
These
have fallen a
strings are
little
just
bit over.
dancing around. Even
has to
though
shield
both
this.
aerials and foul
Okay, I was
play are
like-
neutral, this is a less efficient charge set, keeping Elam's Lapras a little bit healthier, and it has already an Ice Beam going for another sparkling area. Is
Oh.
Patamon going to
Does the
call
Aqua Jet
this
kill?
as well? He puts up a protection on this
he just
final.
throw?
His final protection on this Mandibuzz.
He knows how important the Mandibuzz is. It's going to be
No,
the key to
Aqua Jet
victory
doesn't
for him.
kill.
Needs to preserve this HP, but needs to take out this Lapras as well. In comes
No,
the
it
aerial
doesn't.
ace. I don't think the
Damn.
Lapras will be able to hang on, and Elam uses his final protect shield as well.
The timer's up. Scissor
Nah,
comes
this
in.
is-
It
this
gets to
doesn't
the
kill.
Night Slash. This is a crucial
Wow.
play.
One
Going
game
for an
from-
undercharge though. Patamon
Where's
doesn't
Yeah,
give the
Liquidation?
Goliath
Patamon-
spot any energy to allow the Goliath spot to knock out.
Patamon,
Even as it doesn't go down
wow.
just yet. And you get the
The
bullet
Scissor
punch
play is
down.
like,
Minimizes the amount
yeah,
of
he wants to minimize
of
it for
health
as
and
much as
therefore
possible
energy
there.
this Goliathpod is able to get. How close are we to the aerial ace? Elam is at the Aqua Jet. He throws it just before the
Scissor
aerial
landed
ace.
for actually
Will this
winning.
be
Who would've
enough
guessed?
to knock out?
This Aqua Jet is a very efficient
That doesn't
charge.
KO though.
It comes from a high attack. Pokemon Mandibuzz is poking. Get it, Exalt! It Exalt! Batuman ties up the score to 2-2.
Batuman pulling off a miracle here yet
I mean, this
again.
should have already
Down
been done
2-0,
at 3-0,
winning
but
game number
I don't-
3, winning
I don't
game
know
number
why
4, and we are now going to
rematches
go
for
to a
crap that
decisive
is a
game
rematch,
5
but
here in the winners
I feel like our
finals.
judging is just
like
never
the previous
consistent or
game,
good,
even
no
though
matter who it
Batuman
is.
had the momentum there, Elim doesn't give
It's
up
just never like the
there
same.
because there was again a win on just a sliver of HP here. Elim is putting in his best, so is Batuman, and we're gonna go into the decisive game number 5 in that winners finals. The winner of this
GBL,
match
you gotta fight the
goes
lag, and
into
here you
the
gotta
grand
fight the
final.
judges.
The loser of this match will have to play against its Axel.
One of the most entertaining battles that we have seen throughout the entire tournament. We saw at least
fight like
3
5
catches, we
things in
saw
GBL to
combo
win.
plays, we saw charge attack priorities,
I'm
we
gonna
saw
side the
nail
wall
biters.
in
I know
GBL.
everyone in the audience
Crash
was holding their
opponent,
breath
RPS,
as
one
Elim
turn,
launched that
lag.
final charge attack, but Mandibuzz too bulky. We talked about the Dark Flyers, we talked about the
It's a
Galarian
really great
Bull
animation,
versus the
so you can
Mandibuzz.
come
You know what
perfectly.
Mandibuzz has?
Animation,
It has
there's
the
like
bulk and it
10
hung
things
on
you
to
gotta
that
fight
charge
in
attack.
GBL to
This
win a match
catch
every time
from
you play.
Batuman, he let the Great League go, allowing a Scissor and Mandibuzz to clear out the game. What a tremendous insight that he had there. Also, you pointed out that previously Batuman didn't bring the Marowak.
What do you
and
guys think?
Elim didn't
The
bring
Dena lead?
Dedenne. He did bring the Dedenne, and Elim
Yeah, I
this
don't
time
think that's a
didn't
bad
bring the Dedenne.
Do
Batuman
5
brought
head and you go
Mandibuzz,
Greninja.
and again, this time, Elim again brought the Goliath spot and the Duskull score. Mandibuzz got alive perfectly.
Well, you talked about how impactful that Mandibuzz
Diggersby
was,
lead.
was able to avoid that Dedenne, and I think maybe that's why Pokemon early on wanted
He's
to
not
avoid it,
big.
thinking that Dedenne was light. In fact, we saw
If
two consecutive
Elim's
games
keeps
from Elim
thinking
using
that
Dedenne, but
both
he
of
lost with
the
it.
He's just gonna bring
Then
Great Leagues
the
this year
Ninjas
again.
Maybe
just
thinks,
with
okay,
different
didn't work
thirds.
out so hot for me here. I'm
It's
going to put
just
it on the bench.
RPS,
That's a
whoever
cue for
guesses
Pokemon
right.
to bring the Mandibuzz, knowing that it should be free.
I think that this combination of Mandibuzz and Scissor just complements itself so well, just like the Dusclops and Goliath spot core from Elim. Just because one of those Pokemon is more attack weighted, it can use those protections.
Diggersby?
The other Pokemon, Mandibuzz and Dusclops, they don't need those protections.
See now, like
so you can preserve them
Pato's
for
playing
your
him like,
attack-weighted
oh, I'm gonna
Pokemon
bring the
that
Mandy again.
output
He's gonna
way more
like
damage.
lead the
The one
Den into the
Pokemon that we
Scissor or
haven't
something.
seen at all so far.
I think
at
Batuman's
lane
gonna
for
double
Elim
down.
is the Shadow
Leading
Drapion.
Mandy again.
Is it just too risky to bring, knowing there's a
go
Steel
Mandy,
type,
Scissor,
knowing there's a
Great
Shadow
League.
Kanto Marowak?
How much is
Oh,
Go
yeah.
Prizeball? Is it pretty low? Isn't it the same as Unite? The only difference is because it's like a solo competition, like they get all the amount rather than divisible by 5.
Which is ground, and Mudslap just hits so incredibly hard. Even though you have coverage in Aquatil.
No, Unite's already done. Unite was first.
Extremely fast. It generally
Unite was
really
first.
see that Shadow Marowak.
I think in
lead
matchups where
wins the
shields are
game
down
against
or you're
Mandibuzz.
able to
Let's
just
go.
resist the fast attack pressure, Drapion shines because it's able
Unite
to
is
stand
over,
out
yeah.
those charge attacks and has relatively good coverage.
It
in
was first.
situations where you're reliant
Guys, it was
on-
only the grand finals. It was the
on
best of
fast
5 and that
attack
was it.
pressure, or that's the name of the game. It
It was
really
first.
starts to struggle. So knowing that,
Just like me.
that there is a Shadow Kanto Marowak, there's a Shadow Sizer, even a Greninja, there's a lot of reasons
You've
for
been
Elim
over
to
for
keep
a
it on
while.
the
You're
bench.
washed, buddy.
The Shadow Drapion has been working very well for
Oh,
him
no.
yesterday, though.
Oh,
So
shit, they went-
it is time to bring out that
Damn.
trump card in
They went
the
neutral.
Shadow
Okay, that's
Drapion. It
better.
is a very strong Pokemon all throughout the entire meta.
Seems unfair. I mean, the shadows are a choice. Like, anyone can have shadow
Trainers are
Pokemon.
still locking in, and just keep in mind the moment.
Who
for
wins
these
this? I actually
trainers.
don't know.
One game
I assume
determines
Azu.
whether they have to fight another battle in losers finals, or if they make it to the grand finals.
I have no idea. It seems like 2 playoff players with Dusclops.
Easily.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is a replay of game
Oh,
number
this should be
1.
into some
We saw the
5
Goliath squad in the
punches.
back getting lined up
Yeah.
versus the Cradily. Potamon
But he
has
can just
enjoyed
reverse farm.
bringing in
Like,
this Cradily
farm
to draw
on
out the
Yeah.
Goliath
either of
squad.
his back
But I don't know
Pokemon
if he
are
needs to
okay.
this time because he has the Shadow Scissor in the back instead of that Shadow
Like,
Marowak.
Golisopod
A
farm would
play
be
rough
really
is
good
coming
either.
through here, which
okay,
will
this is
deal a
tough, though.
seizable amount of damage to this Dusclops, but it
Oh.
will hang on. You need another player as the Azumarill, and Dusclops will need a few more Shadow punches here. It already
Wait.
has 2 loaded
Yeah,
though.
why is he?
With these 3-turn mirror attacks with Hex and with Bubble,
gonna
you're
go
giving
on?
so many additional bubbles to the Azumarill.
But now
Every
he's
time
just
you
behind
throw
energy.
one of those shadow punches,
Different
Elam
than
trying
game
to
1.
stay ahead
The
on
same
energy,
team,
though,
but
knowing that there may be a swap in at some point. He doesn't
Oh,
want
you
to
see,
be
he
caught
died.
energy
Wow.
free or energy dry.
I would not be surprised
But
if
then
we
you can
see
shield
a
this,
catch
no?
attempt here
No?
from
Oh.
Elam.
No, we see the Cradle come in immediately from Patoman again at the
That just
aggressive
lost
play,
him
but
the
this is
game.
only a Shadow Punch. This is not an Ice Punch. Does Patoman know? He
knows.
Yeah, it's a little surprising not seeing the super effective move being thrown.
This is
now the
Gliscobot just-
Gliscobot,
he
that's the deal, though.
lagged
Perhaps
again.
that you need a little bit of that chip damage to
This is
put
over,
this
right?
Pokemon
Like,
into
there's no
X's
way.
range. He is once again
There's
able
probably
to
gonna be a
still outpace,
dispute.
gets to the
Guaranteed.
X's right
Doesn't
as
lag
the
again
Rock
one
Tomb was
turn.
loaded as well.
Yeah.
This is looking very
But you don't
good
get
for
a
Elam.
you don't get replay for one turn, so it doesn't matter.
That's not what
I
Botman
think
was
so.
expecting.
Yeah.
The Azumarill was way
That's
too
true.
low
Three
health to
matches for one
consistently
turn.
deal with this, but looks like Botman is putting it all on his Shadow Scissor.
I think he thought he was going to hang on, and Elam actually a little bit ahead of energy as well, as with a slight
What a
overfarm after that X Scissor, he's now able to outpace the Shadow Scissor to energy.
I think there's only one thing that can save Botman here, and that is a nice slash boost. He's been going for nice slash over and over. Does he do it again here? Oh, we
Nice
see
slash
Elam
boost.
go for the Aqua Jet here.
Did he just
stripping
sack
away
the goalie
final
now?
shield from Botman.
How much energy does this Azumarill still have,
Or do
and
they
will
come
that
in
energy
lappers?
even be
Elon
impactful?
doesn't like this.
Well, the thing is, if you swap in the Azumarill, it leaves. Oh, we
They're up
see
two
the
shields.
catch from Elam.
Does he double shield to just get this
Elam
off?
able to
Like,
make an incredible
like,
catch on
I
his
don't know.
Dusclops, leading to an undercharge
Ooh.
by Patamon. Wants to get a couple additional bullet punches. Look at this Hex damage
Does he try
adding
to
up.
catch
2
now
more
is the
bullet
thing?
punches from
Yeah,
Patamon,
see,
though,
that's
able to
what I
get a
was-
little bit of that energy back, but there's still a
He
full
just has to be
Lapras to get
careful
through,
to
and
catch.
2 Protect Shields.
Shadow Scissor waving at the
Okay, that's
avatar
GG.
from Elam there. What do you bring in now? It is the Scissor. It has no energy. It does have 2 Protect Shields here. Night Slash is coming in. Remember, a 12% chance to double boost the attack here. In that case, you could get a Bullet Punch down here as Goliath was attempting to get to another charge deck. It is 1 Fury Cutter away. Do we see
Wait, did
the
they
catch
CMP there?
from Potoman here?
You
Look
have
like you
to
pressed
make
the
a
button.
catch if you're Potoman. It's all on the back of this Scissor at this point. You have no Protect Shields remaining. Aqua Jet gets locked in, and this is going to
There's nothing
knock
to
out the
dispute.
Scissor. Unstoppable. Elam is
That didn't
doing it
matter.
again.
Yeah.
Elam is about to
There's
defend
one turn
the
lag,
North
but I don't think it
America
matters,
region.
yeah.
Azumo's energy,
When he
but
came into
there's
the Scissor, it
Lapras,
was
and
one
Lapras
turn
is
behind
bulky.
because
It's
the
going to
goalie
handle to this
was
player.
like
Looks like
one
both
turn
trainers
up.
are discussed, but for now it's looking like Elam is going to take this game number
Goalie
5.
kept
No
getting
need for
the
the Skull
move
Bash.
earlier
One
than
more
the Scissor.
Sparkling Aria
Nice catch.
locks it in,
But I don't
and this
think
is
it
going
matters.
to knock out the Azumarill. But Martine, you mentioned it. These trainers seem
Yeah,
to be
but we
having
also
some
didn't think
dialogue
game one
here with
mattered
the
either,
judges.
and
They want to
according
make
to the
sure that
judges,
game
it
number
did.
5 will stand.
I believe we may
That
have
one
seen a
was
slight
debatable
deficit on
because
that Scissor there. That could
a
have
lot
been
could happen
crucial,
behind.
and because that
Well, I don't know
perhaps
what
lost
There's
track
nothing
of
to
the
dispute
energy
because
there
the Scissor's
again.
not making a third
Keeping
move
track
ever.
of the
So like,
energy is so
Yeah, this
losing
one
that.
is like, if he disputes this, I would be
If you can
surprised if he
maximize your
gets
energy,
me.
perhaps you could make that catch.
There's no
and
reason
the
for this
Scissor
to be
could potentially land the
rematch.
Trailblaze. But the thing is, Lapras is so bulky. I don't think a single Trailblaze would knock out there.
No, I don't think so
Like,
either.
what would
It's
that
just
one turn do for
any
him
super
anywhere?
effect- I don't
Like,
know
he's
that
not getting
any
another
super
move.
effective damage can one-hit knock out a Lapras.
Even if
so
he
you're in
gets
such a
one
tough
more bullet
situation.
punch, it doesn't
Now the
change
judges
anything
need to
either.
be thinking, okay, what was the not only what happened, but what was the impact of that moment? Was there a one-turn deficit that we
That
saw
no
in
shield
that?
on the daily.
How did that
That was
impact Potamon's plays? Even
surprising.
if there was not
Maybe he
that
was
one-turn
expecting
deficit,
the den
would
in the
that still
back or
have been
something.
an Elam match
I think
win?
so, yeah. He wanted to
Remember,
ramp
as it
up for
stands
that
right now,
one,
Elam
probably.
did on paper win that
Yeah,
game
he's-
number
Wait, is he
5. That would
disputing right now?
catapult him to the grand
Yeah.
finals, moving
Yeah.
Patamon down to the losers finals where
He's
he would face off
disputing the
versus
one
its
turn
Accent. But you can see these
lag
trainers still
incoming
having
with
discussions
the
with our
Scissor.
judges.
Its Accent actually has almost the same team as Elam, so this is kind of a warmer for Potaman if it would get to that. However, its Accent has the Araquanid instead of the Goliathball, a water and bug type Pokemon, the same typing as well. However, it's
I still
much
don't
bulkier.
understand
We saw
though. Why doesn't he
yesterday
play out
that
the lead?
bug bite damage almost seems
Who?
not resisted by
Pato?
the Scissor. It deals
Patamon,
so
yeah.
much damage now.
You
It is
could just get
the
a
same
shield
kind
or
of
play it
attack
out,
as Dragon Breath
and then
is.
if he has
Yeah,
alignment,
bug
He-
breath,
there.
we can call it sometimes.
I think he threw like a
Well,
lot of these games
inadequate.
by
I
just
wanted to ask
swapping
you,
out and
let's
giving
say
up
that
switch.
Pokemon does
Just-
move down
yeah,
to
he's
the losers
isolating
finals.
himself, trying to bait
Does
out
its
something.
Accent have an
Like that
edge
second
against
game, he
Pokemon,
just
knowing that he's
completely
been
threw.
able to
Like
see
if he
so
just
many of
didn't
Elam's
switch, he
plays
just
with his
wins
team so reminiscent
completely
of his
because
own.
I
you
think
them
that
didn't
its
shield the
Accent might be thinking
dust
and
box,
learning
right?
from
Was it?
how Potaman is playing, but
was
Batoman
just
also knows
GG
this.
because
He's
the line
no
meant.
stranger to the scene, has played into many of these kind of top trainers. Even though it is out of region, Batoman has played at both the 2023 and 2024 World Championship, so he does have that experience with international competition, and I do think that Batoman won't be really distracted by it and has to come up with new strategies though. Perhaps he just brings the same strategy and this acts as like, well, there's no way
I don't
he's
know
gonna
what
do that.
Pato's
And then
arguing.
he
There's
still
literally
brings the
nothing to
Shadow
argue.
Well, you mentioned this earlier in Adequance, but Patoman's been playing a bit more offensive. Some very early switches that we've been seeing,
That's
trying
why
to
I wish
force
like we
Elam
could
to
hear
be
like
on the
the
back foot.
discussions
Like
going
you said
on
though,
right now.
Elam being a bit more defensive. How would you describe
Going
its
on
access?
Twitch chat.
More
Let's
like
let me see how
Pokemon or
dumb
more
Twitch
like
chat
Elam?
is. I'm
I
sure
think
Home
it's
Slice and
definitely
reason
more
they're
like Elam in
talking.
terms of Pokemon, but the way its accent plays is also pretty similar.
Someone said
Sometimes switch advantage can be so much more important, and what Elam has been doing here that's really been holding Patoman down is keep over farming with the energy on his Pokemon. We see him
A mind joke and a connection.
close
Bro.
to a Shadow Punch.
Someone's like, stop wanting
Pato.
Pato.
In Europe.
And then the
Like,
message
there's
got
no reason to
instantly
even say NA connection. Europe is so bad for internet.
Scissor, and Elam doesn't give him that because every time Scissor comes in, he's gonna get punched immediately by the Dusclops.
What we keep seeing, speaking of energy advantages, is
I'm okay with the first dispute, but watching that like this match right here, like I don't know.
attack from his Dusclops. We saw Shadow Punch last
I wouldn't even like.
This is looking like it's
still able to reach that charge attack
Elam's win.
ahead of
The way
Patomon's
like the
own
body
Cradily.
language is.
Correct. And even though you
Pato's
have
like
that
trying to
Ice Punch
plead his
cover, it's
case.
really sometimes not needed as long as that Mandibuzz or the
Elam's
Cradily
just
is
there
not
like,
there. Cradily has
oh,
been a crucial
let me know when you guys are done.
Like, what is, yeah.
Rock Tomb is one of the best
I don't know what
charge
he's
attacks
pleading
in
his
the game.
case
Even
for.
a Pokemon Rock Tomb is probably pretty good.
Absolutely. Rock Tomb has been one of the more efficient charge attacks in general, but let's not discount its utility as well with access to that one stage attack.
Said, this
debuff
is annoying.
guaranteed
Accept your
against
skill
your
issue and move on.
Video
Jesus,
game, I
that's
know it
harsh.
drops the speed stat of the opposing Pokemon. Like I said earlier, speed is a little bit combined.
I'd generally be
with attack
surprised,
here,
but
so
like
there's some
disappointed
similarities there.
they
Considering that Rock Tomb
remake this one.
Very strong.
How embarrassing. Why even have this
I think
game
one
in
of the
tournament
Pokemon
if
for
they
Elam
don't
that
have
I've been
lag
most
issues
impressed
figured out?
by is the Lapras. I know we
I got
didn't
news
see
for
it
you, buddy. The
necessarily
game's been
featured
lagging
there
and terrible
in
every
number
regional
3,
for
but
like
what
the
Lapras
past
is so
3
great
years,
at doing
so.
is that when you're
Wait, remind me again. Wasn't it Elam that like fixed the one-turn lag thing with the minimizing half video, or who's that? Who
Yeah,
was
but
that?
you're not allowed to do it at a tournament. That's when you get DQ'd for it, which is like cringe. Like, okay, how about you guys just fix the game?
So in situations where you have something like a Scizor that doesn't have a huge HP stat in general, you're still going to be doing damage even though it's resisted Psywaves.
Correct, but still, when you have the opportunity to even resist something, I think that is where Scizor usually shines. Even though that is resisted Psywave, still adding up every half second, as Psywave is a one-turn fast attack and a fast.
I feel like
sorry,
Pato's about to
one-turn
take his headset
Pokemon
off.
Is half a second. They still add up quite strong on the Scizor. Imagine that you have a timer of 200 versus a timer of 100, and the fast attack does 1 damage every time. Which Pokemon goes down earlier?
Obviously the one that's going to be doing 200 damage, yes?
It is the Pokemon that has 100 HP that will go down quicker.
Yes, because it has fewer total HP in Correct. Yes, absolutely. Well, speaking of Psywave, I know it's a very
Elam
good
wins. Okay,
attack
somebody
on
just spoiled
Lapras,
it
a
for me.
relatively defense and HP weighted Pokemon, but a clone of Psywave
Thanks,
now
Sarah.
is what?
Fury Cutter.
Fury Cutter
Mhm.
on that Golisopod.
And that is a strong...
It's time to order
Now,
Yappuccino.
we
Doesn't
used
warrant
to
a
have
rematch.
Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw, a ghost type fast attack, actually would have been pretty good in this meta. Yesterday and today on the team of Elam, we see so many Dusclops, and Shadow Claw Golisopod actually fares much better there since then. 2 charge stacks paired
So now
with
it's Pato
Lookout,
versus
and now
Saxon,
Fury
right?
Cutter
Losers finals?
resisted.
Yeah.
Even though it is better on
No, best
Golisopod,
of 5.
That's some good matches right there, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, no
I do think
Dusclops
the
on the side of
Araquanid is
Pokemon for
copium
Elam
pick,
to have
but
to face, so he's certainly benefiting
I mean, it
from that
worked.
Fury Cutter. It's going to be hitting
It's
super
worked.
effective.
But
We've
Axe's
seen
also just a
several of
good
those
player.
Pokemon, including the Cradily
Yeah.
as well as the Greninja. We haven't seen that
I mean,
Greninja.
Doomgull
That's
was
been the
running
one left on the
Araquanid
bench.
too, right?
And for Elam, he's been keeping that
Yeah.
Drapion on the bench.
I think it's just
What do you
copium.
learn from technically
That
was
and
the 6th
Greninja,
game, as
both
the
of those are just
first
cope
battle
pick.
also had a similar situation here. So these
I mean,
trainers
if
have
you're a
been
top player like
battling
they are, I
over
guess
and
it's
over now.
cool.
How do you deal with
Really can go
so
with
many
them.
of these matches? I think
I was looking at the Discord. I'm like, who the fuck is the second Chan? And I just realized it's Red.
Well, I think we have to talk about the mental aspect for a second in that because you have to not let your emotions get the best of you.
Man, fucking
Obviously,
unmute,
there
man.
could be some frustrations from the perspective of
Bro,
Elam.
he's
We had
he's
Collective
calling the head
even now
judges
in
to tell him
my
the end of the
replay. On
dispute.
the same side for Patamon feeling like, hey, I should have been able to have some additional turns than I was able to have. I'm frustrated here. So you really have to make sure that you remain calm and collected here. And it looks like these trainers
that
are
took
taking
way
off their
too long.
headsets. This is going to be a match win going to Elam. Elam will be moving on to the grand finals.
it looks
Stay
like
one,
that
dude.
turn deficit
And I have
wasn't
that.
decided enough for that game. Elam
They
is
have a battle
still
for, like, over an
undefeated.
hour.
Going into the grand finals, he'll be taking it on either
Bro,
against Patoman
honestly,
again
or
Is that Mr. Peng in the front
to-
aisle?
Right, well that means that Pataman will be moving down to the losers finals. He's
What?
going to be facing off versus
Mr.
Itzaxen.
Caleb
Like
Peng
we
in the
said,
front
Itzaxen
seat.
You're not
has
looking forward
such
to
a
what?
similar team composition
Oh, yeah,
to
sorry, I'm not
Elam.
looking
So
forward to
I think that what
these
was very
dog
close
shit
series,
connections
the
sometimes.
one wild card that Pataman may have to adapt to is the Araquanid.
And Araquanid with
Oh,
It's
now
been,
like
a lot more
like-
poke is such a nuisance to
Bro,
do with.
like this
That's the
tournament,
last thing.
Like the
this
scissor that
this tournament
Pataman
shows
really has been
for
relying
some
on, but
of
those two
the
trainers
more NA
haven't faced off
circuit for
just
this
yet. I
season.
believe this is the first
It's been
Araquanid
like
Pokemon
this
Unite
now
over?
for years.
The day started with Pokemon Unite. Yeah, it's over.
on the side of the bracket.
It
of
is
Elam.
Jover
So Elam already had
with a
advances
Joe
into Araquanid,
and an
then
over.
defeated its Axon, and now it's Pataman's turn to go into that team. Almost the same as that of Elam, but Araquanid instead of Goliathball.
Well, let's talk a little bit about how these Pokemon differ, though,
Well,
because
Axon
their
has
typings are the same. Their
Araquanid,
charge attacks
which
and
is
fast
even
attacks
worse.
This
are
replay
different
right here
types of damage,
lost him that game
but
right
they
there.
operate
That
very
exact
differently.
catch.
Walk us through the differences, Nadquins.
Right. If we take a look again at those replays, though, we can actually take a look at how it even went with those Pokemon. Take a look at this Lapras here. One of the bulkier Pokemon landing the sparkling area on the Marowak, dealing so much damage.
Yeah, early on, Pataman trying to use that Shadow Kanto Marowak, not to a lot of success, though. It worked great for him in day number 1 and day 2, struggling, though, in the first couple games of the Championship Sunday.
Right, because the Goliathball has that typing that makes it so difficult for Pataman to bring the Marowak. The only Pokemon that really walls that
They need to
we
just
see the
fix one
catch
turn
here
and animations
of the Aqua
and, like,
Jet. Pataman recognizing that's the Pokemon I don't need anymore to
be
create lead. Mandibus closing out that game to
golden.
time to score and
DRE
making a
doesn't happen too
decisive
much,
game
but that'd be
number
nice to
5.
get
That's
fixed.
right.
but
As Pataman put the Shadow Kanto
one turn
Marowak on the bench, he
animations would
started
be
bringing that Shadow
incredible.
Scizor and had some
What the
good
hell?
success there in games 3 and game
And
4.
the
We even
Alolan
saw the
Sound Slash
Vandal
always
sighting.
have
However,
bulldoze?
Elam able
Or is that
to
like
prevail,
new?
able to persevere in that game number 5. I think
Oh.
Elam had everything that he needed
Had it
just
for a
enough
while,
juice
no?
to get to the grand
Yeah.
finals. Now Pataman has
It
he's
always
not out.
had it.
He this double
It just got
elimination. He
German
can still go on to win the
later
grand
on, and
finals,
that's
but he needs
much
to
better.
recollect himself in what's going to be a very similar game versus its Axon.
Let's take a look at how far these players have come another time. And here we see Pataman versus Elam. We just had in that winners finals. Elam moving on to the grand finals, and then we're going into the losers bracket.
You Mitch,
very
have you ever
shortly,
played
where we're going to
any of
have
these
Pataman
regionals?
versus the 2023 world
No?
champion. It's
Absolutely
Axon.
not.
Well,
This
I just
game
want
is
to call
terrible.
out just how close
He
in
just
skill
shows up
all
to
three
them.
of these trainers
I
are.
just like
As
to
you can
hang out
see,
with
Elam
people.
versus its
I'm
Axon.
not gonna waste
2-1
$60
came down to a
to
charge
lose to
attack
one turn
priority.
or
Elam
DRE
versus
and
Pataman
not
came
gonna
down to the
rematch
wire
because
as well.
the
In a
judges are bad
5-game
and game
series
is
went all
bad.
the way to
I'd
5
rather not.
games. So I still think that it's anyone's tournament at this point. You have to give the advantage to
Plus,
Elam,
I'm
knowing that he's
not
going
winning
into the
Worlds, so
grand
it's
finals
okay.
on the winner's side of the bracket. Even if he loses
You
the
never know.
grand final for
I'll just beat
first
Elam again when he comes to the
set,
next
he still
local.
has an
It's
opportunity
fine.
for a bracket reset to
Late
stay in the
work.
championship.
Correct. So we're going to see
Just
that
2-0
very
again.
shortly.
Easy.
I'm super excited for what these trainers are going to bring here.
Yeah,
I
I'll
wonder
just
if it's
keep my
Axon
win
had
streak against
taken
Elam
notes from
alive.
how Elam played that, because what's really stood out
I love
in
Elam.
Elam's
You'll
gameplay to me
be
was
happy to
how
meet
he
him at
managed his
Worlds.
energy. He was just making sure, perhaps even
He's a
studied
good dude.
Pataman's play
Yeah.
yesterday.
He's quiet.
Pataman's
Oh, yeah.
being aggressive.
Where's
So
this
he
taking
saw
place right
something
now?
I need to
Like
make
the
sure that I
NAIC?
have energy and outpace
New
that
Orleans.
New
Scissor.
Orleans.
And Scissor is
Orleans?
very like to use
You see it
protection.
right on top.
Scissor is difficult
Top
to
right.
play.
That
Like a Lapras that is up a shield. You still have some good play there.
What a
Well, what I'm
timing,
interested to
Ken.
see is how that
What a
Krayley is going to
timing.
be playing against its Axon's team. We saw him using it as a safe switch to bring out the Golisopod over and
Yeah,
over.
Elam's
But where it
super
started to
quiet.
struggle is that it got outpaced by that Golisopod. You could
I
even bring
figured.
in that Cradily, it would
He
tank a
did,
charge
and
attack,
he
but then you could bring
did.
in as Elam that
Good.
Yeah, he's still,
that Pokemon
like,
and still outpace.
he'll talk
Here
like
we
a
see
bunch if he's like comfortable around you, but other than that, he's definitely quiet.
Championship Sunday for
Mhm.
Pokemon.
Who's the other person in the grand finals? They're gonna determine that right now.
It's Axon.
It's Axon. It's Axon versus Pato, right?
Especially that Cradily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't have a bug
Yeah.
If you
The
if you
winner
see
of this
Elam, ask
matchup,
him-
the specified, faces Elam, the grand finals. Best of 5, but they have to reset the bracket. So just think of it as winning 2
Ask him
best
how
of
to say
5s.
salmon.
But will deal good neutral damage. However,
Should say.
Salmon.
With that on most Pokemon,
Yeah.
especially like a Greninja, which is quite
Did
bulky.
I tell you that story? I don't even remember.
No.
When it was
I
that Zero
might have
Shield
told
matchup,
Max.
Dusclops
We
versus
were-
Araquanid,
It was like
you think
me,
that the Ghost
Jangle,
Pokemon that would be
Zealand,
resisting
Stove.
all of those bug bites would be the one that
I
wins
forget
that
who
matchup?
else.
But
We were like
no,
at lunch
the
after a
utility
local.
of Bubble Beam in those extended
And
matchups,
we were like
the longer the matchup
ordering,
goes,
and
it gets
he
better
got like
and better and
salmon or
better
something,
for
and
the
he's
bug.
like,
That's what we
he
call
like
world
ordered. He's like,
champion.
"Can I get the
It's actually knows
salmon to the
matchups.
waiter?"
He
And we're all
knows
like,
his matchups. He
"Yo,
has
that's
done
not
the
how you
research. He
fucking
has
say
gone
salmon."
through all of the practice. He
He's
knows
like, "How
exactly
do
how
you
to
say
play
it?"
those specific
Like
matchups. and
salmon,
he's
the
been
L
playing
silent.
precision throughout this tournament.
All right, well, Jim,
Salmon.
looks like we are ready.
He's
So
going
just
on
find
salad.
our trainers
Soph was
are
just like
ready. Let's
trolling
head
him so
to the
hard, dude.
stage as we have Batoman versus It's Axon.
We can't keep talking.
Oh,
Or
man,
we
Soph
have to
is
keep
so
talking
fair.
about this
Man,
Araquanid
just so
because
fair.
yeah, we have to keep talking about this
Okay, so what are you
Araquanid. We have to
getting
keep
after
talking
this?
in general in
Salmon?
Adequance. But with this Araquanid, the Bug Bite definitely
She's
does
so
a
funny.
higher base power than the Fury
She just
Cutter.
like
So the
trolls
one
like
key difference
everybody
we
that
see in a
plays
lot
on
of
stream if
situations
they're
is while
bad.
that Fury
It's so
Cutter
funny.
wasn't doing too much damage to the Shadow Scizor, we've seen that matchup with Araquanid versus the Shadow Scizor. Without an attack debuff, those Bug Bites add up incredibly quickly,
Wait, right,
making
is it
them not
live?
even look
Okay.
resisted into the Scizor.
Yeah, right.
And most of the time, you see
Did he go
the
home
bullet
already?
punch from
It's
Scissor
already
actually a
hot
little bit
home,
as
yeah.
opposite to your story.
He
Actually
definitely
does
threw
the
yesterday.
damage
That
even
one
when
game
resisted.
was.
Oh, he
But
threw
against
both
Araquanid,
games.
it's bulky,
Yeah,
so
his
you
game
can
was
go in
But he
for
threw the
multiple
second one
drop
very
attack
badly.
of
Is
the
more
Scissor,
so what
and
I
it
mean.
does even less damage, and I think that is where Araquanid is more difficult
The
to
first
do
one,
it.
yeah,
Well,
but like the second one, I was
First
just
Axon,
like,
you have to be
Second one
happy
was
that you
like,
actually have
well,
access to
I was
Bubble
like,
Beam
that's
as
like
well
a
as Water
very
Pulse because you
not
don't really
Rise
need
like
Bug Buzz
play.
anywhere within these
Mhm.
matchups whatsoever.
I mean, it
The only
happens
place
to
that's
all of
going
us
to be hitting
though.
super effective
Sometimes it just
outside
blows
of that
out.
Cradily will be that Greninja.
It is
I
what
don't
it
think you're
is.
going to see the Greninja.
He's already
And versus
qualified,
the
so at the end of
Cradily,
the day,
you're
it really
getting all that
doesn't matter
bug
that
damage
much.
from
But
Bug Bite itself. And in
Mhm.
so many of these situations,
you
you
obviously
see
still want to
it's
win
Axon just going straight for the
if you're a
Bubble Beam,
competitor.
knowing that it takes good matchups into great matchups.
If you are a Greninja fan and you're curious,
Is he like at his home setup, or is he just doing
Greninja
like a
is just
GBL
not
stream?
entering
Just
the
stream.
field every time. It is a fan favorite after all. Yesterday, Greninja was
Oh, he's
such
home.
an
I guess he
important
just drove
component.
home.
In fact, Batman even called it some sort of a meme Pokemon.
Okay, so I was looking at the
It's just
prize
so
allocation for
strong, even
Unite,
though it is very attack-weighted,
and I can see why Lutano said it's not worth it to go there. Because literally, unless you take first place, you're probably coming out at a deficit for like the cost to make the trip. Because realistically, like if you're going for NIC and like you're competing, in the ideal reality is like you want to make it to day 3, right? So you're probably gonna spend a minimum day, like 3 days there. Like for me, like just looking at the prices, like that costs $1,000 just for travel, as well as like, you know, booking like an Airbnb or a hotel, whatever it is.
But that's just an indication of how fragile
But that's how
the
like
Greninja can
Go
be. I
is.
do
Go's a
think
net
it does
negative.
have
Like
some play,
unless you
just
win,
two
like they don't pay
Pokemon
Go
that you really
people
have to be
like
careful
jack
of,
shit
the
for
Den
winning.
and
You
the
get like card
Rockruff.
packs and like a pat on the back basically. Like
is that Patamon has
Oh, is it not the same? Like the prize allocation?
and he now finds
Go
himself
makes
in
terrible money.
unfamiliar
We're like the
territory
least
where
paid
he
one, I
can't
guess,
really
besides
win the
Unite.
Greninja.
Like
He's having to
TCG
rely
and
on
VGC
Yeah.
get way more money than
which may
Go.
feel a bit
Go
more
has like
unfamiliar
no
when he's
prize
leaning
money.
so heavily on that Greninja
Jesus.
throughout day 1 and day 2.
True.
Perhaps this
Like
is
if
the
you
time
don't get
for Mandibuzz
basically
to
first
shine
or
again.
second,
If you are
you're not
watching
getting
here, Mandibuzz
money.
is part of a Twitch drop
probably
reward.
lost
Make
money.
sure that you get the same Mandibuzz that Patamon has.
Yo,
And there we see the
Mandibuzz?
Mandibuzz from
Ooh,
Patamon. He
man.
brings it out in game number 1, and
Like,
there it's lined up into
I
the
don't even think
Shadow Drop
Martine
from
and
its axis.
And
Yakai
it's
and
Air
Marto
slash
got that
Mandibuzz,
much for
making this
Worlds,
a
right? They
great
got like
matchup for Patamon. We
20K
did
or
not see
something.
Elam ever bringing the Shadow
Like, it
Drapion.
was
While it's known
terrible.
as a safe Pokemon, and it
I'm
does
pretty
have
sure
some
like
claims with this
VGC or
Mandibuzz. This is
TCG
a
or something got like
favorable matchup for
100K
Pato.
for first place or something
With
ridiculous.
Air slash as flying type damage output, this is a slightly better matchup for the Mandibuzz. It really outshines in bulk here. We
But that's just because Go is just dead and has no people in it because the game is just broken.
For its axis to potentially catch an attack. However, I
The
think
game was fixed. Like I think every regional would just be like NAIC and EUIC where there's like 300 or 400 people, 500 people. Honestly, maybe not every single one, but there would be more than like 100 people at regionals every time.
Well, this
for
is
sure.
awkward for its axe, and you can't just bring in this Araquanid and knowing that you're going to get outpaced to the first charge attack. You can't get your Bubble Beam off until you've taken a Rock Tomb, and you don't want to take one of those Rock Tombs. You don't force Patamon into a shielding situation like you do when we saw Elam use on his using his Goliath pot. But it's actually able to use this next Protect Shield.
has
He
an
was not
Arachnid
quite
in the
able
back
to
and
knock
a
out the
full
Cradily on the
Lapras.
side of Pokemon. He's getting some good value out of this rock
This
grass
seems like
Pokemon.
it's over.
Greatly hanging on, barely to 2 charge stacks.
Oh.
He didn't get a defense drop from that crunch.
I mean,
now he does
KO
get
anyway.
a Protect Shield,
This isn't
but
gonna
its
do
action is
anything.
up a full
Lapras
Pokemon,
is
and his drop is
just gonna
likely to
clean
go
up.
to another charge attack. And in comes the Scissor. We see the crunch being launched. This won't do that 81% damage that we talked about yesterday as the attack spin drop from a rock
got a
tomb. We
little
still
meta
see
jam
Protect
there.
Shield going up
Love
from
that.
Patoman. At this point, it's actually knows where to align his Pokemon. In comes that
Oh, yes, well,
Arachnid.
that's
We have a
okay.
lot of
Okay.
energy
See you,
on the
Axel.
Mandibus though. Do we see the switch from Patoman? There it comes. Air Raid
Man, of
coming through. This
course.
is super effective, but both
Like,
Pokemon are very
Arya doesn't
bulky,
kill
so it's
from
gonna
here,
do
right?
about 35%
Even after he doubles
damage.
up,
You know,
I don't think it kills
Lapras
still,
does
or
not
does it?
necessarily want to see that Shadow Scissor, especially when it has energy. So I think that we're going to be seeing the
Well, it
swap
probably
right
does now
now.
after all
Patomon's
this,
not able to
yeah.
do a ton of
Maybe?
offensive pressure into this
5
Lapras,
HP.
while its Accent
It's gonna be
also
close,
will be
this.
throwing double resisted sideways. Is going to be able to
Oh,
build
yeah,
up
it's
to
a
some of
couple
these Sparkling
sideways.
Arias.
Ooh.
And he doesn't have Ice Beam, so you're hoping to get this into
Holy
Sparkling
shit.
Area range or knock it out with
Yeah,
a full
I think the
Sand
Arachnid is almost at the
Skull
move.
Bash. Another foul play is coming through in the meantime.
He just
It's
takes
Axel
another shield
keeping his
here.
protection
Arachnid
for
can
early
reach water
energy
pills.
off that Scissor. And remember,
He's
you
4
also
off
have
of
to
his
on
Night
the
Slash,
Arachnid. Now
though,
here's the
but it's
thing.
not gonna kill.
If you let go of this Mandibus, the
Yeah.
Arachnid has the potential to permanently
Oh.
debuff the Scissor,
Damn,
as you can only
yeah.
clear a debuff by switching out or having your Pokemon faint.
Well, the next charge attack from this
Does this
Mandibuzz
kill,
is
though?
not going to knock out.
Arachnid's
Okay,
pretty
quick swap now.
good.
Patoman brings in
What's
the
up?
Scissor. This is not a Night Slash. It's the super effective Trailblaze. Its Accent has his
Dang.
own charge attack loaded and ready to go. Keep an eye on switch clocks as well. This is a guaranteed attack. +1 attack for Patoman's Shadow Scissor. These bullet punches are going to start adding up a little bit faster, but Patoman has to use his final Protect Shield. Will his Accent
Yep.
swap out? Does he get to
That's
the Water
to the
Pulse?
buff.
Yes!
He gets there right before the Trailblaze from
What
Patoman.
eyes
Yes,
and
he had
things.
the Night Slash, but no, that would have been enough.
Only
he needed the
Mandia.
knockout here on the Araquanid, but down goes Scissor. It's Accent takes game number 1.
Araquanid looking equally as effective as Elam's Golisopod. It was absolutely a game changer for its Accent in game number 1. Patoman still struggling to find an answer to these bugs.
And yeah, that Araquanid was there lurking in the back. It's Accent playing that ABB strategy that we talked about earlier. Leading strong into that Mandibuzz, or well, semi-strong with the Drapion, and then having 2 Pokemon weaker to it in the back. Probably would have otherwise planned to draw out the Lapras without Parabolic Charge, but with Sparkling Area, and then the Araquanid in the back could clean up.
You can see Patoman is trying to adapt to all these bug types that he's seen here. In game number 1, he still brought in this Cradily, trying to maybe bait out that Araquanid, and its Accent, he didn't take the bait. He knows that he got outpaced. He saved it in the back to get a line versus that Shadow Scissor, which he did not want to have his Lapras up against.
Again, the aggressive play from Patoman.
Bug types OP? No, not necessarily. It's all matchup dependent.
He knows that if he keeps energy, he can strip away his shield quite
Like, the thing-
quickly from that Scissor. And then he's
The big thing about Pokemon Go is like
No, I really enjoyed seeing that game number 1.
the lead
Patoman, I
matchup
think, tried to
influences the progression of the match
Like I said, though, I think Elam might have a
significantly in how people
Seeing
play.
all these plays already from Patoman. He saw a full 5-game series. Almost, it was 6 games.
But in this specific matchup, like
So he was able to build his strategy, maybe take a page from
the
Elam's
back line, like the 2 Pokemon that Axion had in the back were just not ideal for what Pato brought to the table. Like the lead was okay, but
almost being able to reverse sweep that set. Now Patoman
He has like decent
is
leads,
down
but he
a
just
score again.
hard swaps.
But like you said earlier, this is where you need to
yeah, I've noticed that in the last like this set and like the last set, like Pato likes to play like aggressive in the sense like no matter what, like he just aggressively swaps out.
He wants to be
Yeah,
the first
try
out
to
of
bait
region winner. He
out
wants to be the
something.
first Pokemon Go trainer to win 2 ICs for its
But
Accent
it's
after
not
a
working out
brief
for him
period of no
at
regional
all.
wins. He most recently won his last tournament at Portland. He's our 2023 World
They're both
Champion.
like,
He's
what
our
the hell is that?
2022 NAIC Champion.
Stupid
He
as lag.
also wants to defend home territory and be the first double IC winner. We're moving in.
Oh, same league
What
or
if they
same
both
matchup.
just like decided mid-game to be like, yeah,
Wow,
we're lagging
bro,
here,
what
so-
the
Isn't this the
fuck,
exact same
man?
team? Oh no, he has Azumarill this time instead
No,
of
no,
Scizor.
no. Cut Spider-Man changed, but action didn't change.
What is going on?
This is so
I would just
dumb,
end
man.
it. Like, I would just. They should both just top left and just quit the game and rematch. Like, this is dumb. He just lost like 5 air slashes there.
That okay, the turns are not adding up in
Yeah,
the way that I'm
stopped.
expecting them
Yeah.
to add up. The one thing I
Agreed
want to
to
mention
rematch.
here, though, this this Lapras in the back, keep in mind, has Skull Bash, which is going to make it a lot better into opposing.
So like when it's an obvious like technical issue, like do you play it out regardless, or like do you just literally just quit? Like when you play competitive.
It depends. Like here, they literally just quit and they're gonna switch phones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're gonna.
Because like it's obvious like there's a problem, so like
need to
replay here, so they are going to exit back out of this match. They're going to try this one again here. I imagine they're probably
you have to like
going to
tell
just
them.
give it a
You
full
have to like
reset
ask
here
and tell the
and
judges.
play the same teams, but that
Make
is
sure
going to be a
first.
determination.
Like you're
for
not
both of
really
these
allowed to top
trainers.
left,
It
which
was the
is
same
stupid
leads
to
that
me.
we
You kind
saw
of
in
just
game
have to.
number 1, but let's talk about some of the potential for those backline matchups.
Yeah.
I think
Lapras
somebody top
and
lefted like
Araquanid were
last
brought
year or
again by
something. I forget who it
Araquanid.
was.
Or
At some
sorry,
regional.
by Saxon. But on the other side, the Azumarill hanging out in the back. Is that an answer to
I'm not
Araquanid?
wasting my time.
It is not an answer to
Not
Araquanid.
It's just for the viewers, you know, like that they don't want to show that there's top left.
Debuffing the Azumarill, it will
Because in the rules,
absolutely
it is officially
annihilate it,
stated that
because the
if
flare up
someone
and the
top left,
bubble
regardless
damage
of the
just
lag and
won't
stuff,
deal up that
you're
much
forfeiting the battle.
anymore into the Azumarill. And that makes Araquanid
But
a formidable player
if it's in
the
regards
back
to the
there. I would
judges
think
saying that
if
you
that
can
match
top
played
left,
out,
you know, to
Batman may
rematch,
have tried to
then it's
bait
fine.
it out again with either the Azumarill and the Kraylin
Yeah,
and
but
tried to sweep
I
with the
wouldn't
other
want to
Pokemon.
race in my
The
back
thing
line,
is
especially if
that
we have to run the
Lapras
same team.
doesn't have Ice Beam. It has Skull Bash,
I
making
won't
it a
see your back
formidable
line, but you
Azumarill
can see
counter.
his
So
back line
Azumarill
because
is
of
going to have a
lag.
hard time in the back
Yeah,
regardless.
the annoying
That's right,
part
there's
here
two
is
water
now
Pokemon
that
that are gonna
I
be
think you're still
resisting its
able to
bubbles,
choose
resisting its ice beams. Yes, Play Rough
whatever
is
month
going to be hitting
you
for
want
neutral,
to
but both
choose.
of those Pokemon easily
Yeah, I think you
tank
can just
Unless
two Play Roughs.
they,
And let's not forget the utility
I,
from that
I just hope
Araquanid.
that they
We
do
see
a
Axen
gentleman's
time and
agreement
time
to
again
just
using that
have the
bubble
same
beam
team.
to
But
make
yeah,
his
you don't
positive
never
matchups
know.
even more
You never know
positive
about
and
that.
come out of matchups with energy to
They
unleash
should
as
just
well.
do same
And he
teams.
trusts in his strategies. That's why he brought
Axon's
that
nice, so he
same
probably
team.
will. If it was like
Sure,
Wadaj, he would
if
be a
we are
dick
going to
about it,
see
not
the
do
same
it.
teams here,
Yeah,
perhaps
Wadaj would be
Wadaj
like
had
that.
bad
there
sportsmanship
is all
against
the
Arrow
information
like
that we can
last
take
year in that one
into that
regional
next
that like
game.
pissed
And I'm
everybody
curious to
off.
see if at some point
Yep.
Batman would prefer to play a little bit more defensive
I feel like
and
if
play
you
for
didn't
switch
see his
advantage.
back
wait, it was
That's
Mandibuzz,
something
Drapion in the lead, and then like Axon didn't swap his team. It was Arachnid and Lapras. What was Pato's team?
Martine, I have a question for you.
Azu
Shadow
and
Drapion
Bedley.
was not brought in any of the 6 games that we saw.
Yeah.
Azu and
Halo
Dilly.
versus Patamon.
Was it
Why is
Azu
it's
too there?
Axon bringing it here in
It was
both of these
Dilly.
first 2 games?
Pretty
I
sure.
think
Dilly,
it's
right?
Axon
Yeah.
Yeah, it
has
was
perhaps learned from those previous matches that
Because you
Batman
even
played
said he
against
switched
Elam,
his team.
that Batman is never
Yeah.
bringing the Scissor in the lead. And if you can lead the Drapion and
Axon had the
avoid
same
the
team, right?
Scissor,
Yeah.
then Drapion might just have a
So you
great
can
double
matchup
water.
here. Because
double
the only
water.
other Pokemon you have to look out for is the Shadow Marowak.
Honestly,
The Shadow Marowak was
triple
brought
water
in the
looks
first 2
kind
games
of good
versus
against
Elam, and
Pato.
then was put on the bench
Yeah.
for the remainder.
Table
We
water.
haven't seen it in, I think,
Never mind.
5 or
Why am I
6
thinking he
games
has
now
triple
at this
water?
point.
Well,
Has he
Lapras.
given up
Thought-
on it?
oh wait, Axon has a
Would
Lapras,
make
doesn't he?
sense that it's
Oh,
Yeah.
most
Yeah.
likely to see
I'm
Shadow
smoking
Marowak here.
crack. I thought he had a
Reason why
goalie. I thought that was a
is
Ghost
because
Pot. I don't know what I'm
Araquanid
looking
is
at.
way more of a
Smoking
threat
crack.
than the
Thinking of
Goliath
Elam's team
is, because
or
the
something,
Rock
I
Slide
don't
will
know.
deal less
Either
damage
fucked your mind.
to the Araquanid.
I think
Mud
he's
slap
thinking
damage
Drapion
plus a
is
Rock
a
Slide
water
super
type.
effective on Goliath spot puts it
I
straight
mean-
under 20% health. But Araquanid won't go
Howie.
near
Kind of
the
is,
red. It
if he
probably
copes.
gets to like
If it kind
40%
of
health.
is.
Plus, it can just debuff your Rock Slide before
Okay.
there's a super effective Bubble Beam.
Absolutely. I
same
think
thing.
in
Okay,
metas
nice.
where there's a lot of fragile Pokemon,
is
resisted,
fucking
neutral,
working.
super effective, Shadow Kanto Marowak
That's a lot
is
to
going
ask
to feast.
for.
Look at the Shadow for Alligator matchup, for instance, where it can just mud slap all the way through in the 2 shield. These are not fragile Pokemon. Diggersby, Dusclops, Araquanid, Lapras. Yes, of course, if you're hitting for super effective versus one of those 2 targets, you're in a good spot. But any of the 4 remaining Pokemon, they're going to be tough matchups for that Shadow Kento Marowak.
We're going to find out. We have the same.
It's the exact same team.
He's gonna do. I think he's gonna do one catch on double.
Into Shadow Drop.
You can see these trainers building up their charge attacks. First to throw is going to be its Accent, launching the Aqua Tail into the Mandibuzz. Again, a positive matchup for the Mandibuzz.
He's
But
not
last time we saw
aggressively
Pokemon swap in the
all
Cradling.
other games.
Yeah.
Does he live this?
I wonder if it's
barely.
no, he does, yeah.
That Lapras without Ice Beam. Another Aqua Tail is coming through. This Shadow Drapion is just so quick to
Is he gonna? Oh, is he gonna Psy Wave down? That would be
another Aqua
kind
Tail. This Mandibuzz hasn't even
That will be a hard task to
Yeah,
do.
you have to throw an awkward
would be,
timing
but
sometimes when you're against these very spammy Pokemon
my
like
God.
the Shadow Drapion.
Oh
Bringing
my.
Mandibuzz dangerously low. Now out
Because
of
of all that
energy, we see
energy.
Patoman finally launching one of these charge attacks. He should be able to throw on good
What is he
timing and
gonna do, bring an
consecutive
Azu?
charge attack attempts. But will Zaxxon try to swap out?
Yeah,
or will
Patoman is
Patoman
just
maybe
gonna
try to
align
save some
it.
of this
Like,
energy?
probably Azu on this and then the... No wait, the Dilly on this and then I mean Dilly, yeah, sorry.
Maya Rockwood in the back is looking
But
pretty
he's just
good,
gonna
and
get 3
he comes
sparkling
in
Arias off.
with the next Pokemon here that's going
Cool.
to likely take a charge stack here, and that's not going to be the Rocknet because
There's
we're
a
gonna take Super
lot of
Effect from
energy.
a
Holy
Polaris.
sh...
Do we see Patoman
He's
reserve
maxed
his
out.
Pokemon or keep farming? No, he
You
goes
just have
for
to be
the
careful
foul
of-
play here.
Zaxxon could have thrown his energy if he wanted, but Patoman knows that he's going for that farm down, therefore he wants to overfarm as well, throws the foul play, does a
How's
nice
the
chunk into the
Azumarill
Lapras,
Araquanid
a couple
matchup?
more
I assume
air
it's
slashes
terrible
will
for
add
Azu,
up.
right?
Will he be able to get the farm down? No, in fact, Mandibuzz
Oh, I was
loses
confusing
it. Zaxxon contends
Zaxxon's
with
Lapras
Bubble
with
Beam, knows that he's gonna have an
the Lapras from
opportunity
the last
to
set. Like,
maybe
this one actually
find
has
one of
Skull
the Skull
Bash.
Bashes and start
This is
boosting
actually
his
just
defense,
over,
but there's
'cause
still
he can
two
just let
Pokemon
this
hanging
go.
out in the back. Look how much work this Mandibuzz has done.
Patoman has
Oh,
alignment,
man.
but also look how much energy is
But
Lapras has.
still, yeah,
Now
he
you have
needs
the alignment now, but
yeah.
that means your Azumarill will be lined up into
Patoman
the
needs
Araquanid
this
in the
for the
back.
Araquanid.
And no access to Ice Beam for Zaxxon. One of the key differences versus
just gonna
Elam's team.
help
You now have to
he's
rely
gonna
on these
have to stop
sparkling
this
Arias
going on,
versus
he's
these
just-
Cradily
yeah.
matchup, and these are going to be just neutral damage.
For Arachnid,
So
it's
far,
still
the
a
energy
Bubble
knows
Beam
you're
Bug
still
Buzz,
gonna get
right?
A lot of impact, but we're now
No,
in a situation
it's
where
double-
Zaxxon
it's not-
may
Or
actually
Bug
just
Bite,
get
right?
farmed down. I don't know.
I think that
Yeah,
you
it's
kind of
Bug
have to
Bite,
switch
Bubble
out
Bee,
Isaac
and one of
Zaxxon at
those.
some point, because if you lose this
Oh,
Lapras,
okay.
your Araquanid
Action
in the
doesn't run
back
Bug
will get
Buzz.
permanently debuffed by the Rock Tomb.
Do
That
you really
this
need it
Cradily
though,
has,
since
so
the Bug Bite
naturally,
is
No.
let's see what this
dumb
Action
now?
goes to do. I expect it to switch
Yeah, that's why
out
you
at
run
some point.
double
No,
water.
we're going to see the energy expand on the Cradily there because
shield this.
looks like Patoman might
Yeah.
fear for another sparkling area or a
I
side
don't think
wave
Cordelia's
down.
ever
Now
getting
the
to another
Araquanid is
move.
up and shield.
Yeah,
Can you get
that's
to another
not
Rock Tomb here?
happening.
In comes the Azumarill. Patoman, I think, knows this is going to be a tough job for Azumarill.
This is
Get
really
baited.
tough because Zaxxon can now apply these
Okay,
debuffs.
well,
These bubble
this
beams
is
are going to
probably
come
gonna be a
through and
timeout
drop
section,
the
so we
attack.
won't
So
be
now
able to
these
defend
bubbles
this
that are
is over.
already
Thanks.
resisted are going to do even less damage. And these play roughs now, they're going to seem almost
Okay.
meaningless now with this single stage
Pokemon
attack
is so
debuff. We need to
dumb.
remember Pokemon does still have that
stupid.
Cradily. He can swap out the attack debuff. Here's this Protect Shield.
This would have done about
It's
no
on
damage.
there.
It actually shields it. I guess that is the only win you can get out of this matchup at this point for Patoman, but it's looking pretty dire. You can remind him. Maybe is a sliver of hope if he can clear the debuff at some point for Patoman.
We're seeing that 100
Shield
HP
this.
one by
Yep.
one, just like you were saying earlier,
Axon's
Natalie.
like, this is
We're
dumb.
finally
I
seeing
feel
it play
dumb
out.
doing
These
this.
charge attacks do nothing, but
This
these
is so
these
crazy.
bug bites do 1 damage, and
reminds me
you know
of the Beerus
Azumarill
that
only
don't know
has
what
a
the fuck's
finite
going on.
amount of HP. Swapping out the debuff, can you get to this Rock Tomb? No. Bug bite down. It's Zaxxon loaded on
They should
energy.
both agree
Applies
that
the
this
next
is over and he should just
bubble
let him
beam,
farm him
and
down.
now
Like,
the
there's no
debuff
reason
will
to
be
even throw
permanent.
moves here.
The play rough didn't even show up, but it doesn't matter because Araquanid would have won the charge security tie here. Patoman knows he's going for
Let's
the
just
play rough
stay,
here.
let's
This
see.
will deal about 30%
Oh
damage
my
if it's
God,
one protection,
that
but
did
it's
nothing.
it's
Oh
here.
my
For
God.
another volume debuff.
It's actually knows
Oh,
that the,
he's
ultimate,
like a
the
bubble
first
beam.
charge
Needs
attack
like
is going to be the
Okay.
3 more now? Oh my god. Oh, we're actually shielding? Come
Why
on.
are you
Brady.
shielding?
Bumblebee trying to get a
Time's up.
timeout win,
Okay.
but that is going to its accent. Perhaps if you had that Cradily here, you could have had the timeout win.
Yeah, for those of you that are not here in the venue, the crowd went wild after that timeout. You can see the excitement in the crowd. 2-0
Fucking
stands
awesome.
right now for its action.
7-course
up against
meal that
Patoman.
guy
This
took
is
so
how
long.
the winners finals started out as well.
I think
Patoman
people
was
might have
able
fell
to get
asleep during that match.
two victories consecutively to even up the series in the winners finals. Can he do it again?
Wait, if Pato didn't reset the Azumarill, could they have lived if they just swapped it in one match?
He would have won if he didn't swap, probably.
That's been the theme of him for the past like 6 games. If he just didn't switch out of the lead, he probably wins.
How good is Araquanid?
It is so good.
Against Axon and
We just saw it win, but what's blowing me away way
been
is not only in
the
matchups
story
where
of
it's
him.
doing neutral or super effective damage and it's outbulking its opponents, it's winning these situations where it only does resisted damage or it has a typing disadvantage. It's winning the matchups you
As
think it wouldn't win.
expected.
The only
The
thing
Rakunet is
Baphomet
also
has
tough to deal with.
for Rakunet is that Mana Buzz, and let me tell you,
I'm just gonna bring a
even that
Rakunet to
matchup,
local just to
if
piss
you
off Jingles and
hypothetically
Frankie.
shield
Just bubble beam.
Just gonna bubble
the
beam.
fuck out of that team.
Jingle's just gonna punch you in the face.
You gotta take a team with only debuff mobs.
Only bubble beam.
Bubble beam, rock tomb.
There's one thing that's more demoralizing than the Araquanid
Fortress.
Oh
and
god,
that would
Fortress,
be
what
the
else?
Dedenne into the Mandibuzz. I wonder if its accent ends up bringing this Dedenne, knowing that the Mandibuzz is going to be that singular check to the Araquanid, and if he's able to find that alignment, that could spell disaster.
Oh my god.
I think like Loki might be good now. Patoman's kind of weak to it.
The matches that you lose, and then like you look back on it and you could have done something different to win, are the ones that hurt the most. Especially like when you made it so far along in the tournament.
Rodriguez, Clayton, Spitu.
Absolutely, I think it's one of those teams where even in blind
I don't have a good spirit team. I haven't found anybody to give me one.
I absolutely agree with you.
Jettison
Now,
has
when we
also
look at
has
these
Bubble
teams here
Bee.
again, Shadow Scizor has been that one Pokemon that we've seen Patoman rely on time and time again. I don't think he brought it there. Hey, we're moving into game number 3, Inadequates. We're going to be seeing the Cradily lined up versus the Araquanid.
This is not that
Wait, is it over?
You've seen this yesterday. Krayley should win the scenario where
Thing is, Araquanid can take.
Credeli's already half health though. Like that's so.
Yeah, like it survives this. It doesn't necessarily need to shield, but
Oh,
he wants to preserve the health and he's swapping aggressively.
Not switching out just yet. Trying to catch an attack on the Mandibuzz, and Mandibuzz can soak up all this damage here.
Yeah, that's what Howie just said.
Wanted this Mandibuzz for the Araquanids.
Well, you've got two decent answers to that Araquanid. You do have the Cradily, which while it does take super effective fast attack damage, you do a good chunk back into the Araquanid, and you can hit for super effective with your rock
and try to do
But
the
just like we were talking
scissor.
about, this Mandibuzz was hanging out in the back, knowing that Araquanid was likely going to be
that was
brought
his
by its
strat this
accent,
whole
but
entire
smart
time.
to bring it
It
in
actually
the
doesn't
lead,
look too
knowing
bad,
that he
though,
gets to
if
then avoid that Mandibuzz
how
that he
it
thinks is
ends
going to be in the back.
Area Ace can't be
He needs to
reached
like
yet before
oh,
this
fucking
Aqua
move
Tail
though.
Botman
Like,
not
he's just
using
farming
any
to
protect shields, and it makes
fucking
sense. We
300
have the
energy.
Scissor in the back, and Mandibuzz and Cradily are just two bulky
yeah,
Pokemon
he
that
doesn't
are
wanna
unlikely to
miss time.
However, this Mandibuzz is getting pretty close to Aqua Tail range at this
Which
point. It's
kinda
actually
makes
good for him to
sense.
switch advantage here if he really wants to.
And Adequance, correct me if
Just
I'm wrong,
kills.
but this is now 3 consecutive games from its accent that we've seen the Araquanid, Drapion, Lapras team.
Correct, except this time it's
He
in a
turned-
different
oh,
order.
okay.
Previously,
So he
the
went
Shadow
first.
Drapion was in the lead. Mandibuzz hangs on, in comes the switch into the Cradily.
No.
Huge Aqua Tail. Yeah, that's.
That's
Oh, and he got a
huge.
shield. Yep, GG.
We see the first
That's
protection
shield
huge.
goes
for
for
Scissor.
Botman. The problem is for its accent, where do you take the super effective Rock Tomb? On Lapras or on Araquanid? Lapras comes in.
Lapras is going to tank this no problem, and it's
He
going
has
to be
an area
doing
ace bank still,
neutral
right?
with its Psy Waves. I think that its
Yeah, I
accent
think
made
so,
me
or he's
expecting
one
that
off.
Scizor. All
Either
of the
has it or
fast
he's one
attacks
off,
are
I don't
resisted at
Yeah.
this point, but without a huge HP stat,
still
it
gonna
will
get
still
it.
be doing chunks into the Scizor. I think
Oh,
Scizor does
shields,
have
okay.
potential to sweep in the end game here, though.
We're about
Ooh.
to find out. The last protection
How
goes
about
up
that
for
shield?
its axe. We see a slide on the Charge Saber, then does decide
Oh,
to hit the
God.
bubbles.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
man.
that
Bubble
is so
Bee.
sick.
Oh,
Wait.
Poor Scissor.
A devastating farm down, unable to get to the charge attack. In comes the
should've
Scissor.
thrown
Its
that,
accent
like,
is loaded with
immediately
energy.
because
He could go for the
debuff.
bubble
Yeah.
beam. He could go for the water pulse.
I guess
What
you want
will
to bait the water
Patoman
pulse. Yeah, he's not
do?
Does he
shooting. Good
protect
call.
shield this bubble beam?
Just throw it right away. Why are we? No.
Oh.
To save the Scissor here. There's still some energy.
Oh, that's actually a good play by Bot, I think.
Now he wins.
Yeah. He wanted to take first and then debuff, play debuff that way.
Trailblaze kill?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, he
I
doesn't
don't think
have
Night
it.
Slash is
Never
enough
mind.
either,
Oh, or
and
water
it is
pulse.
available, but he throws the bullet
Big
punch
call
instead.
there.
Here comes
Uh-oh.
the next charge
Oh,
attack.
yeah.
Another decision for Patoman. Do you let
Oh,
this go?
man.
Use your protection.
I think he
Ooh.
does.
Protection on the water pulse.
On the very last second, the timer is almost up. Can you get
Oh, he
two
tried to
double
switch
lashes
and
here?
then-
We see the switch, and it doesn't
Wait,
go through. In
he
comes
tried to
the Night
switch
Slash, but I
and
think
then
that this
and then
Lapras is
snipe
not
in
Night Slash
between.
range. You
It didn't
need
work.
The attack boost here. There's a 1 in 8 chance.
Here we go, Night Slash. We
Oh
have
my
single
God,
boost.
Oh, he got
This KO.
that is unlucky.
Knockout. This is not super
Yeah, this
effective, but
KO's
it's
now.
double boosted Night
Oh
Slash.
my
In comes the
God.
Night Slash.
That is so unlucky.
So lucky.
That's a feels bad right there. Jesus Christ. 12%.
Yeah, but I think
Wild.
it's
This
Axton
is
should
what
have
Patoman
been able
needed
to
to get
swap there,
back
no?
into the series. He needed a
When he
miracle.
tried
I don't know. Like on my screen, it did look like his swap timer was up, was it?
boost chance. He had just what he needed, and he was able to execute. What a match we just witnessed.
We didn't see this moment.
Oh, I'm gonna rewind and look at that, just because like I swear it wasn't out, but
I think he should have just water pulsed the scissor first anyways instead of bubble beaming, honestly.
Yeah.
Then he just wins.
If you saw the reaction of the crowd here, I think no one saw that one coming.
And if he just bubble beams there, he just wins too. If he water pulse first and then bubble beams the second one, he just wins. Because that Night Slash wouldn't have killed them.
To get the knockout. One of the best games I've ever witnessed.
Making the correct calls is what you need to make a comeback here. It's Axen is still a point up, but Batman got one back now. And can you make the reverse sweep this time? He couldn't do it against Ilum. And
bro, I think my computer's like dying. Jesus Christ.
You could say, keeping the energy on the Lapras, forcing Batman to get that energy as soon as possible.
But Mana Buzz was so impactful because it did what it needed to do to get the Drapion off the field, but he also stored the Aerial Ace, which was pivotal in getting that damage into the Araquanid. That did just enough damage to put the Lapras into range, where one boosted, might I add, double boosted Night Slash was able to knock out.
And his Axen knows he had Batman there until
people in my chat also, in my team chat also said that he got bailed out, the Pato, because he wants to throw the Night Slash not on CF Vita, and then suddenly it was because of that. I think that's like a game error, right? Because the game didn't register on both sides or something. For the
game is always bad. That's what you can chalk anything up to. The game is just bad, not working. So yeah.
How do you feel? What are the emotions going through right now?
I think at this point, it's Axum probably felt like he normally would have had that game, and probably the same three Pokemon.
I don't think either of them are going to beat Elam in a bracket reset, like back-to-back 5 series.
So I would not be
probably not.
He's just like
on.
on.
If we see the Dana come out at some point, because that Mandibuzz
I think,
very strong for Pato,
like if we put Pot against Araquanid, Pot I think wins.
It's really hard to bracket reset, even though Elam's done it and Pocket did it. Like the last 2 regionals.
Oh my god, no fucking way.
Oh no!
To the block.
Did he bring Greninja? Oh.
Yeah.
Ninja League,
the one time he
bro.
brings it, it's like one of the worst possible matchups. Jesus.
Oh my god.
And we have Lapras too. Oh, he's shielded. Okay. Well, I guess he needs.
Going through and drops the attack of Drapion. It's Axen. Does not want to lose switch advantage here. He probably knows what's in the back.
Potoman knows that
And like,
it's Axen doesn't want to bring
unfortunately,
Plus has Air Slash.
4 consecutive games, making the Greninja a little bit safer if he's able to get it lined up versus the
like Pato's trying to go for switch, which makes sense, but the thing is, like, Greninja doesn't have a good matchup against his squad.
Greninja is shit, man, this matchup. Does nothing. At all. Doesn't matter
I
what
don't think Axel
take.
can switch here, because he's not going to get to 2 moves.
Now letting the Rock Tomb go. It's Axen perhaps going for
It doesn't kill, he's double
advantage
debuffed.
instead. Shields are down for
So
Potoman.
I think it's going to be game 5
get
now.
the acid down here. Go with a
Wait,
Charging into
wait a
the
second,
next
yeah.
game. And we saw this before. None of these Pokemon
Axel
want
didn't
to
shield.
the Rock Tomb, but you can. Look at how little damage that did, though.
There's not a lot of closing power on its
I
Axen's
mean-
team in the form of charged attacks. You only have Bubble Beam, Water Pulse, Sparkling Aria, and Skull Bash. None of those are going to be hitting super.
I wonder if
effectively.
Axen
There is
shields
another one if he doesn't.
Arachne.
Oh shit.
That's a significant chunk of damage. Can you get to one more?
Yeah,
on
he showed
Bubble
it.
Beam?
Yeah, this is over.
Oh,
That's
it's
really
over.
lucky. He got bailed out. That almost looked like DRE, but I don't know.
He puts up his final protect shield.
He is now double debuffed. Look how much work that Cradily did.
But does Skull Bash kill?
And 2 debuffs into the
Greninja?
No, not yet. No, not yet. Like,
I know it's frail, but like,
yeah, it would definitely survive.
It's Axen has the Skull Bash. Can he get there in time?
I think you need to. Let's
Oh
see
my
if this
gosh,
Oh
you got
my
boost.
god.
That's so crazy.
Oh my lord, yo, Pato's hacking, bro. Like, Jesus Christ.
That is so cringe.
That is just like, that is unreal.
That's so cringe. I wanted to lose now.
Unbelievable. It's Axen cannot
That is
believe it.
that
He's
is so
maximizing
fucking
the
weird. I
kill.
can't believe
There
that.
is a
It does
room
kill.
where you can land that sparkling area. Heavy damage there to
Game
knock out
5.
the Greninja. Can
Wow,
you
back to
spark
back.
Yeah, heavy damage, but the problem is it doesn't matter.
No, the Pavement is only one condition because it's a Rockmanid I don't think it worked.
He literally just won 2 games because he got extremely lucky.
Pulling out all the stops here. He's getting all the boost that he
That wasn't
needs.
anything
The
skillful.
hero
I was
of
just
game
dumb.
number 4
It's
was
just
the
pure luck,
Greninja,
yeah.
getting the boost, doing the damage into the Lapras. And
The thing, I'm like, that's the worst thing, because like, if you're playing as Axion, it's just like, there's nothing you can do on an individual level that will change that. It's literally just RNG.
Number 3 and game number 4 to get bottom and to win in those games and tie up the score. We again have a decisive game number 5 coming up soon.
Potterman saying, if I'm not able to do it with alignment, I'm going to do it with a little bit of
Fucking
luck.
hell, man. Back-to-back boost and save him.
To catapult
I
him
mean,
into
in this game, I
yet
don't
again
think it would have
another
mattered much,
2-2
but
series tie. He was in this exact same situation
But,
in
yeah.
the finals versus Elam. He now finds himself in the exact same situation versus its Axon after coming back from down 2-0. Will he be able to change the
Jesus
script
Christ,
here
man.
and advance to the grand finals?
Is he gonna bring AB weak to Araquanid again?
I think Axon should just shield the Drapion and he wins.
Yeah.
If he
I
knew it
agree.
was ABA, like, I don't know why he didn't just go for swap. Like, surely you have to know there's a Mandibuzz there.
Yeah.
Because, like, he's not bringing Marowak and Azu.
Martine should have its Axon.
And also,
stayed
even
in
if there
with his
if there was a
Araquanid
scissor
versus
too,
that Cradily and thrown that
instead of
If I-
Mandibuzz,
so
you
if
would
I-
want the Drapion anyways still, so you would just shield it. Like, I don't understand why he didn't
I
shield
would
it.
Potamon, I would lead Azu now.
On that Drapion earlier on, so I'm not sure if that would
Even if it's Araquanid, it's better than on all the molds.
Obviously, if you can keep your Araquanid on the Greninja, that is a great
Imagine
matchup
Axon
for
leads
these
the den.
spider-like Pokemon.
Well, for the folks at home, they are getting their money's
That
worth
would
here.
be-
A 5-game winners finals, a
Potamon showed
5-game
too weak to it, right?
I think
Yeah,
this may be
he might be trying to bait it.
Who do you guys think takes it before the game starts?
But it's definitely
Hopefully
not the
Axon,
most evenly
because I think it's just
Honestly,
cringe
I
winning
think Axon.
These are some of the
2 lucky
best
games off night slash boost is very
Mhm.
cringe.
offers, not
You
only
can
trainers,
get away third time, right?
But I don't think either of them are.
Bro, if it happens a third time, bro, like, just beat
sure.
that shit. Just kidding.
Grand finals against Elam.
Master Wash.
This is
Just
such
beat
a
the
big
luck.
moment. This is not the winners finals where you get
He
another
probably had him
chance.
work.
This
He
is
had
it.
work too,
This is going to determine, is your tournament run over, or will you still have an
They'll beat the Den
opportunity to
into
make it to the
Azu
grand finals
or
and
Greninja.
become the 2025 Pokemon Go
Alright,
North
let's go.
American International
Okay,
Champion.
good lead.
We're about to find out
We
decisive
have the, oh, okay, so alignment again. Here we go. Alignment.
Oh.
This is a
Why
decent
is he-
lead for Saxon, but we've seen
Aqua
that
Tail?
Greeley has decent play here.
Take a look at
Wow.
what's back
That's-
inadequate.
you bait.
It's the Greninja
That's
again.
It's
This
the
is
Greninja
shield
again.
now.
We see the Araquanid again from his accent too. So we see the shield come up, but it's only an Aqua Tail.
But if
That's
you get the
not
debuff,
charge that you were hoping
don't
to
know.
shield, but I think Bataman is only invested on making sure he gets alignment.
Smart recognition by its Axon, knowing that Potamon is very motivated to use Protect Shields. He's very motivated to keep Switch because he knows he has that Greninja, which is
Does
going to be
Drapion just
feast or
like
famine. If it
outpace
gets
so
aligned versus
bad
the
now with
Araquanid,
like
the game
acid
is
instead
over.
of bullet
But if he
seed?
gets his Mandibuzz aligned
Yeah.
versus the Araquanid,
Like it's like
he'll be
seems
able
like
to
it.
ridiculous.
Charge stack priority tie. Shadow Drapion has a higher attack. We see no
After
Protect
this
Shield this time. The next
defense,
charge will
after this
He's gonna
drop,
lose
the
swap.
next
He's gonna
one is
lose
not
swap again.
gonna,
Here's the
yeah.
game.
on the
He's gonna lose the
Greatly
game.
Rock Tomb
Oh,
Strike.
no.
It's just knockout, but we've seen before that
This
Greatly
doesn't
might be
KO
able to
yet,
get
but
acid
if
down
Fatima
here. Not
shields,
before this
can probably
Drapion will
farm
get
down.
At least one more charge stack though.
Do you
Oh,
need
he
to use this
doesn't.
protection
Okay.
to ensure that you win Switch
He's gonna
advantage?
farm who
I
down?
think you do. This crush will get really close to knockout.
Oh.
We see no protection. Greatly
Simon.
getting
Oh
it.
my
Who's gonna make the call? Who's gonna make the
I mean,
call?
we'll be really close.
This is
One more
game.
point.
Oh! Okay, now it's a little spicy.
Pokemon these trainers bring in. This may be the moment that determines who wins
Oh,
and
what a
who loses.
call.
This is a 50-50. Here we go.
Wait.
Bataman brings
over
in the
though?
Greninja. It goes the Araquanid.
Axon does
And
have Ice Beam though.
is having a
He just-
great alignment
It
here.
doesn't matter.
Is still in here.
Axon wins
It's
now.
having a great
Oh, it
match
doesn't
into
matter, yeah.
all these Pokemon, but right
What a
now,
call.
Greninja's not happy
Yeah.
with this alignment right here.
The Araquanid was the
Devastating
safest thing for
Potamon. That
Axon to
Greninja has
bring in
no
no matter
play
what.
into that Araquanid.
Because if
He's
it was
gonna need a
Azu or
lot of
Scissor in the
luck here
back,
and a
like,
lot
he's
of
fine,
work
you know?
from his
And if it was
Mandibuzz.
Greninja-
You are doing these neutral air slashes. You're able to fire off charge attacks very
Oh, he gets
quickly
the bait.
and shielding what may have been the skull bash.
It could have been the skull bash, but it's only the sparkling area. Patoman shaking his head. He knows that that's not the attack he would have wanted to shield.
GG.
And now Patoman is going for the
Can't-
skull bash. This
can't
one
s-
has the defense.
There's no way he
of
can
that
get out of this one,
Lapras.
right?
Shields are down
Surely.
for its
Yeah.
Axon. He
No.
just
No way.
Has a
gets rid of this
shield, like, there's
Mandibuzz.
no
He's
way
gonna take out
unless he gets, like,
almost half of the
triple Night Flash boost? There's no way, right?
The longer this matchup gets,
But you just bubble beamed it. You just bubble beamed to counteract it, right? You would just
Yeah.
Boost.
It's Axon, Salt is coming, still has the protection.
Oh my
Doesn't
God.
use it. Can we see in this game as well the Night Slash boost? And Greninja
Bro, are you?
Oh, no shield.
I still just, yeah, okay.
How do you get Night Slash boost?
I don't think it matters, does it? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. He has a shield.
Dude, bro, like,
Oh my god.
in the last 2 games.
Okay, he'll be able to get 2 bolt beams off and swap out, and he's a shield too, so I think he's still fine regardless.
No, Pato just knows it's over, so he's not gonna
Mandibuzz is gonna have a tough time getting the answers down. In fact, Araquanid
Yeah, water pulse works too.
Bro has 100% success rate on his fucking
but it's Axon has the Araquanid so
Greninja Night Slash boost. Holy crap.
yet, but in comes the catch here on the Lapras. It's Axon getting a little bit of a flex there before taking this game.
It's Axon still has the protection ready to go. First foul play does not knock out. There is an attack debuff as well. This Sparkling Aria is loaded. One of the most electric
Dude, Axon is so tiny. It's crazy how small Axon is. He's like literally like the tiniest dude ever. That's nice. Huh? Battle Bill's like 3 times the size of Axon. What are you talking about?
Oh my god, bro. I think I got triggered seeing those Night Slash boosts, I'll be honest with you.
So tiny. I'm not trying to be mean. Like, Axon is just like a really small dude. Like, he's like super duper skinny and short. Like, Rise is like towering over him by like a whole like 2 feet.
Rise is complete opposite.
Yeah, Rise is a monster. So is Butterfly.
I put Axon in my pocket once.
Wait, what?
Like I saw, when I met Axon at Worlds, I was like, holy shit. I think why is this dude so
insane. We need a page alpha feed here. We need some math here. 4 consecutive.
He's just a very small
1 in
dude.
8 chance. Night Slash boost. I don't know that we've ever seen that in a final scenario.
He's like super nice.
Alpha
Him
Feeb,
and his
our
mom are
fellow
very nice.
co-caster, would have loved to have done those bats. But yeah, how many Night Slash boosts do you need to win here?
Oh, is that
Husband
deep
almost
that?
had all of them to
Yeah.
get there. I think it was a little bit too late in some of those matches. And the Greninja, I didn't expect that at all to come out there.
No, I think that the Greninja was just, you know what, hey, I'm going to go for it. I haven't been able to find the teams that I need, so I'm going to bring
Nice,
the Pokemon that might
4 times,
be, I
4
might be comfortable
consecutive
with, and I
Night
might
Slash
be able to get a
boosts
little bit of luck on my
with
side as well.
Greninja.
What the defining moment in
being
that
that
game
lucky?
was, though, in
Well,
Adequate,
no,
Yeah,
3 was
yeah.
with
Pokemon in the
Greninja,
lead
1 was
matchup
with
fainted
Scizor,
at the
right?
same time. If
Oh, really?
the Greninja ends up getting a line versus the Lapras,
Oh.
that may have been a
Yeah, yeah,
totally
true, true.
different story.
And not to forget the Mandibuzz on the Araquanid, because that was pretty much the only
But yeah,
counter
3
that
out of
Phantom
4
had
didn't matter.
for that Araquanid from its Axon. A 50-50 chance.
Oh no, wait, 2 out of.
And
Nah.
looking
yeah.
at those
3
nice
out of
boosts,
4
it's
didn't
strange
matter.
kind of that Patman lost at 50-50. He got all the 1 in 8 chances, but not the 1 in 2.
I nearly fell over after that final Night
That-
Slash boost. It's just
Ugh.
one of the most exciting matchups that I've ever seen
No
in any
EU
tournament,
takes
in any
NAIC
situation.
this
Let's
time.
take a look back at our replays.
Yep.
We
No
see
EU
here in
buzz,
game
sorry,
number
Howie.
1 that Araquanid putting in so much work, shutting down the Shadow Scissor from
But you guys got to
Batman.
keep
Even
your
the Mandibuzz
EUIC
couldn't
crown
hang
this
on
time,
there. And in
so.
game number 2, the
Like
Azura
yesterday,
was
I was
stuck
looking
here
at the back, I was
trying
like,
to
oh
clear that
damn,
ball beam
it could have been
Diva, but it
maybe
just meant that Araquanid had all of that
UIC
shields up his
rematch.
ball beam, but it didn't matter. The player was only going to do
Between
like
Otto and
10%
Susie
damage at
Riley.
that
Elam's
point.
just like
Yeah, no, we saw
on
that
another
timeout
level
in
right
game
now.
number
Like,
2, like we
Yeah.
said. But then the
Eden's
Night
probably
Slash
gonna
boost,
win.
they
like,
start
oh,
coming
Marto,
out. Game
Marto,
number
Marto,
3
but
goes
like,
to Patamon. Game number
everybody's sleeping
4,
on.
while the Skull Bash took out that Greninja, don't forget that it had already boosted and taken out almost all the HP from the Lapras.
Without that nice boost in the previous game,
Bro,
Batman
someone
would
calculated
maybe have-
it
would
was a
not have that win that game.
0.02%
And
chance
having a chuckle.
to
You get
get
all
4
those
of
nice
these
boosts,
boosts.
man. What is going on?
0.02?
I've never seen anything
Yes.
like it before.
Bro
My
should
It
go
head
buy
just
lottery
literally
tickets
fell
after
off
that.
here
My
in the
god.
lab. I could not believe what I was seeing.
Oh my
You should go
god.
play the Powerball right
And
now.
let's
Holy
recalibrate.
crap.
That's
Where
why I
are we
said
at
in
now?
the chat,
Grand
like,
finals in
he
Adequate.
should
We
take his
still
father
have
to a
the grand
casino
finals
right
to
now.
go for, so I hope your voice is
Literally,
still fine.
go
Hang it
dump
in
your
there.
entire
It's
bank
hanging
into the
in
nearest
there. It's
casino
Axon
right now.
and Elam
Put it
in the
all in
grand
like
finals.
21
This is
black
a
or whatever.
rematch from
Oh
yesterday
yeah.
when Elam was able to overtake its Axon there at the fun
You may be a loser in Pokemon
pretty much
Go,
the
but
same
you're a
team,
winner
except that Elam
at the
has
casino without luck.
Bug-type
Yeah,
Pokemon,
you can win
Goliath
your
Pokemon
trip
instead
deck.
of the Araquanid.
Well, let's talk about that
0.02.
head-to-head. Maybe we'll see it in this
That's
grand
crazy.
finals. Araquanid versus the
That's
Golisopod.
crazy.
Golisopod on one hand is the Pokemon that can hit for neutral charge attack damage, but Araquanid
Yeah,
on the other
obviously
hand
it
is the one
was
with
not
much
like
superior bulk as well as a
back-to-back,
more
but-
significant, heavier hitting fast attack.
Wait, so, okay, because I actually don't remember this. When you are in that situation, like, let's say you simultaneously KO, and obviously you want to wait to the last possible second, like, swap. Like, if you wait for your countdown timer to hit 0, does it randomly select between your two Pokemon, or does it, like, always
Yes.
select like one?
Yeah, it'll just randomly pick it.
It's
So you
randomly,
have
yeah.
to pick something if
His
you
accent
want it.
just played out of his mind. Elam doing the same thing.
I've screwed myself a few times in GBL because of that.
Right now.
I was
Yeah,
trying to wait till
same.
the absolute last possible, like,
Winning 2 consecutive
And it was
races.
too late.
He's gone through the
Yeah.
winner's side of this bracket here.
I'm like, well, if I would have just clicked when I wanted to, I would have won this game. Time to top left.
I think I had once that I wanted to tap at the last moment, but then again had to lag slightly on the moment, like millisecond, and just didn't register my tap.
No way, the game lagged. No way.
There's a few
Never
times
did.
where like I don't know what to come in with, so I just let the game
think that this
decide.
grand finals might determine
That's a
that
bold
which
strategy,
Pokemon
God.
for Elam before going into that World Championships.
I'll be honest, like, I actually, sometimes I just let the timer decide for me. Like, I didn't know if it was random or not, but, like, just to not make a decision, I just let it go.
That we've ever seen. One of the closest championship Sundays. All these trainers, their margins of victory are so slim.
Oh, somebody
They're
said,
going to game 5.
my team just saying Axon's gonna
Situations,
win
It comes down to which Pokemon do you happen to bring in after a
because
tie. I've never seen
Axon
anything
has
as close
Bash
as this.
Lapras, while Elam has, I think,
I
Ice Beam
cannot
Lapras.
Remember the last time
That is true.
games were decided by
And
that
Araquanid is gonna
RNG
fuck
since
the
Annihilate kind of went
Lapras
out of
Goldie
the meta
Drapion.
as it didn't run Night Slash anymore, now runs Rage Fist instead, and now we have those
could be
Let me
moments
actually
again
sim.
where Patreon was
Was
able
there
to come
Aquanid
back
Fuck
there.
Drapion?
And still, you know, even though he is out, he can
I
be
don't know,
so
actually.
proud of what he has achieved.
Araquanid,
He actually got
Drapion.
all 3 of them. He got a first place at
Let's
EUIC,
see
then
how
he got
it
second place at
goes.
Sevilla,
Ah,
and
yeah,
now
Araquanid wins
third
all
place.
shields.
That is
Dang.
another trophy for
But
Patreon.
Lapras,
Congratulations
look,
to
it's
him.
Axon's
And
Lapras
Aquins,
will
I have
be.
some good news. Our players are
Elam's
ready.
Lapras just
We
because
are
of
going to
the
get
Skull
started
Dash.
here with this grand finals. Let's bring them out onto the stage.
Araquanid.
Let's take a look here. I believe that they are coming out there. We have them, Elam and its Axon.
Actually,
waving
Araquanid against
to the
Lapras
crowd
Scob is not
as
bad.
we're gonna have these
It does win the
trainers
twos.
battle it out in these grand finals.
That's right. They're getting right into the action here.
Wait,
no interview. We are just ready to get into these battles. We don't want to, get derail
Use
any of this
supports.
excitement that we've had. Just think about
Oh, yeah.
what this
Araquanid
means
wins
for
that.
both
All
of these
shields.
trainers and Adequance. Elam coming off 2 regional victories. He has not ascended to that
Araquanid
level
beats
of
Lapras
IC
or
or
Drapion?
world
What was it?
champion.
Sorry.
Meanwhile, though,
Yeah, so
for
Araquanid beats
its
Drapion
Axon,
all
this has
shields.
kind of been the return tour.
Doesn't
Just
beat
straight
Lapras with
Beam?
Skull Bash.
Is he back? I think he's back in
Uh,
Adequance.
It might be the
I think
return
so.
of the king, the return of the
Yeah, it beats
master, you could
Lapras.
say. And on the left, King Elam also, I
actually,
believe,
no.
got a
It doesn't
top
beat
cut
Lapras.
at the North America International Championship
Which
last
Lapras? Skull Bash.
season.
Skull
Skull
Bash.
trainers
Yeah.
know this
Well, Elam
stage
has Ice Beam,
like
so-
no one else. This
Yeah.
I mean, it could
might
be Axon
just
winning, but I
be
don't know,
set, setting the
two
stage
series
for the
back-to-back is
best
hard
grand
to
finals
do.
we could possibly
This is, I just realized, this is already longer than Pokemon Unite.
Elam versus Massive Axon here.
Unite
Don't
was over
forget,
in 10
they
minutes.
faced
See, the
off
thing is, though, is like,
yesterday in the
Araquanid
winners
is good,
semis
but
in a
Elam has
best
the
of
dang.
3. Do you remember how that turned out?
It
And
turned
Axon's
out
like,
in a
neither of them
positive
are
way
gonna bring
for
Digger to
Elam
beat,
at the
probably.
time, but we'll see if he can do it again.
Probably
not only
not.
do we have these
I could
It's
players
gonna be like-
here,
Bringing
we
Bene.
also have their fans and their supporters. I believe
Yo,
Butters
what the-
right now is with an interview with some of these supporters. Butters, let's hear from them.
Thank you so much
Oh,
for your
that's-
time. I'm here
It's
with the
Martel.
family of these two
Mr.
grand
Martel.
Yeah, that's
finals.
Axon's mom,
Martel
isn't it?
supporting
Yeah.
Elam, and then we
Yeah.
got Mama Axon. I have to
she's
start
not-
with you.
I
That
think I'm
was
lucky friends with her.
absolutely
Oh, yeah,
insane.
see.
Going into game
Wait,
number
who's
three,
that on the right?
only a 12.5%
Axon's
mom.
chance
It's Axon's
that
Oh.
Paddleman could have won that game, and then you had to watch boost after boost after boost. How is your heart right now?
You know, my heart is just racing, but you know, I have so many people that come up and support me and
Wiggy
kind of
wigs.
walk me through these teams and where he's
Not
at
Lucky Friends.
at
Rip.
the moment.
Thought it
So
was.
it
Damn,
really
she has a
helps
lot
me
of
a lot
catches.
to get
Holy
through
shit.
this.
And you're used to the roller coaster.
Wait, Action
You've
is.
seen him
Oh no,
win
never
an
mind.
international
He's better than the game at all of you guys. Holy
win a
crap.
world championship.
Rip.
But then
Whoa.
She goes to all these
maybe he doesn't win
events.
some. What is that roller coaster been
Wait, how many
like as
catches?
a parent?
How many catches do
You
you
know,
guys
it's
have?
hard
Are you good
because
at the
there
game?
was a point in this season when he
I'm
was
not.
thinking, should I
Not
even
that
do
for a
this
fact.
anymore?
You're okay. Yeah, we know you're
he,
bozo.
you
It's
know,
okay.
just decided I
Not
love this
that
game.
bad.
I'm going to keep going, and you know,
I have
poor
more
luck
catches than
happened,
error.
and this
Just give me a
happened,
break.
and so maybe we're going to
That's
go
not
for
hard
it
to
again
do.
next time.
Well, it's a great
Or doesn't
decision
jump
to
in the
keep
game
going for it
unless he's at a
doing
regional.
absolutely
Going
And
to
we
the
start
EM.
using Grange on his team? Hell no.
A good friend of
I'm
yours.
supposed to
Giving-
take
I'm just
You've
giving
had an
take
awesome
breaks
season,
off.
obviously.
Unfortunately, it just depends, Slide, because like in Pokemon Go, when you play casually, like in the Go Battle League, which is basically just casual PvP, there's different themed cups, and sometimes some Pokemon aren't allowed. Pretty sure Greninja is not even allowed in this one.
For a long time, and after he got his first
It's just
regional,
like
it
when
was
people
like
call Mark
a
Time
breakthrough
ghost
moment.
friend.
It was very happy, I think, for everyone that is a fan of him.
Back in the
And
day when he first
he has
started.
been crazy, like back to back and back again, right? At the finals, it's just I think.
It sucks
people
that Tho
argue
doesn't
if
really
he's
play
one of
anymore
the
because
best
the game
players
is
in the
just
world, or even
terrible.
the best
I mean, I
player
don't
in
blame
the
him.
world.
Yeah.
And I think
Don't blame
he
him.
deserves to
Don't
be
blame
that
him at
spot.
all.
You might be
If he
in
would,
the other spot
he will be at
as
every
well,
Worlds.
but I have to ask you a question. As someone who
Yeah, I don't
has
think he
won an
would
international
not qualify.
championship
I think
before,
he would
who
make
has
every
done
single
it on
one.
the
Easily.
stage,
I
do you
like
have any
love watching him
advice for
stream,
your
but I
friend
understand why he
going into
doesn't because
these
it's
grand
just so
finals?
frustrating.
Yeah,
Like
you
just
have to
the
be
game
composed,
just is so
concentrated,
bad.
trust your
Whenever he
decisions.
does participate,
They both have
like
what
in
it
Utah,
takes,
for example,
so, you know,
or
just
anywhere
trust the
else,
plan.
he always
And I'll
gets
go
high,
to you as a parent. If
like high in
you were
the
standing next to your son
standings.
right now,
Always.
what
Does
would
he
you
live by
tell
you
him
or Martine?
going into these
Like
grand
or
finals?
like closer to
Do
or
what you
no?
do best.
Martine's close to me.
All right, well, I
And,
think
and
it's time
Tho
to
It's
is
like
get these
farther away.
it's like I live in the south of Rotterdam. Martine lives south of. No wait, I'm outside Rotterdam, but south. Martine lives south of Rotterdam, and Thomas lives like northeast of Rotterdam, on the
Still
outskirts.
plays like a little bit though, like community days
Yeah.
and events and stuff, but not GBL really or streaming, right?
Yeah, he sometimes does play the event with us still. So he's not completely out of the game.
If they just fix some of these things, like there'd be so many people playing again. It's so unfortunate that we just haven't had anything fixed in like a year or two now. It's kind of crazy. I don't know why they.
Funny in that in the case, like when Denio got hit, a lot of people also stopped, didn't they?
Yeah.
People. And I'm talking about many Americans. Nah,
If
I
they
don't
fixed
know.
like DRE one turn in the animations, like I could deal with the lag. I wouldn't care about the lag as much because like it's whatever. Like those are way more
Yeah.
affecting than the lag. Like that would bring a lot of people back.
For me, I would say the one turn bringing in that tells me the most.
Oh, did they versus Dene? Okay.
Oh,
Oh wow.
Dene mirror.
Similar backlines.
But their teams, of
Mhm.
course, they have essentially the same 6 type of Pokemon. We're gonna put
This
a
is
pin in
such a
that.
scuffed
Let's move
mirror
into it.
because
Speaking of
the
similarities,
one that goes
it's the
parabolic
battle of the
first
mice here. We have the
has a
Dedenne
better
versus
chance
the
to win
Dedenne.
the league.
We saw Ilum go straight for the
The mirror.
parabolic charge. This time it's Action goes straight for the parabolic charge. What this means is after you
So
both
even if
defense,
building up to
the
pay it
Dedenne
off,
from its
it doesn't
Action
really
will be able to
matter.
hang on to a player
I've
from
not.
the Dedenne from Ilum.
What's it called?
Looks like Ilum also strikes back with
I've
a
not
parabolic
used the
charge.
Dene, let alone seen this matchup after the update. So like, how's this supposed to play out? Like, you just go straight parabolic charge?
But I believe that Elam
Mhm.
actually wins this charge attack priority, but no,
No,
not this time. It's
this
Zaxxon.
is first play out parabolic charge and then play off. As you can see, the first person that boosts generally survives the play off better.
Last time that they were in this situation, we
Wait, who
actually
wins this
saw the
matchup?
simultaneous
Probably
swap,
this
both
Arachne.
Drapions.
I
Let's see if
just
they do
seen,
it again here.
Arachne should win.
We have to switch, but it's the Golisopok into the Araquanid. This is almost the same as yesterday. Then it was the
Bug doesn't
No.
resist bug, right?
Remember,
It's just
this
neutral.
is a match that
Yeah, it's
Araquanid
neutral.
would win head-to-head, but it might come down to
Action
which
plays
charge
as
is
it
being
should be
thrown
played
in.
out
Being
according to
after
each
these actions
bug.
go, it might be tempting to
go for the water pulse. No, goes for the ball.
This might come down to a
Well, this is the
two-shield
matchup that we
Drapion
wanted
here.
to see,
That's
the
kind of
battle of
wild.
the bugs in the bayou. Like
Or
you said
if he gets
earlier in
energy lead on
Advents,
his
we typically
Drapion, because
expect to see the
Araquanid wins
Goliath
this.
losing the even shielding scenarios to this Araquanid, but right now you can see just how impactful this bug bite is compared to Fury
A Bubble Beam doesn't do it here, does it?
Also a
No
strong
way.
bug type attack. This time
He
a
could,
charge
Yeah,
attack,
this
though,
is-
is gonna
it's
do a
just-
significant
the
chunk.
Jackson
Still
could
deals
swap
Araquanid, but
into
Araquanid
his Drapion
bulky.
too.
It's gonna hang on.
Oh,
Look at that. You win this
okay,
trade.
that's actually
Bubble
Oh,
Beam
now he's
against
behind
the
two
Araquanid.
poison
Hardly
things.
feels
Oh.
any
GG.
charge attack pressure, but the
That's
bug
huge
bite hits
for
so
it.
hard.
That's
The
big.
thing
one
is,
poison
this
thing.
sets up Ilum for
Why not?
for
That
an
was
energy
two.
lead
It looked
on
like
the
two.
Drapion. Now
It was.
he's ahead on
I
attack.
think that's
Elam is one
look at
turn
now,
ahead
yeah.
of its
It's one.
Axon with his Shadow Drapion.
Oh,
Typically, that gives him an advantage with how quickly that
Damn,
these
actually
Pokemon
didn't predict that
generate,
one, eh?
energy. They're going to be able to probably stall out the switch clock. There could be Kenshiteps towards the end of this game.
I think that
I will
might
say
be
Elon is
this
very
point
good about
as
like his
Axon
swapping and not
needs to
getting
be
farmed
careful
down.
that
Like that's
his
the
charge
one
Yeah.
part. If you have to play him, like because I've played him
Mhm.
like so many times now, that's like he's
still
very
He
good
knows
about like
very
not letting
well.
get farmed down. So like if you somehow match him at Worlds, just be like ready to swap because he's very
It's Axon opting
good
to
about
use
that.
both of his protect
Yeah.
shields. Has none remaining.
loses one
Elam
Aqua
still
Tail,
has
right?
one protect shield. We're going to see
Yeah.
a charge
Yeah,
attack
they both
priority
live
here,
one.
which is Axon actually
It's just
wins
gonna
with
be
his
who's gonna
Drapion.
catch.
He knows this from yesterday, and this is a very important moment. The last protection.
Because if
from
somebody
him
makes the catch
goes up
wrong, then
here. No
it's
more
GG.
protect shields in play. Are we
Yeah,
going to see
you can be
him
aggressive
catch as
swapping
another
this game,
Aquatail? It's
but
not
you need to
I
be.
think switch clocks
Oh,
are up
holy
for
shit!
both of these trainers at this
Elam
point. It's
loses.
Axon lands the Aqua Tail.
Damn.
Or sorry, Elam
Yeah, 'cause
lands
he
the Aqua
loses
Tail. It's Axon
CMP.
now has two. Tries to get a catch. Will you get to the Aqua Tail? It's caught.
The catch on your Aquanid.
What a play by its
Yeesh.
Axon.
Well, he
knew
lives in
that
Aqua
switch
Tail.
was
But-
coming.
Have-
He was able to predict it and get his own switch. Able
No.
to catch the
Just one
full
short
Aqua
of
Jet.
Aqua
His
Tail.
Drapion is loaded
He
on
has-
energy.
I mean,
Gets the farm
he
down.
has a
Is
high
close
attack
to 100
Drapion now.
energy. Just
Yeah.
needs to
He
unleash
loses.
All comes down to
Aqua
CMP
Tail,
Tail
Aqua Tail,
now.
Aqua Tail.
And it's
Oh,
Axon
wow.
waiting
Has a
a
higher
turn,
attack one.
making sure that
Yeah.
he's not firing
I
any
don't actually.
Yeah.
Maybe his isn't
into
high
the
attack
dead.
because
Elam's
I
timer
remember
is
I
not
think
up
mine
yet, so
won
he can
CMP
launch
against his.
another Aquatail as he wins charge attack priority.
The charge attack priority is so significant here.
What a
We
great
saw
match.
how meaningful it was earlier in the previous series.
I think he
It's
swapped too
meaningful
early.
here
Like
in the grand
he should have
finals as
swapped
well. The Aqua
one
Tail
after the
knocks
double up
out
maybe.
the
Like he
opposing
should have
Drapion
stored.
and
I
now
don't know.
farms down.
Like he
Game
should have
number one
stored
goes to
Aqua
its
Tail
Axon.
because then he could have just
Monster
CMP.
Or he just
Yeah.
CMPs and wins the game. I don't think he needed a swap. I think
That could also be the case.
It was just who was gonna swap and try to make the catch, and if you fail,
Yeah.
you lose.
He
That's
takes
what it
game
was.
number one in this grand finals. 2 more to go for him. Elam can still make a return though.
We saw everything we wanted
Yeah, you're
to
right.
see.
He could
We
have
saw
just
the
CMP.
mirror matchups. We
Even
saw
if
the
Axon
Yeah.
simultaneous
he
swaps.
CMP,
We saw the
wouldn't matter.
50-second switch
Yeah.
clock come
Yeah,
up. Elam
that
trying
will
to make
also
a
be,
play, but it's Axon
fine.
one step ahead, trying to put Elam
I just
on the
simped
back foot. And in fact,
Araquanid
he did.
against
He's
Bolt.
currently up
Araquanid
1-0.
needs to go straight Bubble Beam to win all shields.
Making that attempt for a
Against
catch,
what?
even though Elam
Against
was the
Bolt.
trainer who was up
Oh,
in
okay.
energy. So kind of interesting
If
there.
you go
Interesting.
water
I just
pills,
wanna
you lose them
call
once.
the
If you go straight
precision
water
of his
pills.
accent there, and
Oh my
the
god, it's
brain
shiny
that
level
he
1
has
Phantom.
to still keep track of this energy right here
Wow.
of the Goliath support.
That's
and
a
remember
great
that
low-cost
making
scam.
that catch on the
Trev is
Araquanid
dead.
was
Rip
pivotal.
Bozo Trev.
If you end up taking that Aqua
They should
Jet
rebuff
on your
Trev. I think
Drapion,
it'll
that's
be
probably game over. He
interesting,
had to make that play.
So
Like you
was,
said,
cool
Elam was
typing,
ahead
yeah.
in energy, and he was in
Be
a
an interesting
situation
pick
where
right
one
now.
charge attack was likely going to be knocking out the Drapion. Saxon had to make the play, and he pulled it out just when he needed
It's
it.
kind of weird that it
If
just
you
died
don't
just
make
because
that
it's
catch,
6 to seed
the
bomb, and that was the
Araquanid
only
bug
thing that
bites down
changed.
the Goliath support, and then the Drapion from Elam would
But I
have
mean,
been able
the pacing
to get
there
more
is pretty
energy
bad, I
and
guess,
outpace
against
the
stuff, man.
Drapion from its accent. In that case, Elam would have won that battle, and
that is exactly why that catch from its accent was so important for him to win this battle. We saw a very similar game of what we had yesterday. We had the Denamir at the time, and at the very end of that matchup, both trainers swapped into Drapion. This time, both trainers went into the water and bug type Pokemon. Normally, you don't swap that into a Dedenne. That would be
He's
a
already
crazy
tapping.
move.
He's like, let's go.
This time, the Dedenne had nothing left.
Yeah, he
a
always does
sliver of
that.
HP, so you could get ahead with that Pokemon on your side because its accent knows Araquanid not that bad.
Bro, that one guy yesterday with the how he was swiping his bubbles, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah,
Pokemon that we saw
the
as a counter to
RGR guy.
those Dedennes
Yeah,
was the
oh my
Diggersby. We
god,
did
bro. I
see
was
it
like,
featured
what
in
is
the best
this?
of 3
Yeah,
yesterday
he
in
does the
winners
same as
semis.
Galax.
My
Galax
question for you, Inadequence, how does
because
the
they're
Glycerol
from the
and
same
Araquanid
country.
do into
They
those
probably
Diggers?
know
Is
each
one
other.
better than the other?
Where are they from?
They both dominate them.
They're
So
both
I
from
would say
Sweden.
that the Araquanid
Sweden?
does
Oh,
better
okay. Yeah, I was
because
like,
the
that is
base,
some
the
crazy
charge attack
swiping.
and
I've
fast
never
attack
seen
damage
it.
is better,
It's
and
like the most
then you can
spastic
even
like
keep up
swiping ever.
the attack of the Diggersby, which
Switch already.
I have no idea how
like,
they do that.
The same thing for every move too. I was like, okay, this is
Yeah.
interesting. I don't know how this plays out.
Ooh.
Bad, I guess.
Yeah, not great for Aragonit.
Oh wow, for Diggersby.
And let's see, we have the
Oh.
from Elam into the
Changing
Aragonid
stuff
from
up.
its Axon. You think it's a bad matchup. It looks like it's Axon also thinks that swaps
That's
into the
Axon
Shadow
just
Drapion,
wins.
also by Lapras. This is not exactly an also to Shadow Drapion, but Lapras has the
Probably,
move
yeah.
to hang in here.
Because
Well, we actually saw the Araquanid winning the Zero Shield
Where's the
versus the
Drapion
Dusclops,
gonna go?
but I think that its Axon wants to use that Araquanid in a different
mean, well,
capacity.
no.
So he swaps it out,
Shields.
brings in this
Elam has
Drapion,
to win
lands
swap
the
here.
crunch. Will we see the next crunch get fired? No.
Yeah,
Elam
still.
actually able to get to the Sparkling Aria.
Sparkling doesn't kill from here, right? He has to Ice Beam.
Yeah, he has the Ice Beam. He got the first bait right.
That charge deck would not have knocked out just yet, but looks like his Action just wants to get shields down potentially as he has the Diggersby
Does it kill from
in
here
the back.
now?
If there's a Drapion
Oh,
from
he's
Elam in
shielding
the
again.
back,
I think
he wants shields
after
down,
the
so he has
sideways,
to Scorching Sands.
yeah,
Elam
this
farming up
sideways
energy
it should.
throws just before the
Yeah,
crunch.
yeah.
Precision plays yet again from Elam. Here we go. The
I think
second
Elam
protect shield is
actually
getting used by
outpaces.
its Axon.
Yeah.
Need to keep an eye on the switch clocks and
Axon
adequate.
catches
As always,
like
we've
that.
seen Axon make critical catches before. Does he need to do it again?
It's up.
Oh.
If Axon throws one more poison sting, Elam
The
will
two
be at
turn
the
and
next
then the
sparkling
one or
area.
two turn
He's
way
able to make a
even,
catch.
dang.
Will be pivotal in this game here. Elam launching up energy.
Well, this
Oh,
isn't
makes the
terrible.
catch again. He does
Oh, he
it
got
again.
special
Doing
gloves.
it with style.
Yeah, why would he
it's
not?
Axon, the master, bringing in his Araquanid to soak up all of
Can't
this
go
energy.
Drapion, right? 'Cause
And
you
now
said
we're
Oh,
going
yeah,
to
we
see the
never
Dusclops
remember.
take the field again.
Yeah.
Remember, this is
this
resistant
just
bug
resists the
bite
bug
damage.
bites.
But we've seen Araquanid in the zero
He needs to
shield
come out with, like,
situation, which is
energy, though, for
exactly
that
what we have here.
Drapion.
Sometimes take this.
And the
Or is it
reason
Yeah.
why
Diggersby, I
this
mean?
match is not that bad
Both
for
of them,
Araquanid
actually.
is because
Hmm.
Dusclops has an
He needs to come out
immense
with a lot
defense
of
stat,
energy.
but pretty low HP. Remember when I told you about the clock ticking down on
Is
100,
this?
on 100, 200?
If you're
This is
asking
that
what is
one
this, it's
that has
Pokemon
only
Go.
100 HP, so every time the HP
Fuck, I
just
think
goes
Elam
down
needs
pretty
like.
quickly, running
Oh
into the
my god, it does
Well,
not
let's
think.
look a little
He needs
bit
to
ahead
just
as
swap
well.
out and
What
try
are
to
the
get some
Pokemon
energy
that
on
we
the
have
Lapras.
remaining in the back for Elam? It's going to be that Shadow
Ooh.
Drapion. It has an opportunity.
needs
This
to
doesn't
swap
do
Get
anything though
met
because
by
it's
that-
debuffed.
That
Yeah.
Diggersby, and
He
there
has
are no
to swap
protections to
into-
hide behind.
No protections to hide behind, attempting to make a catch on the Diggersby, but
He
it's
just
going
knows
to
to
be
lose.
met with this Ice Punch. Elam being patient, not letting Master Axon make another catch here. Ice
Yeah.
Punch
Actually,
is
wait
gonna
a
be
minute.
super
This is
effective, but
hold on.
Diggersby's bulky.
This
And in
isn't
comes
bad
the Shadow
actually.
Drapion. Elam is
He's
shaking his
loaded
head
on the
because he's going to
Dusclops.
get hit
Yeah,
by the
that's
super
not pretty
effective
healthy
Scorching
still.
Sands now.
Like,
Are you surprised
the
to
Ice
see the
Punch will,
swapping?
like-
There was so much energy on that
this doesn't
Dusclops, it
kill,
was out of
right?
range of a Scorching
No.
Sands.
Axon needs
Could've
to
thrown
farm down
several
then.
more Ice Punches. What's the strategy here now?
Oh.
I don't think
He's
it
gonna
would
get to an
matter
Aqua
because
Tail.
its Axon would have farmed up more
Yeah.
energy,
Oh.
especially
This
if he
KOs.
expects that Shadow
No, it
Drapion in the
doesn't.
back.
Oh, you
Scorching
can just
Sands
sack
is
the
gonna
Lapras
land.
and then
This Diggersby's
Dusclops
After the
can get
debuff it doesn't, but
heavy damage, and you get the quick attack down, but not before
you
the
just go
Aqua Tail.
Lapras
Okay,
and
you
sack
get to
it.
one more Aqua Tail here. This is
Yeah.
not
Your
gonna
Dusclops
quite
just
knock out,
ice
but don't
punches and
forget
shadow
all the energy
punches
still on the
and wins.
Dusclops
Yeah.
Elam,
The other
not
two.
to mention the Lapras that he still has on his side as well.
There's
Yeah.
also still a little bit left on that Drapion. I believe that its Axon has about a few poison stings on that Pokemon. He's stepping a little
Well,
bit close
he-
to that
ooh,
switch
this
here.
is
Which Pokemon do you bring as
just
Elam?
resisted
In
fast
comes
moves
the
against
Lapras.
resisted fast
He
moves,
gets
though.
to the Scorching Sands for the knockout.
Ooh.
Now it's all in the hands of
This
Dusclops.
This
KOs,
Elam,
right?
which
For sure.
I believe
Yeah.
has one Ice Punch loaded.
He just
at
has to double
least.
up now, and he
Feel a
wins.
catch in
Or
the
he has to
air,
throw before he
Martine.
gets
Can its
debuffed.
Axon do it again? Here we go. Elam
Even if he
has
gets
the Ice
debuffed,
Punch
it's
loaded. Is this enough to
still
knock
fine,
out?
huh?
If this knocks out, it
Yeah,
might be
nothing's gonna kill
decisive
this.
because you need the crush its Axon. Drapion gets knocked out.
All right, here we have it.
Oh,
There's still
what?
two
Oh, he
Pokemon on
lagged.
the side of its
He
Axon.
was
How
one
much
to
energy
in-bring.
does this Araquanid have?
Bring it in.
Needs to
Wow.
land a Water Pulse to do any meaningful
It doesn't
damage.
That's the
Here we
missed
have
time.
it. It has the
Yeah,
Bubble
it
Beam,
doesn't
has the
matter.
Bubble Beam to start. Will this
Yeah,
keep it
Elam knows he
outside
needs
of
to
range
throw
for Shadow
there.
Punch?
He just needs a
There is
Shadow Punch against the Diggersby, be
Yeah,
right.
and a lot of those ones it doesn't KO anyway.
It's Axel perhaps trying to preserve the timing here, but it's not able to. The Shadow Punch coming through.
That was nice.
Sure, even though
Bringing in the Drapion was actually good.
It won't hang on. After
Yep.
Edge's Diggersby have it, there's nothing left. Dustclops only needs 2 hacks, and Inok punches its way to tie up the score to 1-1.
We are evening things up 1-1. Elam on the back of the Dustclops, able to get the super effective Ice Punch into the Diggersby. We saw him bring in that Drapion into the Diggersby, and it did exactly what it needed to. Landed 2 Aqua Tails, put it in range where that Diggersby could be neutralized by the Dustclops, and you can see Elam a master of Dustclops.
We thought that swapping the Shadow Drapion into the Diggersby was not the play, but Elam showed us it was. He was barely able to get to that next crucial Aqua Tail. If Shadow Drapion didn't get to that Aqua Tail on 1 HP there, then the Dusclops needed 2 charge attacks because 1 Ice Punch would not have been enough to knock out the Diggersby. It would need to expend energy there.
1 second. I'll be right back.
He had the Aqua Tail loaded. He tried to go for the crunch. I think if you go for the
I
Aqua
need food.
Tail,
I keep saying that for like the last hour.
then may have secured the knockout on the Dusclops.
It's very curious to see how that would have been played out. Martine,
Go get
we've seen
food.
some meaningful mirror matchups, but one we haven't seen yet is the Lapras into the Lapras. Let's not forget that
probably won't be missing
Itzaxen
much.
has access to Skull Bash. Well, we've seen lots of these mirrors already. The Dedenne into the Dedenne, the Drapion into the Drapion. While the attack stack can determine those matchups, what determines the Lapras matchup here is going to be the charged attacks.
Right, Itzaxen has Skull Bash, a normal type charge stack which enhances.
What do like people write down in their books when they're writing shit down?
Ice Beam. The way you can get Ice Beam, when you've been watching this stream, you get the elite charge TM,
what he
and then
did
get
or
the
threw
Lexi
on or
charge
what
TM
team he brought or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some people even like write down what the Pokemon has left of energy when they swap and stuff.
They're writing mid-game, are they?
Some people do.
They do.
Let's
Some
remember
people
where
do.
we are. Itzaxen coming to
They
the
write
loser side of
like
the
how
bracket.
much
He needs to force a bracket reset.
Plasmos
Here
are
in
left
this best of
on the
five.
month that's
We're
swapped out
currently
something.
1-1, so he needs to
I
win
didn't know you're allowed to
2
do
more
that,
For
battles
example.
in order to reset the
crazy.
bracket
You're
and
allowed
go
to do
to a
that.
grand
Yeah, you can do
finals
everything you
reset.
want as long as you
Meanwhile,
bring
on
an
the other side,
empty
Elam,
notebook.
he came in through the winner's side of
You
the
can do
bracket.
anything
He
you
was able
want.
to take a 3-2
Except for
series
watching.
victory
You
versus
can always
Pokemon.
like
He's currently tied
you can
1-1
write
versus
stuff down
Itzaxen.
at the
If
moment
he
that
wins the battle,
you're on
he will
stage.
be your
Okay.
NAIC champion.
And it really comes down to the
But
decisions
there's a
that both
Drapion in
these
the or a
streams are
Diggersby in
going
the
to
back
bring
again.
in this game number 3. Here we go. We have
How
a
do we
great
deal with
lead for
that?
Elam. That is the Dedenne into the
I mean, I guess the
Shadow
Den's
Drapion,
okay
and
on that
immediately
still.
answered by the Lapras.
I mean, you
This
don't
was
get a
the
lot of
exact
shit
switch
from
that we
the
saw earlier. We saw the
Drapion,
Drapion
no?
from Itzaxen, and now we see the response, the Lapras
Yeah.
from Elam. Like you mentioned, in
You
these
do eat
even
the
shield
Scorching, yeah.
situations, specifically the 2-shield, typically Lapras wins
If
this.
shields are down
This is
again,
exactly
this is
what Master Axon
interesting.
wants,
And if he's
though.
boosted
He
too,
has the Diggersby in the back, and now he baited out the Lapras. If we take a look at the line of Elam, both the Dedenne and Shadow Drapion really don't want to see that
Oh, I thought
Diggersby,
he was gonna
especially
no-shield. I was
when
like,
shields are
holy.
going down here. Let's see if
Mhm.
Axon can pull back a
Let's see
shield
if
here.
he's like, wow.
Knows that
Doesn't
the
actually
Lapras
good.
just win in the
He needs to
twos,
preserve
right?
his
You
Lapras,
just win as the
and he
Lapras in the
does
twos. You just
I
like
think
shoot
so,
them.
yeah.
This is Elam's only Diggersby
Because like he can
answer.
just shield you,
Both
and then
of
they're
his
gonna try to
remaining
catch
Pokemon
again,
take
and
super
blah blah
effective
blah
damage
blah blah.
from Scorching
Oh, he
Sands.
catches.
If both of his
Oh,
protect
okay.
shields are
But
taken
now he
away,
brings in
he will have
Diggersby.
nothing to stop
Yeah,
the
but that's
reign
fun
of
because he has
Diggersby.
energy.
Oh,
so
sure.
he
Very
is
fun.
up, so a
Yeah.
catch is possible
Lapras.
for either trainer. I wouldn't be.
And he, oh,
And
right,
Nice
he saved the
save.
shield too. Yeah.
on the Shadow
Holy,
Drapion.
live
This
this.
is a
Yep.
great play
I'm
from
surprised he
Elam,
brought
and
in
the
this.
reason why is because
I
you
think
need
actually
the
gonna
Lapras
go
for
into
potential Diggersby in the
Lapras
back.
now,
We
no?
see from his accent that he does have that Pokemon.
He needs the Lapras and
Oh,
he
it's
needs
I just
the
okay.
got back. What was the lead?
has that Lapras with energy. He
The
still has
Den
the
and
protection
Lapras.
remaining.
into
It's Axon
Lapras.
opting to stay in this matchup right now. This is another situation where it seems like Elam is willing to just
Does
simply
he make-
sacrifice
He gets
his
him.
Drapion.
Aqua
He
Tail?
gets him
Another
into
catch
Lapras,
attempt
yeah.
from its Axon. Elam again being patient, not
It's
letting
annoying
that
for
happen.
Axon.
He doesn't want to throw an Aqua
This
Tail
is still
into a Lapras.
not
But he
good.
gets a lot of
Crunch.
form
Can you
with.
get to another one? Even though Psywave is
But then,
resisted,
yeah.
looks like Drapion's barely able to get to an Aqua
There's
Tail.
still a
This
Diggersby,
won't
but I
deal
know he
lot
has a
of damage,
shield.
As water and water is resistant.
And almost a
This
move on the
Lapras is so
Lapras.
bulky, and
too.
it can hit these skull bashes as well. Don't forget. And look at the
No,
energy
United's done, guys.
here. It's Axon actually
It was just the grand finals. It was one best of 5, and then it finished. And then now it's Pokemon Go.
That's why he swapped.
So basically, how it works is
He had to go for the
Pokemon Unite was first, Pokemon Go, then I think it's TCG and then BGC, or BGC then TCG, I think. But I'm not gonna be watching those because I don't really care for them.
Still not enough. He needs two.
He shields this.
He didn't just shield this, right?
Yeah.
He could
Yeah,
catch on
he should
Drapion.
hit it.
He has to want
Just don't let him catch on Drapion.
He's
Oh.
done it before. Can he do it again? Here comes the fire
Oh,
punch.
he
This would be
hasn't.
threatening
Okay.
to knock
Yeah,
out
Oh.
Elam's Lapras. Elam
Damn.
not having a lot of HP between his two Pokemon at all. It is imperative that he lands this charge attack. Okay, but Drapion comes in. Switch clock is not up, and he's able to get to the Aqua Tail. This will take out the Lapras.
Here's the thing though, how much energy can this Dedenne
If he got the
get?
farm
Because
down,
Diggersby
maybe.
has no energy.
Yeah.
It is in range of
Yeah,
Apparently not. Then well played. Came back with a.
Yulin just didn't need to. He just did a Pato man where he switched for no reason.
Elam
he
shaking
just
his
stayed
head.
in.
He knows there's no way for him to climb this mountain in game number 3. Diggersby is going to return to the field, double resisting all of these Thundershocks. You're going to try to get to this player up here. We've seen it knock out once before, but no, not this time. Quick attack down from It's Axon's Diggersby. He takes a 2-1 series lead.
It's Axon knew that Flavor wouldn't even knock out, so he didn't even bother with the fire punch there. Diggersby taking that game. That was super well played by Elam, I must say, and It's Axon kind of came out of nowhere there, especially after the charge stack was caught and Elam preserved that Lapras. That Lapras was looking so tough for the Diggersby of It's Axon there.
Inadequate. From your perspective, is it too risky to run that team again for Elam that's ABA weak to Diggersby?
I think that if you run that team, you might want to try it with the Drapion lead instead that we see right here. This very Drapion that could deal at least super effective damage in Octo back to Diggersby. Elam knew the counter perfectly. He was pressured here to put his final Protect Shield, but It's Axon knew he couldn't get Psywave down, had some energy on the Shadow Drapion to knock out the Lapras, and then Elam knew how much energy this Drapion had, but he needed an entire Thundershock down, couldn't get it as Drapion's just way too fast.
It's Axon now 1 game away from getting the bracket reset. That's when everything is just a clean slate. It would then be a new best of 5. However, Elam can still come back from this. We can see him win 2 consecutive games where he would become our grand champion. As it stands now, though, 1-2, and Elam is on the back.
It's more exciting at night, huh?
A team that's going to combat that Diggersby we saw from It's Axon.
Curious to see
that game 3 of Unite was super exciting.
Getting it on the Diggersby is absolutely devastating. That is a hard, polarizing matchup that you really don't want.
They're about the same for me.
We didn't see any water and bug type Pokemon that were so important in those previous matches here. So
The thing is, like,
if either trainer is going to adapt
when it comes to Pokemon Go, unless it's like a legit RPS hard counter, the games are less predictable. But like, sometimes when I watch like a Pokemon Unite match, it's like I feel like I know what's gonna happen before it even happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're about to find out very soon as we are about to head.
I guess Unite needs more teams that can compete with the top.
Yeah.
And it will never happen, probably.
Then for Pokemon Go, like it's not even limited to just Pokemon Go. Just like anything in general. Like, if I'm watching something for entertainment purposes, I would rather not know the outcome versus rather than knowing what's gonna happen. Like, even if it.
And what I love to highlight is just here in the grand finals, you can see how every small decision can have these huge impacts, and it can happen in a fraction of a second.
And here we go. The fraction of a second is near.
I think you guys are. How are you guys ahead of me? Are you guys watching a mobile?
No, I'm watching on PC.
The Drapion is going to be able to get to
Yeah,
his
let me refresh my stream
punch
because like
and getting to his sparkling aria.
I'm watching the live stream and like you guys are reacting before I even see anything, so it's like.
To go into your Shadow Drapion after the chip and dip. However, this has
Like it's only a few seconds, but like in a Pokemon Go match, like those few seconds matter.
Elam swap out of this matchup to preserve this Drapion.
Okay, well, It's Axon is ahead on Protect Shields. He's behind on energy, and you still need 2 of these Aqua Tails to knock out Elam's Shadow Drapion here.
2
Elam
chaos,
now has
right?
2 Aqua
So
Tails
Axon
loaded.
needs
It's
to
gonna be
shield.
curious to see the timing for when they're going to be throwing these charge attacks.
Do you even want to switch out here? The problem is if you were to try and catch all the
Axon just keeps
then we'll
swap.
probably be on a super effective Aqua Tail. It's Axon wants to preserve switch advantage. He puts up the protection there. Even though that the dust was not bad there either, in comes Golisopod. It's going to take a lot of damage from this crunch that's coming in from the Drapion right now.
It definitely is.
It lands and deals about 50% damage.
Yeah, over half the HP on that Golisopod, and look what's hanging out in the back. It's going to be the Dusclops. You mentioned that this used to be a good matchup.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much over.
But it's now running Resistant Fury Cutter. Well, it can still unleash these Aqua Jets. This is
Mac, you missed someone playing green in Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
Or could you?
Pretty efficient charge stack here in Pokemon Go.
No, Axon threw a sparkling area and then dip.
The video game Dusclops doesn't have
Okay, so
a
he's
lot
on
of
the charge
speed, but in Pokemon Go, only 4.5 seconds to your charge stack, and this Dusclops also has a decent matchup into
Yeah,
the
this is tough. I think Elam,
coverage in eyes with
he's gonna get chipped so low.
The Diggersby's
He
going
didn't
to
need
have
to
to do a
catch
ton of
here.
work here. I think you need 2 scorching.
Unfortunately, he can't shield anything on the Diggersby. He has to save it for the Lapras.
And then I think you need a Fire Punch and
Yeah.
a Scorching Stance for the Lapras. That's 5 charge attacks, and I believe there's still a Protect Shield.
And in comes that first Scorching Stance. It's Axon not putting up his final Protect Shield still. This might drop the attack. There's a 30% chance, but no attack drop this time. It's Axon already used up that, or it didn't already
Did
have
Poncho
the
streak
luck
across
against
the
him
cam
in
yet?
the
Yeah, he
previous
actually
match. This
did.
time
He
the
got
luck is
tackled by
with him.
security.
Another Ice Punch lands, but it still is less than a Sparkling area. That's why we still see no protection on the side from Elam. But if you use no protection here, you might get Psywave down by the Lapras.
There's no threat of a Poison Sting down.
Oh,
there is the
that's
threat
over.
of the Psywave down, having to use this Protect Shield. It's Axon still has his own
Axon,
Protect Shield. How much can you overfarm
yeah,
as Elam?
it's
He
smart.
only needs the
Let
Fire
him
Punch
throw
at this
energy,
point. There are
empty
2
some
Fire
energy.
Punches loaded though. It's Axon does not want to shield this.
Doesn't need to swap yet.
Charge sex at this point. Lapras, a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah.
No, in comes a Drapion instead, which is 2 of an Aqua Tail.
Record reset.
Shields are down from Elam, and this super effective charge tag is going to threaten the Diggersby for a knockout. Lapras tries to come in, it's not even necessary. Now it comes in for the Drapion, resisted Psywave, but it's not even necessary anymore.
Oh.
Elam knows, doesn't need to throw a charge tag. It's Axon, he gets the bracket reset.
The final best of 5.
It's Axon has evened up the series 3-1. Elam needs to figure things out and figure it out quick, but we are going to be moving to a clean slate here. Both of these trainers are going to take a deep breath, and they're going to try to figure out how to win 3 games so that they can get the title of North America International Champion.
It's Axon brought that momentum he had in the losers finals into this grand finals. Yesterday, Elam had that clean 2-0 win against its Axon, but this time it looks like he learned from their previous encounter. Even with those simultaneous switches and knowing the charge tech purity ties, its Axon positioned his Pokemon perfectly, and the Protect Shields were used at the exact right moments to win those games and getting the bracket reset. Now it comes down to a final best of 5 between these 2 trainers.
Would you say that It's Axon was playing at an elevated level compared to what he played yesterday?
He is in world champion mode. This might be the same It's Axon we saw in form at the 2023 World Championships, bringing the Dusclops exactly when he needed to, even despite Elam bringing Shadow Drapion, the Dark-type Pokemon, every single game. Dusclops came in clutch when they needed to fight against Golisopod and Diggersby.
I think It's Axon.
These 2 already qualified. Well, I know Action is. Elam, I'm assuming, is also qualified for Worlds already, right?
Yeah.
So, who got the last spot for Worlds? Or, like, you know, like the spot for Worlds for this competition?
He now finds himself 3 wins away from becoming yet again the North American International Champion.
Top 3, so top 4 out to qualify. But the thing is, in this case, it doesn't cascade down.
So a lot of the line for both of these trainers.
So it's still based on points. If the top 4 already qualified through a different tournament, it doesn't cascade down.
I want to hear from you the support for which trainer you are rooting for.
If you know what I mean.
I don't think we're going to be seeing a sweep here on either side. We've talked about how evenly matched these trainers are.
I think who's number 4 then? It was CZ, right?
I would love to see that as a viewer, but I think that these trainers would like to get the wins in as soon as they can.
CZ hasn't won any regional or IC yet. So I think one spot does go to him, but that's on EU leaderboard.
All right, these trainers are trying to figure out any last-minute details that may impact their matchups here. We got to see it all in that first series. We saw the Battle of the Bugs. We saw the mirror matchups. The one thing we didn't see was Lapras versus Lapras, but I think Diggersby may have been the most impactful Pokemon in that first series.
Especially because Elam got it aligned on a Dedenne and a Drapion over and over. Then he tried to catch its Axon with his own Diggersby, and that failed as was aligned to the Lapras. Lapras has been so important in the last season in Pokemon. It was the Might and Mastery season, and now it is important in this Grand Finals here in the Delightful Days meta, the 2025
Do I sound the same as my
These
type?
trainers still getting locked in here. Take a look at these accolades and adequates. Elam, like we mentioned, won 2 regionals this season. Atlanta, Toronto, back-to-back. But don't forget that he also top-8'd at LA.
Do you guys have subtitles on your Twitch like live stream?
Forward NAIC last year, so this is not unfamiliar territory.
Pokemon, I think the Pokemon thing like automatically put it on sometimes.
Okay, so it's not like a setting on Twitch, right?
No. You can take it off. It's under
Great set here. All of these finals have been amazing. I believe we are heading into our first match of the Grand Finals reset. Here we go. We have the Dedenne from Element.
Oh, it's on the right side of this, or left side of the
This is a good lead
stream.
for Itzaxen. He's going to be able to get a lot of poison sting damage in, but keep in mind, Elam
You see
will
where
be
it
able to
says
start
CC,
ramping
like,
up his
when
defense
you
on his
hover
Dedenne as
over
well. Uses his first Protect Shield against the Aqua Tail.
And looks like Elam is going to try and win this matchup. Now you do take super effective damage from Poison Sting. That is the fast attack from Drapion. However, this Parabolic Charge is going to keep buffing the defense from this Dedenne. At some point, it won't take as much damage anymore from this Drapion, and it will be able to get the Thundershock down when 2 shields are used on the Dedenne.
Well, I think Elam knows with his Diggersby how threatened it is by Araquanid, and how much with Itzaxen been running the Araquanid. I think that he's pretty keen on taking switch advantage here.
I think at this point, Itzaxen's heart might be racing a little bit. Oh, we see the catch on the Lapras. This is a huge play from Elam. Let me tell you why. He has 2 water types in the back. Itzaxen, and there's a Parabolic Charge loaded on the side of Itzaxen.
Okay, it's so tempting to try and bring maybe in that Bug Bite Araquanid, knowing that you're going to resist all the charge attacks, but he has the better answer. It's the Lapras versus Lapras. This is the matchup that you and I wanted to see.
But this might also be the matchup that Elam kind of wants to see. Even though he's lacking Skull Bash, this is a counter to that Diggersby that Elam might be fearing here. But Itzaxen has another counter to the Diggersby. This is the team that Itzaxen kept bringing against Patoman, and it seems to be the team he's comfortable with bringing into Elam as well.
Elam is going to have to figure out how do you remove these water types from the field. You're only throwing resisted charge attacks with your Lapras. It's not a water Pokemon answer. That's why he opted to swap out of his Dedenne, and now the combo play here, throwing the Parabolic Charge. This is going to strip away a Protect Shield from Itzaxen.
Because he's
2
boss,
shields have been used by Elam already on the Shadow Drapion,
Oh,
Aqua Tail, and
man.
then the Skull Bash from
He
Itzaxen's
double
Lapras.
shield.
Does Itzaxen put up 2 protection? Yes, he does. He wants to get that Psy Wave down. Realizes that if you look at the team of Itzaxen, the energy will be useful everywhere. Even though the Lapras from Elam is still healthy, you are slowly getting to Sparking Area range here as the Lapras from Itzaxen. However, you have another Pokemon to catch water and Ice type damage on as Itzaxen. It's the Araquanid.
Yeah, Martine, how do you manage this Araquanid at all? You have to bring in your Lapras here. You don't want to take any of these Sparkling Arios. You take a full Skull Bash here, which is going to minimize any Psywave damage that you're doing. We're going to see the back matchup play out, but it's Diggersby into Araquanid. Is there any hope here for Elam?
It doesn't look like that. Elam is very happy with this matchup. The Water and Bug type Pokemon comes in, goes for the neutral Fire Punch as Ground is resisted by the Bug defensive typing from Araquanid, and at this point Itzaxen can just start debuffing the damage output from this Diggersby as Bubble Beam doesn't do a lot of damage. Even though super effective, it will drop the attack stage of the opposing Pokemon always.
We called him Unstoppable Elam, but this is looking like it's going to be 3 consecutive battles that Itzaxen is now 1 versus Elam. Where in this best of 5, you need to win 3 battles. Itzaxen just won 3 in a row. Can he continue to maintain this momentum? Here in the meantime, he's able to reach his next charge attack. This is the Water Pulse. It does indeed secure the knockout.
And then the Lapras comes in. Araquanid is still hanging in comfortably. Itzaxen takes game number 1.
There you see it, a 1-0 series lead right now for Itzaxen, 2 games away from becoming your North America International Champion. I think Elam needs to figure out how he's going to counter double water. Lapras is not the answer to it. The Dedenne is great, but when you're bringing a team of Lapras and Diggersby in the back, you have to have more answers for water.
I guess he just didn't expect that Araquanid to come out because Elam had bringing the Dedenne over and over. And of course, he did bring the Araquanid, and Elam did bring the Dedenne. It wasn't aligned to it. He was so determined to win that 2-shield scenario, then went for the catch, baiting out the opposing Lapras. I think Elam was happy with that, but he didn't expect the Araquanid. And when Araquanid came out, that Diggersby...
Yeah, it would have been better if Elam's Lapras had Skull Bash for this particular matchup, because at least Lapras would have more play against like a mirror matchup, but
while we have seen Elam using it a bit as well, he didn't use it at all versus Patamon, and he's using it less frequently than it's Axen here in this tournament. It's Axen in the driver's seat right now.
I don't know.
A
I guess
great player, it's Axen, and
was Axen really
got that Oracle
help that
not
much?
just by himself, but discussed it with another top trainer.
It helps in the Mandy
It is so good to
matchup.
have for teammates and friends in the community to have by your side. Elam, of course, also
And
has players like SJ by
Fredely
his side
in some
supporting
cases.
him. And yeah, how are you going to do it in here? Because now you're on your own.
And that's about it.
Are still
It's
trying to
only
come to
Mandy
decisions
and Lily,
of what is going to
pretty
be the
much.
team that is going to get me this one win. It's all about this one game right now. That's where it all starts, regardless of where the
Okay, great
series is.
lead
You
again.
have to win this next game as both of these trainers. Here we
Slow.
go. We saw the Dedenne into the
Was that a
Lapras, I
slow
believe.
off?
Quick swap out. We're yet again
Yeah.
going to see this switch
He
matchup
was a
again.
bit
It
slow.
is the Drapion into the Lapras.
You're
We've
slower
seen this
lag.
matchup over and over, and did Elam bring the Dedenne lead again with the Drapion in the back?
Oh,
No, this time it's the Dustclaw, so he's better prepared.
No,
for it,
he
but
might
there's
have done
nothing
two total shocks
from its Axen.
because he
actually
was just too
hasn't
slow
expected the
on
Dedenne
the
at all.
reaction.
It is looking to be so good in the back.
Yeah, I think that this is still Elam's game to lose right now. You do win these even shield matchups. We've seen him.
Pokemon Go finals take a long time.
Is this it's Axen? What are we doing here?
This is a resistance.
Crazy bait.
Elam takes the bait. That is diabolical.
That is a huge bait, making this matchup more difficult
That's
for Elam.
actually
He's not able to
insane bait.
overperform quite as much. Throws on perfect
I don't know
timing.
why,
Gets to the Sparkling Aria. Can you hang on here, Inadequates?
I think that Sparkling Air would get really close to knocking out. It's Axen knows that, so he puts up the Protect Shield. Do we see two Protect Shields used from Elam? Looks like that this Drapion's outpacing. This is another Aqua Tail. It is resisted. I think this might barely not knock out. The next Poison Sting might. No Protect Shield being used. Can you get the Poison Sting down? Do we get there? No, it doesn't get Sparkling Area.
Okay, I'm definitely behind you guys, but I can see why you guys were reacting the way you guys were.
We're going to be lined up versus the Shadow Lapras. There's no Digger's Beat to punish it, so he's just
Okay,
going to absorb
maybe I should.
this Aqua Tail. But how are you going to get this Drapion off the field now? You only have Thundershock and Resisted Hex.
This is actually perhaps the best case scenario for its Axen, coming out with so much energy for Shadow. Drapion is exactly what it needed. Elam puts out the Protect Shield for the Dedenne, which is still going to be very obnoxious for its Axen to deal with. In comes the first Parabolic charge.
Elam must have lost it.
Didn't want this Drapion to get to another charge attack.
He lost his composure.
Up your defense, and I think that this Dedenne will outpace the Dustclops to 2 charge stacks here.
So you're going to get the first Parabolic Charge in 4 Thundershocks just before the Shadow Punches reach. Are you now in range where 1 Shadow Punch knocks out after the defense increase?
I think it will be really close. Shadow Punch from a bulky Pokemon is not going to deal a lot of damage. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a catch attempt here. No catch attempt. Shadow Punch is coming through. At this point, Elam is down a full Pokemon. If this gets the knockout, doesn't get the knockout, it doesn't just yet. One more Hex, can you get the Parabolic Charge? No, you don't!
Unable to get the charge attack, that is going to be devastating for Elam. He brings in his Dustclops. It'll be met by the Lapras from its Axen. With the situation that we see right now, I think that this has to be its Axen's game.
This is a solid matchup for the Lapras. You can only win this as the Dustclops when 2 shields are in play on both sides, and you have an extraordinarily high defense on the Dustclops to halve the Psywave damage here, but it's not going to save Elam here. The Sparkling Area is coming through, and with the Psywave damage, 2 of these are going to get a knockout.
And its Axen's own Dustclops is out of range of 1 Shadow Punch as well.
Elam
You
has to
need
win
2 Shadow
3
Punches to
straight.
knock it out. But Elam, he is
Yep.
on the verge of getting
I don't
1
think it's
game
happening.
away from dropping out of this tournament, and its Axen is so close to becoming
Yeah.
your NAIC champion.
He's gonna take risks now.
Elam get to 3 Ice Punch.
I mean, you have to try something.
That you'll need it
Yeah.
to knock out this Lapras. The next Ice Punch might
I mean,
still
he's
not
had
knock out,
good
maybe after
leads
1
the
more
last
Hex,
2
but it
games.
doesn't matter. I
I
think
like
this is still
how
the
they
Dustclops
suddenly
on
don't
its
bring the
Axen
box
side as
anymore.
well.
On both sides.
Just too
Yeah.
bulky, able to do so much damage. This
They're
is
just
not a
really scared now
one-sided matchup
because of
whatsoever. Very
both
neutral matchup, and its Axen
Dustclops.
actually gets to this next Sparkling Aria. This will knock out the Dustclops. It's Axen taking a 2-0 lead versus its Elam. He has won 4 consecutive battles.
Oh man,
4
Elam's
consecutive
he's
wins
tilted.
for its Axen in the
Mhm.
grand finals in
Yeah.
New Orleans. He lost to Elam yesterday. He took notes, he studied his opponent, and he's now
He
2-0
he lost
on
his
this
composure
side.
now.
It is
I wonder
Elam's
how
turn
he's gonna
to
recover
get
from this.
an attempt at the reverse sweep. We saw Bataman get really close twice against both Elam and his Axen. Barely failed doing so despite all the boosts and luck that he could get. Now Let's see if Elim can walk that same path, but then actually get the reverse sweep into Master Axon, the 2023 World Champion.
Elim is going to need to rely on skill and alignment, though. He does not have any of those Knights slash
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to get bailed out by any double boost there, so he's going to have to figure out his team of 3 that is going to counter its Axon. We haven't seen any hard lead wins so much for its Axon yet, so it certainly still could be coming. Again, he needs to take it one battle at a time. The most important battle of this entire tournament for Elim is happening right now.
You say hard.
Shane, are you gonna keep streaming after this or what?
About hard
No, what?
losses in the lead there, because
Are you gonna
I
keep
believe
streaming
its
after?
Axon has led into the Denner from Elim twice.
That's true.
And he managed to come back from those
I'm not sure,
battles.
probably
Here
not.
You see that a
no.
lost lead is not
But
always
I don't want to play Unite
You're
today,
right, you're
so I don't know what
absolutely
I
right.
do.
Does that mean then that you need to have better answers to that Drapion safe swap that we keep seeing?
And that's just a really difficult Pokemon to answer, because if you don't have a Mudslap user, if your best answer to the Drapion is Diggersby, you still take super effective damage. You don't have fast attack pressure because your fast attack is quick attack. That is a normal type fast attack. Normal type is not super effective against
Game point for Axon.
anything, so you need to do it with charge attack damage. And as long
We did you guys best.
shields are in play, Shadow Drapion actually can hang in quite
No
well.
10 points bet.
And it's really hard
I
to chip
did.
and dip.
Okay, just out of curiosity, is the stream like stuttering for you? Like, not like a loading stuttering, like buffering, but like it's like seems like it's like frame.
And additionally, it's
Frame
going to
dropped a little
switch
bit.
clock out so much, putting you in a very awkward situation. So it's a tough situation to handle. I think Diggersby is that only answer. And honestly, Diggersby is a Pokemon that you really need for a lot of other matchups as well.
You talk
Oh. Oh, Danger again. Oh my god.
I can't believe my eyes here. Yet another Aqua Tail, yet another Protect Shield. Elim now at a bit
Did
of a
the Texas
disadvantage.
Chainsaw server shut down?
Oh man.
Bro, they
Rip Bozo. Elim.
They basically the devs for that game announced that they're no longer providing updates for that game. So like you can still play the game, but like it's not gonna get any more updates. So basically everyone that was playing that game kind of just like eased out.
Right before the next charge. Does this pull the final protection from its Axon? Yes, it does.
Elim is worried about the Diggersby in the back, and he wants to hang on to this Golisopod. That's why he's swapping out right now. He gets the catch on the Crunch, which is resisted damage into Dedenne. This could be what Elim needs to get back in this game.
Luckily for Elim, there is no Diggersby in the back. Does he try to get to another
Bro.
charge here? We see the swap attempt into the Dusclops. Dusclops comes in now. It will be
Can't
able
just
to
allow him to. What the fuck, man?
But a play rough is also the option for Elim to use on this Dedenne, which would hit a little bit harder. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough though, but with the defense you gain from this charge attack, a Shadow Punch is not going to be enough either to knock out the Dedenne.
Let's not forget the energy on that Drapion Martine, because that could be what determines the end of this game. Right now, Elim trying to get to this next charge attack, but look how
This
fast
won't
this
KO
does
though,
cost
right?
paces
He
to
gets the
energy.
next-
Has this next Shadow Punch loaded,
Shadow
has
Punch
2
comes
Shadow
out.
Punches loaded. Does this knock out?
I think
he saved it,
I
okay.
love this play from its Axis. He's building up a lot of energy before the timer is up. Elim has a parabolic charge loaded that might be crucial for the end game, as its Axon has the
He's gonna get one turned if he tries to bring it in and get sidewaved down.
Yes, you have a little bit of energy on your Golisopod, but you're going to need at least 2 Exorcers for that. In comes the Lapras now, trying to go for an Aqua Tail
Yeah,
catch.
Axon's,
Now the
and
Crunch
how
is
he was
loaded
right,
though.
Axon's team
Will
comp
you
was just
be able
tough for
to
him.
hang on versus the Sparkling Aria?
This might be crucial for the game. If you get the Crunch
Oh.
debuff here, the next Crunch might be knocking out, but no Crunch debuff. Lapras will be able to hang on here and go for the Sparkling Area right before the drop. If we get to another Crunch, this will secure the knockout. You have a parabolic charge load, but
This
can
was
you hang
tougher
on
than my
to
Master
one
League draft,
Sidewave
man.
that might have priority? We might find out. No, the Glyphos comes in with the neutral Axis that might secure the knockout.
This
Let's see,
KOs,
go
right?
for the perfect farming. No, letting the Sparkling Area go.
Elim
No.
unable to reach the charge attack. Its Axon does get the Sparkling Aria. This is resistant
Oh, it does.
damage.
Wow.
Is it enough to knock
Holy
out?
shit.
Wow.
Looks like it takes down the
Jeez.
Golisopod.
I don't know why he didn't come in with
Parabolic charge is loaded
this
here,
and just
but there's
throw.
only 1 HP HP remaining on this tiny little Dedenne. Itzaxen is going to take a 3-0
Why didn't?
series
I don't know why he did that.
I think he just tilted. Like,
Yeah. I think he was afraid that if he does that, he probably gets palmed down before he uses the move.
We just saw on stage here. That is 5 consecutive battles that
All he had to do is just
was able
airball or
to
charge
take
the
off
Lapras.
Elam. Elam just didn't have the answers.
I don't know why he
tried to
came
get
into
creative, he
Galissapod
tried
into
to mix
Lapras.
it
He
up,
had the move
but he
store.
was just unable to stop our
Yeah,
former
true.
world
Also had a
champ,
move store on
Itzaxen.
And he had a huge energy lead.
well,
He also has the
Axen
move,
wins Pogo, LG wins Unite. But
International championships. He has
That's probably
done
why
it.
he probably thought he needed.
Wrote history in
Wait,
the
who would have won that
2025
CMP?
season. When Metachamp
Drapion
got
or
hurt,
what
he
the
was
fuck?
struggling a little bit to come back. And it looks
Galissapod.
like Itzaxen has found
so
his
that's probably
place
what he was
again
trying to do.
right before the World
Yeah.
Championships of
He
the
wanted to get more
2025
farm
season as
to
well.
like
What a moment to get back
fight
in
with the world
A
team,
little separation
no matter what
inside,
comes
you can
out.
say, from that Metacham, but he has been able to find a new best
But he
buddy. It
needed
was
to
that
have
Shadow
double
Drapion.
X-Scissor banked. So he needed to go to double.
Through your head right now.
This season has been a legitimate roller coaster. I got 4th place in my first tournament at Louisville, but man, I struggled for my next 3 tournaments at EUIC, Sacramento, and some other one I really sucked at. But ending off the season with a win at Portland and then reclaiming my NAIC title as well, dude, I don't think I could have ever imagined this.
Speaking of that, it was 3 years ago. We were on this stage together when you got your first trophy as the 2022 North American International Champion.
Thanks, Zach.
Since then, you've become a world champion. You've become a multiple-time regional champion. And now, you're the first trainer in Pokemon Go Championship Series history to win 2 international championships. What does that mean to you?
You know, when I won Portland the first time, I said, I've won a regional, I've won an international. Worlds is next
Oh,
on my list.
dang.
Well, now I've won 2 regionals, I've won 2 internationals. Winning 2 worlds is the next thing on my list.
He can do it.
And it must be such a roller coaster ride, right? I mean, you have so much success early on, then you become the world champion, then you have a little dip where you don't see as much winning, and then now you're back on top. Talk about that roller coaster, and please talk about your support system. To
okay, I
get
think
to
my
this
computer's
point.
fried. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what's wrong
See,
with
this
this
just
thing.
shows
but
you
like,
how small
it's
Axel
framed
is.
off
after I started
everything.
like not even getting points for the
Either way,
tournament, I
at
was
least
really
it's
kind of
over now, so I don't have to worry about
I was, you know, for a bit there kind of considering
this year or anything.
you know, maybe hanging up
Alright,
the coat.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
I'm doing
You guys have a good one.
I'm
Hopefully you
glad,
enjoyed the
I have
matches.
people around me. My mom obviously supports me at every competition. I had Dunebug, who, you know, talked me through that EUIC after I didn't do too great. He was there with me the whole time, and he made it so, you know, I still wanted to keep on going.
Oh my god, I did it again when I realized I was fucking muted in Discord, and I feel like an idiot because I'm talking to myself. I don't know what it is, like, bro, like, so for my stream deck, like, it mutes the Discord, but it didn't tell me that I'm muted, so like, when I press the button, I think, like, I'm unmuted again, so it's like,
Go back a little bit. Because there was a
I'm talking, and then I'm just like, okay, wait a minute. Then I look in the Discord, and I realize I'm fucking muted, I'm like, oh shit.
Maybe had a win condition in that game number 3, and I think he probably only had a 12.5% chance of winning that game.
Okay, but like I could hear you guys, and like to answer your question, X Factor, like I'm probably not gonna keep on streaming. My computer's like dying on me. I think I need to restart it.
Honestly, I deserve the loss.
Even right now, like I'm looking at the stream and like it doesn't even window capture anymore. But either way, I mean like there's nothing else to watch. Like Pogo's done, Unite's done, and I don't care about TCG or VGC because like it's not.
I was like, oh, there's no way it boosts again, and then it did. And then going into this grand finals, of course, it's a rematch versus Elam, a very similar team.
Alright, boys.
How were you able to
Oh, you
get
both
such a
ended.
stranglehold on that series?
Yeah, I mean,
I need
played
to
him
eat
yesterday.
something. I've eaten
Honestly,
nothing all
I
day.
felt like I had win conditions in all the games that I lost
Alright,
against him.
you guys have a good one. I'm gonna head out for the day.
But as you said, we have mirror teams.
Have a good weekend. Happy Father's Day to your dads, and yeah, you guys have a good Sunday. Later.
You too.
Bye, John. And just leveraging energy advantage on Lapras. I knew my Lapras had an advantage, so just using Drapion.
Alright guys, my computer is dying on me. I think I need to do like a disk defragmentation and then like restart it, because like right now I'm watching the stream and it's not even loading for you guys. Like it's literally just paused, even though it's playing for me. I didn't even realize it was this bad until I opened my OBS. Crazy, but yeah, I think it's a computer problem. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end stream. I'm gonna end stream, restart it, and then hopefully my thing is not too cooked.
A bracket reset and then a dominant sweep from our former world champion and now two-time international champion. It's Axen.
I might come back and play some variety actually. I'm just not 100% sure what I'd play. Maybe I'll play Dead by Daylight because the Five Nights at Freddy's thing is starting tomorrow, I think.
Honestly, the entire day was incredible.
Let me see.
Like you said, 2 series.
Let me see. Hold on a minute.
I don't think you can ask for anything else.
Let me just check this real quick.
On Championship Sunday, and then Axen, you know, the rematch against Elam, able to kind of flip that series after it didn't go his way yesterday.
Yeah, and Potamon almost pulling off 2 reverse sweeps there,
2 days. 2 days for Five Nights at Freddy's for Dead by Daylight. So I'll probably start playing that again. I get the chance. But I'm gonna head out, guys. So, like I said to the boys, I hope you guys have an amazing Sunday. If I see you guys later, I see you guys later, and if not, then I'll definitely be back tomorrow for some more Unite. Yeah, the finals, I'm gonna be honest, like, the Pokemon Unite finals was a bit anticlimactic. It wasn't like anything crazy. It was kind of like in the realm of expectation, so it wasn't as exciting as you would want it to be. But the Japanese qualifiers are finishing next weekend, and those will determine which Japanese teams are going to Worlds. So should be interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna head out. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Good luck on your matches if you're playing Pogo or Unite. And yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Alright, take it easy, guys.
What a series from
Close this. My computer, my poor baby's dying. She's dying. My computer.